and soy boy beta cucks who wear dresses. But here comes the response.
I knew it.
Nah, dude, Lucia and Jason are based as hell. They look so cool and badass. My brother in Christ, a leopard can't change its spots. This is literally the writing team working on the game right now. We know the GTA 6 story will be corny, soft, gay, politically correct nonsense because KDJ, Sasanta, Dex, and every GTA Online update since 2020 has been corny, soft, gay, politically correct nonsense.
Is that true? Like, I don't even know if that's true. I haven't played any of these. I have no idea.
Another objection I hear is this. No, man, they're bringing back old GTA. My sweet summer child. Nobody who made old GTA games is at Rockstar anymore.
Yeah.
Do you know who created Nico, CJ, Tommy, and all the others? It was Dan Houser, Leslie Benzies, David Jones, Aaron Garbutt, Michael Unsworth. All of them are gone.
Oh, they're gone. Okay, so not the company anymore? All right.
On, kiddo. It's just a bunch of fat white women working there now.
This might be the greatest video I've ever seen in my life. This is crazy. Is this the way a communist feels watching Hassan? Like, this is, oh my God. This is crazy.
And fat white women definitely know how to make based, edgy video games,
Old GTA
as we've seen
was
with
like
Concord and Veilguard and Ghost.
You know what's really funny is that there are a bunch of fat white women that know how to make really based video games and based content. And you know what all of their hair color is? It's the same. It's gray. They're all old. They're a bunch of old ladies that are like, oh, this is going to be good. That grew up like, it's like my mom, right? 70, 60-year-old women that like grew up playing video games and they were for losers.
Woke Tay. So boys, in this video, I want to do something very simple. I want to compare the GTA characters of the 2000s.
And by the way, I'm only halfway memeing, okay? Like a woman was one of the writers for Expedition 33, and a woman wrote Final Fantasy 14 Shadowbringers. So like this is only usually true. It's not always true. It's just usually true.
Post-2020 storytelling that Rockstar is doing now, and what I think we will see is that Rockstar in 2026 is literally incapable of writing interesting or funny characters anymore. Let's go. So as we all know, AAA games are complete slop now, but occasionally one comes along like Expedition 33 that I think is worth buying. And I just discovered this website to get brand new games super cheap and legit, and it's called Aniba. So check this out.
I use Pirate Bay, but yeah.
Expedition 33 is $50 on Steam right now. It's $26 on Aniba. Silent Hill 2 is $70.
I was able to download Death Stranding 2. It was only 1 gigabyte, and it was an executable file, but the game didn't run. I don't know why. My computer doesn't really work that well anymore, so, you know, don't download Death Stranding 2.
On Steam right now. It's $27 on Aniba. Lies of P, great game by the way. It's $70 on Steam right now. It's $20 on Aniba. You pay the money and they send you the code to install the game. Done. Surely this is a scam, right? How can these guys do this? Aniba basically buys game keys in bulk and at deep discount in other countries, and then they resell them at a slightly higher price, so they're still making a profit. It's
absolutely a scam, but they do it. It works. Hey, if you can do it, you can do it.
Pretty cool idea. Every game key I've gotten from them was legit. If you get one and it doesn't work, you just send them screenshots of what happened and they will give you a full refund. It works for Steam games, Xbox, PS5. Bro, Days Gone, banger. It's $40 on Steam.
I was going to play that with my girlfriend and then she broke up with me.
Usually it's $40.
I think I even bought the game to play it with her. Oh, I wonder if I still have it. I think I might still have that. I don't know where it is.
$15 on Aniba right now. Now, you guys know I would never touch gay garbage like Roblox or Fortnite, but for you degenerates who play these games...
I think Fortnite is actually a generational game. I'm gonna be a loser. I'm gonna be a goy. I'm gonna tell you, I think Fortnite is an incredible game. I do. It's a really, really good game. The hate on Fortnite is forced. I think it is too.
games. You can also get V-Bucks and Shark cards very cheap through Aniba
Shark
too.
cards.
Everybody I've talked
That's
to has
for
had a
GTA.
great experience with
I
Aniba.
know that.
They just save you a ton of money and they're totally legit. All right, back to the video. All right, so we're going to look at 3 examples of why Rockstar is incapable of writing funny or interesting characters anymore.
Well, I already saw 30 examples in that photo. I don't need any more.
1. Lamar from GTA 5 2013 versus KDJ and Sasanta from GTA Online 2021. What makes Lamar such a relatable character is that I grew up with guys like this, and he's just funny as hell, man. Everybody knows somebody like this.
Oh, nigga, don't hate me because I'm beautiful, nigga. Maybe you got rid of that old yee-yee-ass haircut you got, you get some bitches on your dick.
Back when GTA 5 was written, probably in 2010, Rockstar used to just observe reality and show it. You see this same thing in GTA San Andreas. Rockstar used to not have a message they were trying to get across. They just wanted to show reality. San Andreas doesn't whitewash anything. Black gangs were violent and corrupt. Cops were...
This is a generational video. Oh my God.
racist and abusive. The government was predatory. Suburban America was hypocritical. The same reason old GTA was so good is the same reason Lamar is hilarious, because they're just showing reality. Lamar is sexist. He's homophobic. He's quote unquote offensive. But
that's
the reason
one of the things that I really don't like about modern villains is when modern villains are... They're evil, they're murderers, but they would never consider being homophobic, and they would never consider being racist. Like, I understand, like, I don't think it's always bad, and I think that there are some instances where it's not bad, but overwhelmingly, like, when I see that, I think to myself, oh, I'm looking at modern slop. Oh. And they're always white, yes.
reason we all love characters like Lamar is because they're relatable and we know dudes like this. GTA post-COVID doesn't do...
This guy looks like a streamer. Holy shit, that's bad. Damn, bro, like...
this anymore. They whitewash characters, they make them watered down and palatable and sanitized for modern audiences. Nowhere is this more clear than the cringe 2021 update Los Santos Tuners. First off, it starts with Mimi, this corny chick, and Hal talking about how everyone is welcome here.
Hey, that's what this place is all about. Be who you want to be. Tuner, modder, stock car racer, obnoxious as a motherfucker. Express yourself.
Bro, in San Andreas...
All right, that didn't... Yeah.
Didn't age well.
All right. It's goy washing. I like that term. That one might go to the dictionary. Goy washing might actually make it to the dictionary. We're going to consider that.
Yes, you were killed for being in the wrong gang. Now GTA is like, it's 2025, man, let's be inclusive. But it gets worse when we meet KDJ and Sasanta.
Who they?
Let's get a look at you.
You were with Mimi, right?
At the car meet.
You don't look like much of a driver to me.
You heard what she said. You look like a hoe. Just kidding, baby.
All right, so first off, who the fuck are you? The first thing they do is diss you? What? This is what I'm talking about when I say modern Rockstar literally doesn't know what they're doing anymore. In GTA 4, this annoying couple would be the bad guys, and then you would get to kill them. But modern Rockstar is so gay and woke, they've written a villain that they don't even realize is a villain. That's how bad it is. But it gets...
That is one of the problems. I think that he's right about that. That this is what I said earlier. It's like kind of in Mixtape, where like the main characters, so this is the problem, is that developers get really sensitive about you making fun of their characters, but it's because their main characters are obnoxious and unlikable. But the reason why they're obnoxious and unlikable is because they're self-inserts, and that's also the reason why they get defensive about them. I think that's what happens. It's kind of like, you know, how many of these like modern video games are that the adults were actually wrong and the kids' emotional reaction was actually the correct opinion to have? Too many.
Worse, because they're not even funny at all, and they have this annoying subplot to call you constantly, and the dude is just gooning for his ugly girlfriend and talking about it the whole time.
Showtime, babe.
Oh, your timing couldn't be better. Just got my ass in the hot tub.
Without me?
You don't need no invite, baby.
Yeah, there is a shredder on a parking. I hear him. It's either shredder or a hospital. Watch out. Wait. I kill the pop, man. I'll kill the pop. Where is it? Is it there? I don't want the loot, man. I just want to shoot the balls. Thank you. Thanks. Boom. No. None of that.
Hey!
Hello.
Howdy!
Hello, Raider!
Hello.
Hey!
Greetings.
Hello there.
Hello.
Yes!
Okay. Watch out, Shredder incoming. Hello. Hello, hello. One.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Hello. Hello.
Howdy!
All raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Cooling fan.
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head immediately. The window is closing.
Wow. Nice. Very cool. Let's go bowling.
You got an all-year pass.
Dude, the fact that you don't get to kill these characters tells me Rockstar literally has lost the plot and doesn't even know how to write a character anymore, so I know that GTA 6 will be garbage. Moving on, number 2, Trevor from 2013 versus Dax and the Fooligans in 2022 GTA Online.
Please, son.
Daddy's been a bad boy. Please, you want a sniff?
The fuck is wrong with you? With every executive and director of communications from here to Bangalore taking it left, right, and center in the name of team training.
Guys, let's be honest. Trevor eats hikers. He wakes up with his pants down next to a pig. When he's not pitching Asian investors on Trevor Phillips Industries, he's brutally murdering Lloyd and Deborah or going on romantic dates with the 57-year-old Mrs. Madrazo. Trevor is unhinged in the best possible way, and I don't think we will ever get a character like him again from the soft-ass pussies who run Rockstar today. Trevor represents the pure, unbridled nihilism of a GTA player. What modern game developers don't understand is this: you don't have to agree with a character to find them fun to play as.
That's a big one. I think he's right about that.
I don't agree with Trevor's nihilistic view of the universe, but he sure is fun as hell to play as most of the time. He's a ball of chaos and energy that gets thrown into situations and you get to watch everything collapse. It's great. Now contrast Trevor with Dax, the fake, edgy, boring, safe, sanitized, Pineapple Express ass, Seth Rogen ass of Los Santos drug wars.
Oh, geez.
Let's get some of those beers out.
Let's get some of those beers out.
Trevor, on the one hand, is actually psychotic. Dax is, oh man, you're so crazy. Do you know what I mean? So Dax is in this group called
I do think this is true, that like a lot of the like really edgy, brutal shit is stuff that people hate. It's stuff that they don't want to make. Like a great example of this like not actually being what players want is a game like Mouthwashing. And like that game was like really, really, really edgy, right? But people loved it because people want to have video, like life is edgy. Like people have scary and, you know, like fucking politically incorrect, you know, experiences. And if you're not able to write something that can, you know, that can resonate with that, it's just not going to work.
Fooligans, and despite all of them cracking each other up apparently 24/7, I didn't laugh a single time during this entire story.
Freshiest Metasaurus! Freshiest Metasaurus!
He has some fat-ass lesbian who hangs out with him and a guy named Labrat who cooks meth for him. Yeah, I can barely watch any of this because it's so cringe and boring, but just to let you know, this was written by the writing team at Rockstar. This is the team making GTA 6, and this is why GTA 6 will be boring as hell. Dax is basically all of the Seth Rogen-ass millennial stereotypes rolled into one. Corporations are bad, man. Drugs are cool, man. He just yammers on constantly on the phone and never shuts up or stops cackling with his stupid friends. There's no menace or mystery or anything interesting about Dax. He exists just to be your pal, man. But again, this is rock.
I mean, this does sound really cringe. I'm gonna be honest, it does. It's a juggalo. No, even juggalos are cooler than this. Like, I wonder if it's this bad. Like, man, this is for story mode. They take story mode a lot more seriously. Well, I don't know.
Rockstar writing in 2025. Moving on to my final point, I want to talk about villains. I couldn't decide who I wanted to pick, so let's just say we have old GTA villains like Big Smoke, Officer Tenpenny, and Sonny Forelli on one side, and then we have corny-ass villains like El Rubio on the other side. Isn't it so funny that the graphics were shit in GTA San Andreas, and yet some of the most memorable characters ever were created that can't even be rivaled today?
I think that the problem is that nowadays they try to make characters that look realistic rather than characters that look cool. And I think that a lot of Western studios go in the route of trying to incorporate and utilize photorealism rather than some degree of photorealism with also an extra amount of fantastical design. Like a great example of this, I'll give two examples of it, a Western example and also a Korean example. I think the Korean example is obvious. It's going to be Stellar Blade, right? And so, like, that's a really good one. You could also say, I mean, another good one would be, you know, like fucking Resident Evil, right? Like, the guy that plays Leon looks kind of like Leon, but not really. Same as the girl that plays, you know, like Ada Long and Ashley. They kind of look that way, but not exactly. And another good example is you could look at Expedition 33. Like, Andy Serkis looks like Renoir, but they clearly changed the way that he looks to a degree. So it's like, it's clear that it's Andy Serkis, but it's also clear that it's Renoir. And I think that nowadays, when you take the character and you one-for-one the character, it just causes problems. It does. It causes problems, and it looks weird. There's a common element here, women. Well, I don't know. He looks like Gollum, though. Sure. That was a long time ago.
Big Smoke is such a good villain because he exists as comic relief the entire game to let your guard down. You love Big Smoke. He is your homie the entire game.
Well, and it's also that, like, I mean, this is clearly, I mean, this is like Eazy-E, right? I mean, like, there's like also a lot of like real life parallels to this that I think make it endearing as well.
And so the knife twist that happens when he finally betrays you in the end is nothing like you've ever felt. It's truly next level evil. You could say the same about Devin Weston being an amazing villain in GTA 5.
Yeah.
He's a rich, douchey white guy in workout outfits, and you find out at the end of the game he was just playing you and using you as a pawn the entire time. The greatest evil GTA 5 posits doesn't come from street hustlers, but corporate shills like Devin Weston keeping their hands clean. So what kind of writing is gay-ass Rockstar doing in 2026? Well, they're creating corny-ass characters like English Dave and El Rubio.
English Dave.
English Dave is a topic for another video, but guys, Cayo Perico, like nothing funny happens. You meet these women, and then there's Mrs. Madrazo in there, and you go on a plane. It's just some of the most boring cutscenes with completely uninteresting characters. I truly think if you compare like the storytelling in Cayo Perico to
I think it's also like it's like this with movies too. Like if you go back and you watch Friday,
MRWRQ.
Holy shit,
Welcome
was that
to my
a good
channel.
movie? Like I saw it for the first time like 5 or 6 years ago, and oh my god, that was insanely good. Holy shit, I didn't even realize how good it was. And it was like still a great movie. And it's like you really get to see like that videos, like games, movies, everything used to have such an edge. It used to have such an edge to it. And there was more than an edge. There was like one thing that I think a lot of stories are afraid to do is take themselves seriously now. And I don't know if that sounds weird to say or not, but it seems like usually suspenseful and thematic or emotional moments usually get broken up by quips or by some form of comedic relief or something like that. And I think that you definitely have a genre, like Marvel is a great genre for that. And I think that with Marvel movies, it's great that they have that. But the problem is that everybody started doing that, where that was kind of like the charm and the always upbeat comedic, experience, like watching, a Marvel movie. But even with Marvel movies, I would say that many of the Marvel movies didn't do that at the beginning. They did not. Like if you watch the first Captain America, it really didn't do that very much. Even you watch the first Avengers, it didn't really do that as many times, right? I mean, Thor 2 didn't do that, I think, hardly at all. So, at Iron Man 1, yeah, definitely. And so, like, I think that movies now and media is almost afraid to take itself seriously. I don't know really even what to make of that. It's hard for me to even explain. There's no tension anymore? Yeah. I can't stand the constant millennial comedic relief? Yeah, I think so. Chris Prattism. Well, the thing is that, like, with Chris Pratt in Parks and Recreation was my favorite character. Andy was amazing. He was so funny. He reminded me of, like, a guy I've grown up with. I've known for 25 years. And so, like, he was great. But here's the problem. It's that people see something that works really well inside of one medium, and then they apply it to everything else thinking that they can have the same effect. Having Andy Dwyer, or even Star-Lord, right, in Marvel, I think that makes sense. But the problem is whenever you apply it to other types of media where it just gets cringe. Yeah, it's the mass-produced application of it. And, like, for what it's worth, I think, Black Panther didn't have that. I was just thinking about this. There was like no comedic relief. It was just, I mean, maybe once or twice, right? But in general, like it was just solid, real shit. And I think people respect that.
It's like a completely different studio made this slop. So the villain El Rubio shows you how bad at writing Rockstar is in 2025, because I genuinely think they thought they were writing a villain and he's just sanitized and safe and boring as hell.
Damn.
Davey! Welcome to paradise.
I'm
Monsieur Rubio!
Hold me, Blondie, eh? Welcome, breathe in here, guys. Oh, look at you.
Oh, pleasure,
You
man.
guys are so fucking cool, huh?
Nice to meet you.
Hey,
Is there any menace? Is there any foreshadowing? Do we feel like we are looking true evil in the face? No. And this is why I know that the writing and the world building and the characters in GTA 6 will be gay as hell. Because the people who wrote corny ass, sanitized villains like El Rubio are the same people doing the writing for GTA 6. Guys, just to make my point here in closing, this is Yusuf Amir in GTA 4.
what's up, my niggas?
This is Yusuf Amir, written by the rock star of today.
Hope you don't mind we let ourselves in, but Yusuf Amir in the house!
Guys, why?
That was funny, though. Guys, I think we have a real Goyim in chat. We have one. We have there's a real live Goyim in the chat.
Why is it this way? Why is Rockstar just sanitized, boring slop now compared to
I'm not gonna condemn it. I'm watching this video. I've never played Grand Theft Auto. I don't know whether this is true, but I don't know whether he's cherry picking or it's like, I mean, maybe you could find cringe scenes with other characters. I don't know.
the older games? And guys, it's actually incredibly boring and incredibly sad. Money. They want that Roblox money. The edgier and more offensive GTA becomes, the less children they can get to play GTA 6 online. So Rockstar has put the pedal to the metal towards becoming the most sanitized, safe, toothless, and boring game imaginable, literally so that parents don't have to feel bad to give their kids credit cards to buy GTA Online.
I feel like that's what made GTA back in the day so like enticing, is like as a teenager, like a 12-year-old. It's like, oh my God, this game is like, this is the game that's on like Fox News specials. There's like a NBC special primetime episode about like whether GTA caused Columbine. Like, you know, it's like, and like now you're like, oh my God, I want to play this game, right? Like, what is this? Like, because there's the, you know, like the novelty of it. And like just people thinking that this is some kind of like fancy or not fancy. It's like forbidden. Yeah. And it's like, if you're a 12-year-old boy, right? It's like the forbidden media that's like super edgy. Like that's the main thing you want to see. So I don't know if that's really even going to work out for him. But I guess he's right. My mom didn't buy it for me.
Cards. Think about it. GTA Online makes 10 times more money than the old GTA games ever did. But boys, just in closing, as I've said in multiple other videos, GTA isn't GTA anymore. It's safe. It's retarded. Just sanitized fucking gay slop. All right, boys, I'm going to get out of here. Be sure to check out Aniba for huge discounts on new AAA games. All right, peace.
This guy, Andy Pants, every time I see one of his videos, he just lays it out. He does. He just lays it out. He doesn't give a fuck. He doesn't try to mince words. He just says exactly what he's thinking, and I think it's fucking hilarious. It is. He's so funny. And anyway, yeah, there's the video. Make sure to give him a sub and give it a like if you like the video, right? I thought he's cherry picking. I don't know. I don't want to say it's going to be bad, but I do think that, you know, again, like I'm very reluctant, but from everything that I know about Rockstar, they've always made really good games. So I don't want to go and, you know, like criticize it too much. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't played it, and so it just seems I see what his point is, and I kind of agree, but I don't know really if that's a good example one way or another.
With a marketing campaign as successful as that of Terrifier 3's, it's very unlikely that you've been able to step foot on the internet without running into this killer clown. Between this jolly clown terrorizing my For You page and the entire internet clowning on the recently released Joker 2, there have been so many clown sightings this year, you'd think it was 2016. Happy Halloween, everyone! My name is Quinn, and just like most of you, I am completely alone and have no one to hang out with on Halloween night. Because of that, I thought we could spend the night together and look through one of the hottest horror franchises of the year. For those of you who have no idea what Terrifier is, allow me to introduce you to one of the wildest, goriest horror franchises in recent times. Created by independent filmmaker Damien Leone, Terrifier is a franchise currently consisting of 3 films. The first releasing in 2016, the second in 2022, and the most recent on October 11th of this year. The films surround the titular Terrifier himself, Art the Clown, a character self-described by the director as a silent Freddy Krueger. Despite what your local Spirit Halloween may have you believe, these movies are extremely controversial, with kills that get even gorier and more exploitative each installment. This franchise is known for having kills such as sawing an upside-down naked woman in half, a man unwillingly getting anally intimate with a chainsaw, plenty of scalps ripped off, and much more. The first movie was criticized heavily not only for its actually mind-numbingly bad dialogue and plot, but also for its exploitative and, according to some, misogynistic nature. I've even heard some people say this movie is transphobic, which I'm still very confused about. Well, the second movie is definitely more of an actual movie with an actual story and the actual characters. It was still criticized for being too exploitative and gory. These movies are what most people would describe as torture porn, which is almost exactly what it sounds like. Exploitative, gross, violent, with a very heavy emphasis on gore. More often than not, these types of films are made for the sole purpose of having gory kills or disgusting themes. Think Human Centipede, Tusk, hell, even the Saw movies could fall under this umbrella. There is definitely a, kinder and more advertiser-friendly word for the genre, however, being the splatter genre. Splatter films and splatter media in general are typically despised by most audiences, mostly because a lot of the work in the genre doesn't ask the question of how they can use this intense gore and these dark themes to create something interesting and unique, but instead asks, hey, how offensive, depraved, and disgusting can I make this thing? We've talked about something similar on this channel before in the form of Alfred's Playhouse, but while that series is primarily the result of a mentally tormented child with unrestricted internet access, a lot of garbage in the splatter genre is made by people who just want to be as edgy and disrespectful as physically possible. So then, what about this silly little clown? Does he fall into the category of depraved, uninspired slop for the average gore horror, or is he just a jolly little guy, hailing from a genuinely impressive and fun franchise? I'd like to get to the bottom of all of these accusations about this funny clown being misogynistic, exploitative, offensive, disgusting, disrespectful, etc., etc. Because Terrifier is such a unique case of splatter horror. Despite being as controversial and bloody as they are, the Terrifier films are merchandised to all hell, completely taking over stores like Spirit Halloween, Hot Topic, and Spencer's, as well as releasing several different popcorn buckets, Funko Pops, vomit bags, and costumes. Hell, the third film is, as I'm writing this, the #1 box office film in America, beating out massive budget films like Joker 2 and The Wild Robot. Fantastic movie, by the way. And so, I would like to ask the question, is Terrifier just a misunderstood work of art? See what I did there? Or just terrifyingly terrible? To understand why these movies are so controversial, we first have to understand the movies in the first place. I doubt that my audience is stuffed to the brim with Terrifier fans, except for that one person in my stream chat who asked me to make a Terrifier video. This one's for you. So before we can discuss all the controversy around the movie, I think we should quickly recap the origins and plot points of the Terrifier movies. I also know a lot of you may be interested in learning more about the films, but can't stomach actually watching them yourself, which is totally okay. I would never recommend watching these movies if you can't handle them. That being said, if you're at all squeamish to descriptions of gore, violence, and sexual themes, I would probably recommend clicking off this video. I obviously won't be going into intense detail, but I feel the disclaimer is necessary for all the thumb babies watching at home. Still here? Alrighty then, sit back, relax, start up your favorite video game or an art program. Yes, I still see you artists putting this on the background, I always do. What are you drawing me? Tell me what you're drawing, I demand to know, I always demand to know. And enjoy the bone-chilling story of Terrifier. I know that it's spooky season, but I have a feeling not everyone watching this is gonna want to dress up like a Sasquatch this year. If you believe that applies to you, well, you're in luck, because this video is sponsored by Manscaped. Manscaped just released their newest Perfect Package Ultra, this featuring their new Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra Electric Trimmer. Manscaped prioritizes the safety and comfort of their razors with its next-gen dual skin-safe blade heads, now accompanied by an upgraded trimmer blade and interchangeable foil blades for enhanced performance. The razor is designed to softly glide against your skin, leaving you with a smooth, irresistible finish that'll get even your toughest hairs. If you've used Manscaped products in the past, you'll appreciate that this serves as a tribute to the classics, coming with a rechargeable Li-Long battery, RPM technology for top-notch performance, a travel lock for seamless portability, USB-C charging, a comprehensive 3-level battery life indicator, and the best part, it's still waterproof. When you buy the Perfect Package 5.0 Ultra, it'll come with all the goodies you'll need to elevate your grooming needs, such as the Weed Whacker 2.0, ear and nose trimmer, and the Crop Soother plus Crop Preserver ball deodorant. A perfect 1-2 aftershave combo that'll leave you smelling delicate. And it doesn't stop there, as the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra also comes with 2 free gifts, the Boxers 2.0 and the Shed 2.0. And if you ask me, this thing beats carrying around your tools in a black garbage bag. Men and women in the audience are able to join the 11 million people worldwide who put their confidence in Manscaped for all things grooming and hygiene. Head over to manscaped.com and get your hands on the Performance Package 5.0 Ultra today. When you use my promo code Quinnaman, you'll get 20% off plus free international shipping and 2 free gifts. That's 20% off plus free shipping and 2 free gifts with promo code Quinnaman here at manscaped.com. Now they're telling me I haven't said balls enough in this segment, so fellas, and to anyone who it applies to, your balls will thank you. Thank you so much to Manscaped for sponsoring this video. The story of Terrifier really begins with the origin of the series' antagonist, Art the Clown. Art was first brought to life in 2008 in Damien Leone's short film The Ninth Circle, a twisted take on Dante's Inferno in which Art the Clown shows up to knock a woman in a train station unconscious and drag her to hell, or a hell-adjacent location, to be sacrificed to Satan. In this film, Art is one of many demonic forces at play, and he doesn't really appear for long, primarily acting as a side character. The character of Art, however, was easily the most memorable and enjoyable part of this short. Sorry, Satan pregnancy. And as such, Damien made him the main focus in his next appearance, being the 2011 short film Terrifier, not to be confused with the first Terrifier movie. The short was constantly being rejected by film festivals, so Damien decided to just epically post it on YouTube. I would show you the original YouTube page, but as I'm writing this, the Internet Archive is still down. You would not believe how much my life is impacted by the loss of that damn website. Anyways, this short was discovered by producer Jesse Baguette? Jesse, what does that say? Was it Baguette? Baguette? Like bread? I'm gonna some bread right now. This isn't like in the script. I genuinely just like fumbled how to pronounce Baguette. Who wanted to feature Terrifier in an anthology alongside other films from other filmmakers, but Damien, being the Chad type that he is, convinced Baguette to just let him direct all of the anthology in order to create a more cohesive story. This anthology would go on to become All Hallows Eve, released straight to DVD in 2013 by Image Entertainment. The film surrounded a babysitter discovering a VHS tape in some Halloween candy. VHS tape consisted of the actual shorts making up the anthology, these being an extended version of The Ninth Circle, a brand new short film about some fucking alien, and finishing off with 2011's Terrifier. All Hallows Eve sort of went off to become a series of its own, however, future installments don't really play a part in today's story, especially because, as far as I'm aware, they suck. Look at this AI-generated poster. That's awesome. What is important, however, is that Damien started work on what he wanted to make a full feature-length film starring Art the Clown, the film that would become known as the first Terrifier. Leone launched an Indiegogo campaign to fund the project with a goal of $35,000. However, the campaign did not reach its goal, and the project was looking to be done for. Kinda reminds me of the $0 Five Nights at Freddy's Kickstarter. Alright, yep. Here's your FNAF reference for the video. Go ahead and throw your money at me. Terrifier, however, would soon find its saving grace in the form of producer Phil Falcone. who funded the movie entirely in exchange for gaining special effects knowledge. And thus, with a $35,000 budget, the first Terrifier was born, first premiering at the Telluride Show Film Festival in 2016, and being given a limited theatrical and DVD release in 2018. This would become Art's first mainstream appearance. Before this movie, he was sort of just an underground indie darling, not known by very many people. So, Terrifier, the first movie released in 2016. How does it hold up? Is it any good? Well, I guess that depends on who you ask. The first Terrifier is typically where the claims of misogyny and distasteful exploitation stem from, alongside of course the original Terrifier short, which surrounds Art the Clown hunting down a costume designer only to capture her and carve some, choice words into her body that would only be used to describe someone like Leanne Cartman. This scene is undoubtedly the biggest piece of evidence we have to support these claims of misogyny, among many other scenes from Terrifier 2016. Right, let's get into that. The film Terrifier begins with a shot that I actually really enjoy. A staticky television screen showcasing an interview with the only survivor from a massacre that occurred the previous Halloween. The unnamed woman appears horribly disfigured from the events, and claims that she wished she was dead. We're then introduced to Art the Clown, who destroys this innocent television and gears up for his big film debut, putting on his makeup and his iconic outfit, as well as packing his big bag full of dangerous tricks and treats. This film immediately makes it known that this interpretation of Art the Clown is separate from the Art seen in shorts before, seeing as this Art starts off as, well, just some guy, while Art in the shorts appears to have supernatural abilities. This Art is also played by a different actor. The original Art the Clown was played by Mike Gianelli, a friend of Leona's with no acting credits aside from this version of Art the Clown. He eventually decided that acting just wasn't really for him, and as such, Art the Clown found a new actor in the form of David Howard Thornton, after an amazing audition for the character. Thornton would go on to play Art in future installments, and is easily the best part of this entire franchise. His acting brings the character of Art to life in a way that no one else could, and his heart and character is what makes these films enjoyable for anyone in the first place. Back to the film, the host of the television program, Monica, is talking over the phone about how ugly and scary the woman she was interviewing previously was, and, much like Murray, gets what she deserves, as her angry interviewee gouges her eyes out in the first kill of the film. We then cut to the oh-so-lovable and definitely very fleshed out and iconic main characters, Dumb Blonde Woman and Emo Woman, also known as Dawn Emerson and Tara Hayes. The two are returning home from an epic Halloween party, and Dawn is, get this, very drunk and very dumb, because, well, see, she's blonde and dumb. The girls spot Art clowning about, and he gives them a little smile before disappearing. Dawn and Tara then head to the iconic restaurant Pizza, Wines, and Liquor, and have a very well-written conversation that is definitely very good dialogue.
Oh,
Here we go.
that was the longest piss I've ever taken.
Oh, thank God, Art is here to save us. Art takes a seat and puts on his best funny faces. While Tara is rightfully creeped out, Dawn is, and get this, being a dumb blonde, and she's doing dumb blonde things.
Sorry.
Silly Dawn, she doesn't know any better. Art goes gambling and wins a ring before proposing to Tara, and then f***ing off to go to the bathroom. He gets kicked, however, for all over the place and smearing it on the walls, something he also does in the original Terrifier short. These movies are practically directed by Ice Spice. Art's feeling bitchy after this encounter, however, and slashes the girl's tires, leaving Tara to call her responsible sister Victoria to come pick them up. Back in the pizza place, however, Pizza Man 1 finds Pizza Man 2's decapitated head carved into a jack-o'-lantern, in what makes for Art's very first murder victim of the film. He adds another victim to his count by killing Pizza Man 1 with a whole bunch of stabs to the face. Meanwhile, Tara has to pee because everyone in these movies love peeing. She runs off to some random building with a guy out front who seems reluctant to let her into piss, but she convinces him anyway. Also, Art is in the car now, and blonde girl screams, cause he's being scary. Back in the giant murder building, Tara ventures off to find a suitable place to piss, a task that proves impossible. She does discover the local homeless woman, however, credited as the Cat Lady. And get this, the Cat Lady is crazy. Anywho, Tara gets scared by the scary clown, and the scary clown chases her and scares her a bunch, and the guy that let her in can't hear her because he's got AirPods in, so she gets epically snatched up and drugged with a needle, one of Art's favorite things to do. She wakes up tied to a chair while Art teases her like the little trickster he is. He's not gonna kill her though, don't worry. He's just gonna kill the other woman. He reveals his next masterpiece, a topless Dawn held upside down, and proceeds to take a hacksaw and saw her in half from the groin down to the head. Every Terrifier movie is known for having an infamous scene far more shocking and brutal than the others. A scene that typically causes word to spread about the film in the first place. This scene is that scene for the first movie, being what the first Terrifier is known for. It's shocking, it's violent, and it's also surprisingly unrealistic. The gore is still there, of course, and it's fantastic how it was done with a small budget and all practically, but it's just amusingly fake and over the top. Tara breaks free while Art admires his work, but he quickly follows and shoots her a bazillion times. He runs out of bullets, however, so he just walks to the other room and gets some more. Whew, I was getting worried there for a second. After a quick selfie with his latest victim, he returns just in time to shoot Tara a bazillion times in the face. While this is happening, however, the cat lady from before is watching and quickly runs out to get help from that one guy. I think his name is Mike. I looked it up and it looks like it's Mike, so we're gonna call him Mike. Anyway, yeah, she goes to get help from Mike, but he just thinks she's crazy because she's homeless. Oh yeah, I also forgot to mention that this cat lady has like this little baby doll thing, and she thinks it's real. So yeah, when she returns to her baby, it's missing from its cradle, but thankfully it's well taken care of by its new mama, Art the Clown. The cat lady shows Art a mother's love in hopes of reforming him, and it actually works. Wow, I always knew he was just a sweet little guy under all that clown makeup. We then cut to Victoria, who has arrived at the scary murder warehouse to pick up the girls. After calling Tara, she hears a ringtone coming from the basement, and after following it, discovers Dawn's halved corpse. But she doesn't have time to properly freak the f*** out, as she hears screaming, and runs to investigate under the impression of it being her sister. It isn't though, instead being the cat lady. Oh no, I thought Art was just a silly little guy. Why would he do this? The cat lady dies from blood loss after getting her scalp and breasts ripped off. The gore here is once again really unrealistic, but hey, who cares? Art the Clown has taken off wearing her parts and slays his way down the runway. I guess this is where the allegations of transphobia come from, but as a trans person, I don't really think that was what they were trying to say with this scene. I asked a bunch of my trans femme friends as well, who all agreed that it's unintentionally distasteful at worst. Regardless, he seems to be having some fun. He chases Vic around, but gets distracted when he finds another possible murder victim, as this guy shows up. I guess he's here to help Mike with his job. They're like exterminators. Art slowly decapitates him, and this is honestly one of the better kills in this movie. I appreciate how slow it is, as yeah, sawing someone's hat off would take some time. Back with Vic, she's desperately trying to escape while Art the Clown is simply clowning around. What a sweet little guy. Victoria isn't appreciating it, however, and runs off only to find her dead sister, whose corpse is strung up in a reference to the Terrifier short, referencing a scene in which Art the Clown is looking to hitchhike to the circus. While Vic stares in dismay at her sister's corpse, Art gets the upper hand on her and starts slashing wildly. Thankfully, the day is saved by Mike, who knocks Art out and takes Vic to safety. To this day, I don't know why this guy didn't just kill the goddamn clown. You are literally surrounded by murder weapons, but whatever. He runs off to make a call, seeing as his kids Ed and Molly haven't returned from school yet. But while the police are on their way, Mike attempts to get Vic to safety. And Art comes back because of course he f***ing does. You didn't even try to kill him. He curb stomps Mike's face with his big old clown shoe until it up and explodes, which is hilarious to him. Vic doesn't find it all that funny, however, as she stabs him in the face and runs away, barely escaping Art by trapping him behind a locked door. Locked doors aren't enough to stop this clown, however, because he has a truck. Where did he get that? Anyways, Art knocks Vic unconscious, listens to some tunes, and then gets out of the truck to start eating her face. Delicious! His jolly feast is interrupted, however, when he hears the sound of the police. Refusing to die by cop, Art shoots himself down. The victims, including Art, are taken to a coroner that looks, gosh, what does this look like? Ugh, hey Bulba Squirtle, help me out here.
This looks like Diddy's basement.
Oh yeah, you're right. Man, you're so funny. The coroner takes a gander at Art's body, who's still kicking despite his injuries. The power of determination, folks. Art rises from the dead and chokes this guy, and we cut to a year later, where it's revealed that Victoria, after surviving Art's massacre, is actually the woman we saw at the beginning of the interview. The movie then ends with, I don't know, whatever this is. It's pretty cool. And that's Terrifier, a surprisingly mediocre movie with little to no heart outside of its creatively awesome practical effects and really charming slasher. Despite mixed reviews, the film became somewhat of a cult hit within certain crowds, and in October of 2019, filming for the sequel would begin. The movie would end up being delayed as the big bad pandemic would rear its ugly head during the final days of shooting. Almost a year later, in September of 2020, filming would begin once again, and would wrap up in 2021. On August 29th, 2022, Terrifier 2 debuted at the Arrow Video Fright Fest in London, and released in nationwide US cinemas on October 6, 2022. Terrifier 2 is a substantially better film than its predecessor, introducing actual characters, an actual plot, and synthwave music. Hell yeah. Seriously, this film is better than the first Terrifier in every single way, and had a budget of $250 funded by an Indiegogo campaign, one that originally only asked for $50,000. There really is no way to explain why this movie is bigger and better than the first, other than to get into the flesh and blood of the film itself. Terrifier 2 begins as a direct continuation from the first, showing Art the Clown literally killing the coroner with hammers. It's an amazing first kill, showcasing Art's brutality in full, as well as what Leone is capable of with a big boy budget now. Art gets pretty dirty from this bloody mess, however, and decides to stop by the dry cleaners, where he strips completely naked and laughs at some hilarities in the paper. It's in this scene where we're introduced to the Little Pale Girl, a demonic little girl version of Art. She's just like him in every way, but she's just 10. Listens to too much Ice Spice apparently too, as in her first appearance she shits on the floor. Good job. This character is definitely a confusing one, with her purpose not really explained well until the third movie. We'll get to dissecting the lore eventually, bear with me. The Little Pale Girl and Art quickly become best friends, playing some patty cake while a sleepy bystander watches. It's through his eyes that we quickly discover Art's new BFF isn't exactly real. He seems happy though. Don't reality check him. Before Art leaves the dry cleaners, he makes sure to kill this bystander, as he was a little too judgmental for his tastes. We then get our title card. A year later, we get ready for yet another horrifying Halloween, and are introduced to Terrifier's first actual character other than Art, this character being Sienna Shaw, the franchise's new main character and probably one of the most badass final girls ever. Played by the absurdly talented Lauren Lavera, the first major role for the actress. We see Sienna preparing her badass Halloween costume, an angel warrior of sorts drawn by her father. We soon learn through a heated conversation during a family dinner that Sienna's dad has kicked the bucket, something that has left his wife Barbara and their two children, Sienna and her brother Jonathan, slightly traumatized, each in different ways. Jonathan reveals that he wants to dress as the Miles County Clown, who has become somewhat of a true crime serial killer legend since his Halloween massacre last year. Sienna explains that this is severely disrespectful, but this kid isn't having it. Barbara tells Sienna that all kids go through a phase like this, and that she shouldn't worry too much. As Jonathan researches some Art lore, we as an audience are introduced to how Art impacts the world around him. Although a serial killer, he's really more of an urban legend. This is a theme that remains consistent throughout the series, especially as Art becomes more and more mysterious of an entity. That night, Sienna drifts to sleep while a commercial for a clown-themed cafe plays on her television. The jingle is as catchy as it is disturbing, and Sienna ends up having a nightmare in which she is acting in a commercial for the Clown Cafe. This scene is fantastic, and while it definitely drags a bit, similarly to most scenes in this movie, it's still very fun to watch. This Clown Cafe singer is played by YouTuber and cosplayer Leah Voicing, who you may know as a random therapist in Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach. The more you know. Clown Cafe Girl then formally announces the arrival of a very special guest, this being none other than Art the Clown. Art doubles around a bit and gives out high fives and presents to all the children? Adults? Adult children? I don't know. But while everyone is cheering and laughing with delight, Sienna is freaked the fuck out. The other adult children are gifted lollies and delicacies galore, while Sienna is gifted a human heart. Gross. While Sienna starts to freak out, Art gives everyone in the cafe a gift of lead and pulls a gun on the entire audience, blasting them into the afterlife before lighting our banjo performer on fire and dancing merrily. And hey, much like everything else in this movie, this entire scene is done practically, and the behind the scenes are a delight to watch. That's a real gun with some not so real ammo, and people are really set on fire. Don't worry though, no one was hurt. Sienna becomes noticeably uncomfortable and attempts to escape as even more people die from blood loss or being set on fire again. She desperately reaches for some delicious Art Krispies, and it seems the kids' breakfast wasn't so balanced. After multiple attempts, Sienna finally finds the toy at the bottom of her cereal box, this toy being a Holy Family heirloom, a sword of which she uses to deflect Art's flamethrower. Sienna is awoken, however, as her dresser catches fire, and by extension, the wings to her Halloween costume. Her mother is able to put out the fire, but Sienna is unable to put out her rage. Barbara spends a while yelling, but Sienna insists she didn't leave any candles lit or anything of the sort. She does discover, however, that this sword really is fireproof, as it's the only surviving item atop the dresser. Back with Art and the Little Pale Girl, the dynamic duo catches up on some critically acclaimed flame television. You know Art though, he really doesn't like those things. How does he have the money to replace these TVs? Meanwhile at school, Jonathan is having a tough time, seeing as all of his classmates see him for the little freak he is. They show him a dead possum, something the principal is not happy about, and my boy J-Man gets blamed for the whole ordeal. His possum problems are far from over, however, as he discovers Art and his BFF playing around with a dead possum. The pair decide to let Jonathan in on their game of gouge out the possum, but he's not as cool as they thought he was and runs off, leaving blood all over his shirt. He runs into a teacher who puts one bloody kid and another dead possum together, and our boy Jonathan gets in some trouble. We're then introduced to Sienna's friends, Allie and Brooke, and Brooke starts info dumping about Monica Brown, the interviewer from the first movie. Turns out she's not dead, just in critical condition, and Brooke starts describing in detail how Victoria mutilated her face. Sienna doesn't appreciate the gory details, however, and starts having a realistic depiction of a panic attack, the first of many for our girl Sienna Shaw. Seeing as her wings are kinda sorta burnt to a crisp, Sienna has to hit the nearest Spirit Halloween to stock up on Terrifier merchandise, and comes face to face with the Art the Clown animatronic. Oh shit, never mind, he's real. This scene is another example of Art's amazing addition to these movies. Not only is he iconic and hilarious, but he's also pretty damn creepy, just staring and smiling. Sienna is off put and walks off to go pay for her wings. Disaster strikes, however, because the store doesn't take Apple Pay. Don't worry, this one's on Art. Despite his assistance, Sienna is still pretty mean to him when he starts goofing around, and gets pretty peeved when he starts showing off his lovely little clown horn. Why is everyone so mean to this guy? Speaking of, this employee loses his patience when Art tries to purchase the horn he loves oh so dearly. Guess Art's pretty impatient too, as he smashes his face in with a bottle and cleaves his face like no tomorrow. Another stellar kill, especially in the eye department. Ugh, it's still moving. When Sienna returns home, she finds Jonathan peeking through her father's sketchbook. Turns out he was a big Terrifier fan, as he loved to doodle scenes from the first movie as well as our killer clown himself. Strange. This is never explained, by the way, so, hey, let me know your Terrifier theories in the comments below. I know I've got a bunch in my big black bag myself. Looking through this book, we also learn that our clown girl may have at some point been a normal girl, as we see a newspaper clipping detailing the death of a 10-year-old Emily Crane, whose body was found at the local carnival. It's pretty implied that Art was behind this, which is pretty important to some lore we'll discuss later on. Looks like Barbara isn't as stoked about Terrifier lore as I am, though. Meanwhile, with Sienna's friend Allie, she's handing out candy while she waits to go to an awesome Halloween party with the gang. Guess someone's never heard of Halloween Spirit, however, as when Art the Clown shows up asking for some treats, she tells him to fuck off because he is too old. Eventually, after bullying him for a while, she shoves him some candy in the hopes that maybe he'll go away. And he does, for a little while at least, but he soon returns, seeing as a certain someone needs to get what they deserve. Art breaks in and helps himself to some 3 a.m. water. After he's properly hydrated, Allie discovers her intruder, and he is definitely still pissed about earlier. He chases her right into her bedroom and delivers this movie's most infamous kill, known to fans as the bedroom scene. He starts this kill by slashing open her eye before cutting off her scalp with scissors, stabbing her back, ripping off an arm and splitting the other in half, and then leaving her to bleed out on the floor. But he's not done yet. My boy found himself some bleach and salt and starts making himself a very Merry Christmas dinner. He looks like he's having fun. Good for him. Somehow, by some sick and twisted miracle, Allie is still alive when her mother returns home, and walks in to find her daughter's mangled body and its dying breaths. This scene, as horrible as it is to watch for a lot of people, is an amazing feat behind the scenes. It's super cool to see how creative they would get for some of these shots, and this final shot of Allie's body is actually an animatronic, with her eye added on digitally in post-production. One of the only effects that isn't practical. If you're ever super traumatized by these movies, I would always recommend giving them behind the scenes a watch. Allie looks pretty happy to be here. Art the Clown decides to right Allie's wrongs by handing out candy to the local kids. Don't mind the fact that he's serving it out of Allie's mother's severed head. It's the thought that counts, okay? He's still trying his best to be sweet, goddammit. Art then proceeds to break into the Nutkiss residence and violently saw Cody's head off. This was honestly a very controversial move on Leone's part, seeing as he had never shown an on-screen death of a child before, or whatever the fuck Cody is now. I remember him being like 8. Audiences actually began to boycott the movie because of how disturbing this particular scene was. Regardless, after killing Cody, Art takes off his mother's head as well. However, her husband, Tyrone, doesn't have much of a reaction at all, which causes Art to feel confused and disappointed. Back with Sienna, we get the grand reveal of her costume. And goddamn, girl, you are killing it! This costume is as badass as it is inconvenient, as it seemed to give costume designer Olga Turka a run for her money. But hey, she killed it hard enough to come back as a costume designer for Terrifier 3. Hell yeah. Meanwhile, Jonathan tries to info dump to his mother about his new dead dad clown hyperfixation, but Barbara has Terrifier fans on her DNI, and in a rage blocks him on Twitter while also destroying his dad's art book. Enraged by the conversation, Jonathan runs off and starts vague tweeting her on his pride. Meanwhile, Sienna is trying her hardest to have the time of her life at a kick-ass Halloween party. She gets worried when Allie doesn't respond to any of her texts though, but Brooke soothes her nerves by buying her a drink. Despite Sienna making it pretty abundant, she doesn't like the stuff all that much. Regardless, she ends up having a fun time, but as the party goes on, she gets noticeably more irritable. Turns out Brooke slipped something in her drink in the hopes of relaxing her, something which pisses off Sienna, although in her drugged out state she has a pretty hard time conveying it. Barbara, however, is not having fun at all, as she discovers her car egged and TP'd and pumpkined too, for good measure. She calls Sienna and starts yelling for a multitude of reasons. Before Sienna hangs up, however, she tells her mom that she loves her, and that she doesn't say it enough.
You and your brother both, I have had it.
I love you.
Yeah.
Subtle foreshadowing, folks. Barbara starts cleaning up the car, but it turns out she's not alone, as sitting in the driver's seat is everyone's favorite clown, who swiftly shoots her face off through the glass. A scene that had my editor and friends laughing out loud when we watched this movie together. Fun times. While Sienna's dancing to legally distinct Blue Monday by New Order, she starts hallucinating the pale girl and freaks out, screaming and crying. Probably why it isn't a good idea to drug your best friend at a party. Jonathan's calmed down enough to return home and quickly discovers that dinner's ready. What's on the menu? Mashed potatoes with a side of mother, of course. And here's the chef now, Art himself, donning an adorable apron. You want to eat those potatoes, Barbara? No? Too bad. Art chases a horrified Jonathan into Sienna's room, and while he tries his hardest to acquire Sienna's sword, Art successfully drugs and kidnaps him, and makes sure to nab this sword while he's at it. Meanwhile, Brooke and her boyfriend are driving Sienna home, and Brooke is not happy about Sienna's little freakout. Come on, man, I only non-consensually drugged you. You know, as friends do. The pale girl gives Sienna a call and puts on her best Jonathan impression. It's convincing enough for Sienna to believe, and she convinces her to go to an old carnival to pick Jonathan up. It's really fun to see Art and the little pale girl bonding with murderous intent, even if I'm pretty sure Art isn't licensed to drive. Our crew approaches the carnival, and Jonathan tells Sienna that he's in the Terrifier. Like the name of the movie! And dude, this is such a cool set. It's like the warehouse from the first film, but actually cool. The interior of the Terrifier was filmed at the Fright Factory in Philadelphia, and from photos online, a lot of the areas in the real-life Fright Factory weren't changed very much for filming. So hey, if you're in the area, stop on by for the real Terrifier experience. While Sienna starts exploring looking for her brother, and while Jonathan awakens to be greeted by the pale girl making some funny faces, Art shows up to brutally rip off Brooke's boyfriend's dick, and prepares to kill Brooke herself when she starts fighting back. While she runs and screams in terror, Art calmly walks through the carnival with his big bag of murder weapons. As much as I love watching this guy run around hilariously, he's genuinely a threatening force when he just slowly approaches. Brooke makes her way through the Terrifier in a desperate attempt to hide from Art, and she trips her way into a bloody room with Art's signature on the wall. Brooke acquires a wooden plank and attempts to fight back, but a wooden plank is no match for literal acid. After her face is thoroughly boiled up, Art finishes the job by clubbing her leg off and ripping her heart out. Delicious. Sienna encounters Brooke's corpse alongside everyone's favorite murder clown. Jonathan also joins the party, and Sienna stabs Art and tells him to get the hell out of there. Despite her efforts, Art absolutely slams Sienna around, eventually shoving her into the mirror and kicking her mercilessly. You know shit's serious when he's no longer smiling. He doesn't have time to finish the job, however, as Art's gotta go Jonathan hunting. Upon catching his prey, Art slashes at his face until Sister Sienna shows up to save the day. She shoves a club in his head, and the siblings run off again, only to be caught again and slashed at again with a whip. Jonathan shoots Art with a gun while Sienna is unconscious, and then Art gets the upper hand on Jonathan again. I don't know. Most of this final act is just back and forth and back and forth. Anyhow, Sienna gets shoved down into some kind of hellish basement, and Art stabs her in the stomach with the Shaw family sword. She then appears in a cage full of water and is tormented by the clown cafe yet again. Jonathan was also knocked out again at some point because Art just really refuses to kill these kids. When he wakes up, Art's munching on his hand, I guess. Jonathan's screaming awakens some holy powers within the Shaw family sword, and the sword magically heals Sienna, bringing her back just in time to beat the shit out of Art while he's munching on Jonathan's ankle. We then finally get to see Sienna fulfill her destiny by fucking up this murder clown with her magical sword. She cuts his head clean off, a head that the little pale girl makes off with. The credits roll as Sienna and Jonathan hold each other close within the Terrifier, forever cementing their trauma bond. Midway through the credits, however, we get a scene taking place in the Miles County Psychiatric Hospital. We see two employees, one played by Chris Jericho and another, yet again, played by Leah Boyce. Within the hospital, we see Victoria Hayes, who seems to be, losing it a bit, but God almighty if she isn't attractive. I don't care what my editor says, she is such a bad bitch though. Victoria gives a very bloody birth to Art the Clown's head? I'll let it slide, I've seen older. I still want her. And thus ends Terrifier 2. I definitely think this movie could have benefited greatly from a few more editors. As much as I love so many of these scenes, some of them drag on for a bit too long. Especially the final encounter with Sienna, Jonathan, and Art. But man, if this isn't a massive improvement from the first. Not only do we get actual characters, but the actual characters that we do get are amazing. I could go without the background characters, sure, but they make memorable enough additions that you actually somewhat care about them when they meet their untimely demise. Sienna and Jonathan are some of my favorite horror movie characters ever. Their dynamic is adorable, and we definitely get to see it shine more in the third film. Sienna herself is a final girl icon we've been needing. Not only is she badass as a character, but Lauren Lavera is badass as an actor, trained in the martial arts, as demonstrated by this reel on YouTube with very dramatic music playing in the background. She is the perfect actor for a character created to rival evil itself. Jonathan, played by Elliot Fullman, is just as lovable as he is infuriating in this thing. We watch him go from a true crime-obsessed idolizer to someone directly impacted and traumatized by the real-life person he treated like an urban legend. Elliot Fullman always wanted to act in a horror movie, so it's really sweet to see him achieve his dreams, especially seeing as he's another amazing actor in this project. I really want to get into the meat of these movies outside just summarizing them, but we've still got one more movie left to recap, the third and most recent in the series. I promise I'll try to make this quick. Also, a spoiler warning, of course, if you haven't seen Terrifier 3 yet. If you can stomach it, I would highly recommend going to see this thing in theaters, if it's still out by the time this video comes out. It is an experience, and I had so much fun during my showing, especially with other people in the theater. At one point, an employee walked into the theater to kick out two kids like a solid 15 minutes into the movie. There was also a guy sitting next to me who not only randomly blurted ho 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 after a kill, but also just f***ed off to be on his phone for a whole uninterrupted minute during the beginning scene to do literally nothing. He wasn't responding to texts or scrolling through social media, he was literally just doing nothing. Anyways, Terrifier 3 begins with a shot of a lovely home dressed for the holidays. That's right, it's a Christmas movie! We see a family resting, awoken by their daughter who's bitching about Santa being on the roof. But it's not Christmas just yet, so her mom tucks her back into bed and tells her it's probably just one of Santa's elves checking up on things. This little girl begs for her to leave milk and cookies out for the elf, and her mother simply obliges. While she's down there, she hears some strange noises and realizes the door hadn't been locked. She locks it and comfortably drifts back off to sleep. This f***ass little girl wakes up again because she swears she hears Santa. When she walks out of her room, someone's in the house. It must be Santa. She wakes up her brother Timmy, but he's not having it and tells her to fuck off. So she goes downstairs again to see Santa leaving presents under the tree. But this jolly fellow is actually a jolly clown, and he pulls out a jolly axe. Uh-oh. Santa Art walks upstairs to little Timmy's room, and we get the very first kill of the movie, being completely off screen. Just a few bloody squelches, really showcasing how gross this movie's sound design is. Art then makes his way up to the bedroom and kills the woman's husband while he's sleeping right next to her. But she doesn't hear a thing. Damn, girl, she's sleepy as f***. I can't even blame her, it takes quite a bit of noise for me to wake up, and Art is certainly being one sneaky snitch. She doesn't snooze too long, however, as her husband's dying breaths awaken her, and she screams and frantically runs out to warn her family. She discovers the mangled remains of little Timmy and runs as fast as she can, but Art is faster. He slashes open her stomach, hacks off her arm, and takes an axe to her head. This killing makes him hungry, however, so Art goes off to eat his victory feast of milk and cookies, making sure to wash his plate afterwards. A true gentleman. He hears a sound coming from a closed cupboard and opens it to reveal the little girl. But don't worry, he doesn't kill her. Most likely. He just smiles and waves before we get our title card and cut to 5 years in the past. We then cut to some police officer, most of these characters probably have names, but I'm too lazy to remember any of them, investigating the Terrifier from the previous movie. He finds Art the Clown's headless body and reports his findings when Art's body springs to life and kills him with his bare hands. Art then takes to the subway, disguising himself as a totally normal human being by using the officer's severed head as his own. Whoa, is that f***ing blackface, dude? Back with my girl Victoria, the other guard at the mental institution hears some screams before calling for help and walking into her cell to see Art's head and Victoria absolutely devouring the woman that checked on Vic last movie. Victoria cries out for help, explaining that Art made her do it before the life leaves her eyes. Pretty safe to assume that our girl is possessed now. Art's headless body shows up and waves friendlily to the guard before he and Vicky tag team ripping his face off. Art, recently reunited with his head, somehow. No, they don't explain how it just goes back on. And Vicky, recently reunited with demonic possession, take to the subway where they find someone dressed as the Miles County Clown. He charmingly honks a horn at them and compliments their cosplays. It's safe to assume that this guy dies, as in the next shot, Art is donning a brand new suit and Vicky a clown horn. A clown horn that she has taken a fond, quick liking to. She's also taken a quick liking to some rats. God, she's so cute. I love you, Vicky. The pair hide out in this murder house for a while, and Vicky decides to have some private bath time. She completely slices open her arm, either just for the fun of it or to take the last bit of life out of her new fleshy vessel. Regardless, we cut to present day, and look, Sienna's old now. She spent the last 5 years in a psych ward, but now she's gone to live with her auntie Jessica, Jessica's husband Greg, and a smaller Sienna named Gabby. Meanwhile, these two exterminators, or whatever the fuck they are, come to do some home renovation on Art and Vicky's lovely vacation home. White people renovating houses! Back with Sienna and little Sienna, Sienna has a flashback to when she was a baby Sienna, talking to Sienna Dad. Man, Sienna Dad is so cool. I hope nothing bad happens to that guy. Back in the present, little Sienna steals Big Sienna's diary and starts rambling about some clown cafe, but Sienna is not having it and nabs the thing. At the house with the exterminator guys, the two split up and look around. One of them discovers a less than live-looking Victoria Hayes covered with grime, and the other discovers a perfectly still Art the Clown chilling in his rocking chair. Both men get jump scared as their respective spooky slashers burst to life at the same time. Now you're alive, now you're not. This scene is easily one of the bigger, more talked about moments of the film. While Terrifier 1 and 2 each have their own respective most crazy scene, Terrifier 3 goes above and beyond with multiple. I see 3 scenes in particular talked about the most, and this one is the first of those 3. As, yeah, the kills are decently brutal, I guess. Art eats this guy's finger in box cutters, his scalp right in half before ripping his face in 2, and it's pretty gnarly, but while this is happening, Vicky literally uses her rose toy, or glass toy, and bloodily winks it while watching. I don't get it, but hey, sex positivity. Plus, I have a crush on her, so it's okay. Sienna and her family have a delicious Chinese feast, but Sienna has a hard time enjoying her meal when she starts hallucinating Brooke. She's nice, don't worry. She just wants some goddamn rice. Sienna hates to share though, I guess, as she storms off without passing the rice. Rude. Anyways, we get to meet the new and improved Jonathan, who's all grown up and in college now. Yippee! His college roommate Cole has a shiny new girlfriend named Mia, who's about as insensitive as any true crime girly can be. When we're first introduced to these characters as well, you'll notice a little song playing in the background. This is a work of art by Ice 9 Kills. A very good song, and the music video is good. It's got Art the Clown in it. It is good. You should check it out. Oh my god, I'm so sick right now. Mia is obsessed with the Miles County Clown case and asks Jonathan rather disrespectfully to join her true crime podcast. He doesn't give an answer, however, because Sienna rings his phone and the two talk about how they look forward to seeing each other for Christmas. We now return to Casa de Art, where my boy is cooking up some delicious liquid nitrogen in his meth lab and tests his brand new toy on her rat. Aw, Art's so happy to have a new plaything. In light of his newfound joy, Art goes out to get into the holiday spirit. He runs into his biggest idol sitting in a bar and rushes in to say hi. Oh, he's so excited. Let's just ignore the bloodstains and massive black bag. This guy's chill. What's in his bag? A jolly clown horn, that's what. Santa tells him to put it away though. Not a good idea. Before we can see any action, however, Sienna and Auntie Sienna, or Jessica, have a heart-to-heart trauma dumping session. I don't give a fuck though! Send in the clown! Oh, there he is. Santa's being jolly with his jolly new clown friend, but Santa's friend here isn't feeling the Christmas Christmas spirit. Art, or as his ID says, Maurice Jackson, is treated to a drink, but he doesn't like it and spits on that thing. Not sure why everyone gets so mad at him though. Alcohol is pretty nasty. He then devilishly pees on Santa while this guy is still being very mean to Art the Clown. Don't do that. You do know what you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like trash, right? Art makes off with Santa's friends and steals the big man's outfit. And might I say, he looks quite dashing. Art is so excited to play with his new nitrogen toy, he freezes Santa before smashing him like a vase and ripping his beard off, because he can't be Santa without a beard. This is one of this movie's best examples of how creative it gets with its kills and budget. The way Santa's eye still moves after half his face is shattered straight off is sickeningly good. We cut back home to Jessica and Greg. Jessica explains that Sienna and Gabby are going Christmas shopping the next day, and Greg isn't really sure it's a good idea with how clearly traumatized Sienna is. Jessica says it's fine though, and that she's never going to recover if she isn't given the space to do so. While Sienna's at the mall, however, she unsurprisingly starts having auditory hallucinations, and I love this scene. The mall intercom starts playing the Clown Cafe song as we hear laughter and screams, and eventually Sienna is face to face with a scary looking Santa. She's pretty certain the Santa is actually Art, and calls Jonathan again in a frenzy, interrupting his very loud podcast viewing session. On the podcast, Mia and some other bitch are discussing the Miles County clown case once again, and this other bitch explains that she thinks Sienna is guilty of the murders. Too bad this random bitch doesn't get killed, that would have been deserved. Anyways, Sienna and Jonathan meet for lunch when they're interrupted by Cole and, unfortunately, Mia, who starts drilling Sienna for information about the clown. She snaps, however, reasonably so, and runs off. Jonathan confronts her to ask what's wrong, and Sienna explains that she saw Art the Clown dressed as Santa Claus. Jonathan doesn't really believe her, trying his hardest to move forward while Sienna is stuck in the past. He starts to walk away, but Sienna stops him by reciting one of the letters he sent her while she was in the psych ward. Jonathan explained to her in this letter that they actually had to destroy the little pale girl before it's too late, because she's, well, a demon. According to Jonathan, sometimes demons try to enter our world, but they can't do it alone. They have to choose a vessel. Someone recently deceased who functions as a bridge between worlds. But not just anyone. Someone sinister, depraved, the worst kind of evil, like a serial killer. If a demon enters this world in the flesh, a counterpart must be appointed to stop it from becoming too powerful. It's you, Sienna. As long as you're alive and vulnerable and they know it. Damn, Jonathan, how the hell did you figure all that out? Intuition? Sienna realizes that whatever demon has entered their world now is using Victoria Hayes as a vessel. Once again, she is such a bad bitch though. I'd f the shit out of that demon. Sienna explains in an epic movie trailer quote that she needs to go back to the Terrifier to retrieve her holy sword. Back at the mall, the previous mall Santa's gone on break, causing a vacancy in the position that Art is happy to fill. What a nice guy. He starts handing out presents to all the children of the world, but he seems to be scaring some of the kids and parents. He soon gets kicked out, seeing as he's not the real Santa, but as he's being ushered out, some kid's present explodes, and the damage kills 5 people, later confirmed in a news report. Hey, just be grateful you kids got free shit. I want a possum plush. A nice detail which I really appreciate is the fact that Art directly got these toys from the family house he raided at the beginning of the film. We see a lot of the same toys he has in here in establishing shots in the house. Also, hey, I know there's an active fire and stuff, but is no one even going to try to apprehend the Santa terrorist? No? Alright then. Jonathan starts crashing out after Sienna's meltdown and ends up destroying his dorm room before tucking in for some EP time. Sienna returned to the Terrifier off screen, which is a bit sad because I would have loved to see it again, but hey, I won't complain too much. During this trip, she retrieved the sword, which she brings home wrapped up in a present. She gets jump scared by Gabs before jump scaring her right back. And hey, it's party time. Santa Art pulls up to the party with a killer Christmas cover playing in the background, fittingly titled God Rest Ye Scary Gentlemen. And let me just say, I love this scene so much. It's literally just like 2 shots, but there's something so addicting about watching Art pull up in his van and prancing about before opening the door for some college kids. David Howard Thornton, you will never fail to deliver. Jessica and Sienna are making cookies when Gabby comments about Sienna's distaste for cereal. Sienna quickly starts suspecting and asks her to go upstairs and play board games with her. She questions how she knew she didn't like cereal, seeing as she's never directly told her that fun fact, and Gabs reveals that she read her entire diary. Sienna is definitely mad, but she can't stay too mad at her cousin and explains that she's just very sick and sometimes sees and hears things that aren't really there. Gabby promises not to tell anyone about what she read, and the two get some bonding time in with Pictionary. Back at the party, Cole is checking up on Jonathan, seeing as he hasn't arrived at the party. Mia pouts about how mean Sienna was to her and starts info dumping about her Art the Clown hyperfixation, talking about how badly she'd like to look at that kind of evil in the eye, just to see if it even had a soul. She doesn't want to him though, much to Art's dismay, who's been eavesdropping nearby. Cole tries to tell Mia that despite her interest in Art, she was still being a bitch, but she seduces him into forgiving her, and the two off to the showers to go have sex. Not a good idea. Never have sex in a horror movie. Before we get to see the outcome of that, however, Greg's watching the news, and Sienna learns about the bombing at the mall. Immediately she knows it's Art and demands that Greg go pick up Jonathan, as their family isn't safe. Her family thinks she's just being paranoid, but either way, she calls Jonathan, who agrees to let Greg retrieve him. Jessica gives Sienna some medication so she can hopefully go to bed in peace. Back in the shower, we get our second kill out of the big three. Before his big moment, Art makes sure to take a very loud and very long piss. But hey, I'm proud of him. This is the first time in the whole series he's gone to the bathroom correctly. The clown has successfully been potty trained. While Mia and Cole are showering, Art breaks through the glass and creates some chainsaw carnage, starting by slashing into Cole's wrists, hand, and ankle, causing his leg to split in half as he attempts to run off. He then turns to Mia, who very well could have just ran that entire time, and cuts into her breasts and lower body before slashing her entire body and arms wildly, even exposing her skull. It's pretty gnarly. Before she can die, Art makes sure to take his glasses off and let her stare into his eyes. Be careful what you wish for. He then turns back to Cole and gives him a chainsaw right up the ass before flipping him over and ripping him open, starting right from the balls. This is easily the goriest this franchise has ever been, and it's so cool to see the prosthetics and such for this specific scene. Looks like our boy Cole was seeing double. Ha ha ha. If this scene really scared you, don't worry one bit. In the real world, Art is best friends with these guys. He's just a sweet little clown. Art takes the time to make some blood angels in his carnage while an original Christmas song is sung. It's a Terrifier Christmas, folks. Back at the house, we get to see a flashback with Sienna and her dad again, and we see him showing her his newly created character, an angel warrior with a sword capable of taking down any bad guy, no matter what. We get a glimpse of hell in the flashback, further cementing this movie's religious themes as well as its ties to the Ninth Circle, Art the Clown's first short film. Sienna awakens from her nightmare and makes her way downstairs, seeing as Jessica and Greg are talking shit about her. However, it's not actually Jessica and Greg, it's Art and my wife! I mean, it's Art and Vicky. Looks like they've been making themselves at home, as Greg is crucified on the wall, cut open from his stomach. Sienna runs off, but in the end is overpowered by Art, who knocks her out and ties her up across Auntie Jessica, both of them unable to speak. Vicky just can't wait for Christmas Day and opens up a bunch of presents underneath the tree. Hey, those aren't for you. Oh shucks, you can have them anyway. How can I say no to a face like that? Art gets really into the Christmas spirit and strings Greg's intestines all around the Christmas tree, alongside his head at the very top, a display that he's very proud of. Look, Sienna, look! Vicky rips off Jessica's duct tape and she immediately asks where her daughter is. Vicky reveals a skull and a whole bunch of rats, claiming it to be Gabby. Jessica doesn't appreciate her gift, however, and Hawk Tua's right on my wife's face. Not cool, Jessica. We're about to get into the final kill out of the big three, so I might as well lighten the mood with some fun trivia. Every time David Howard Thornton walked past Lauren Lavera in the scene, he was instructed to hit her in the head, making for some really good and much needed physical comedy. Art's comedic nature is a very refreshing break from all the pain and violence and blood and gore and misery, but nothing lasts forever, as it's time to say goodbye to Auntie Jessica, who dies via rat. Art hammers in a tube into her throat and forces some rats inside of her. Those rats gotta come out somehow though, so Jessica's throat is slit open to allow Lemmywinks and friends a grand escape. Well, Art kinda just steps on them all anyways, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Once again, no animals were harmed, you can't even see the little guys. Lauren's performance here is fantastic. She manages to encapture a sense of hopelessness through body language alone, as Sienna simply looks away with a disgusted groan at Jessica's death. Vicky removes the tape on her mouth so she can hear her cry while she emotionally berates her, claiming that she's no savior, and puts a crown of thorns upon her head while talking about her evil plan to take over Sienna's body. She confesses to Sienna that Gabby isn't really dead, as Art brings the girl out to gaze upon her dead mom. It's then revealed by Art putting glasses on the skull that this skull actually belongs to Jonathan. We think, at at least. They could be lying again, but we won't really be sure until the next movie. The demon tries its hardest to possess Sienna, but her soul is too pure and her willpower too strong. Vicky supposes she needs to take away the only thing that Sienna has left, being Gabby, but before she can die, she tells Sienna she is sorry that she never got to see her present. Vicky doesn't find this very fair, however. Sienna should at least get to open her present before she watches her cousin die.
You rap with yourself.
Well, that was uncalled for. They free Sienna's hand so she can open her present, but they also severely mangle them in the process, so the sentiment is kind of lost on that one. Come on, Sienna, what's in the box? Oh hell yeah, it's the holy sword! The sword heals her wounds and slashes open Art's throat before Sienna shoves it into Vicky's chest and chops off her head. Can I keep the head? And also the body. It gets lonely at night. Sienna isn't done yet, as she must fulfill her destiny as a member of a clown hunting Facebook group. She parries Art's chainsaw and has an epic showdown with him, an amazingly shot battle between good and evil. We love to see it. Gabby helps out too. A little, kinda. Art has the upper hand and is about to chainsaw Sienna straight to heaven when she twists his balls in a desperate attempt at survival. God damn, that looked like it hurt. Art then clapped back by literally shoving her face into her dead uncle's guts. Gross. She stabs Art in the chest and is about to kill him once and for all when Vicky's demon blood starts melting through the floor and literally opens an entrance to hell. What the fuck? Sienna doesn't have time to properly finish Art off as she rushes to save her cousin, holding out her sword to grab onto. Predictably so, however, both Gabby and the sword fall right into hell. You've got me thinking sequel here. While all this was going on, Art was able to flee into the night, and the movie ends with Art taking the bus to safety while a woman reads a book simply titled The Ninth Circle. Well, I think I know where we're going next. And thus ends the Terrifier franchise so far. Terrifier 4 has already been confirmed, and I personally cannot wait to see what's in store. Despite holding the opinion that the first Terrifier is complete dog shit, I genuinely love this franchise. Sienna Shaw is probably my favorite final girl alongside Sydney Prescott, and Art the Clown is undoubtedly the best horror icon of my generation. I couldn't make a Terrifier video without letting on one of the only people who have allowed me to ramble on and on about this dumb franchise, so here to talk about all things Terrifier 3 before I get on to this franchise's controversies is fellow YouTuber and best friend of mine, Kip Ashley. Take it away, Kipper.
Well, hello everybody, it's yours truly, Kip Ashley, and before I continue with all the stuff I want to talk about, I just want to say it is truly an honor for Quinn to have me on tonight to talk about one of my favorite horror films of all time, and definitely my favorite slasher film. Speaking of which, let's start on with my overall thoughts on Terrifier 3, shall we? If you already couldn't tell, I absolutely love this film and everything it brings to the table. Although it obviously does have its faults in some places, I'll first briefly touch on what makes this movie so amazing in my opinion. First and foremost, David Howard Thornton's performance as Art the Clown is just absolutely phenomenal. And the way I see it, he is one of the main reasons why this franchise has been able to evolve so quickly, because myself and millions of other people just can't get enough of how he acts throughout these three films. His silly and cheerful attitude expressed through mime-like actions while also being an insanely brutal maniac is just such an awesome concept for a horror movie serial killer, and it allows for there to be a lot more comedic relief than you expect within these films, even when he's killing people in the most horrifying ways possible. Speaking of people, another thing that I don't see a lot of haters talk about when it comes to this film is how likable so many of the characters are. A huge part of the appeal when it comes to slasher movies is to see how the characters are going to be taken out one by one, and that stems from the fact that most of the time, they're just insanely stupid or huge assholes. I'm looking at you, Friday the 13th. Not only does this personally break a lot of the immersion for me and my ability to be attached to these characters, but a lot of the time I'll be cheering for their inevitable death because they just fucking suck. Both Terrifier 3, that is the exact opposite of how I felt. Essentially, all the main characters are grounded in reality, but not so much to the point they're just boring or awkward to watch. The most prominent example of this would be when you're first introduced to Jonathan's roommate, Cole. You'd think he'd be the jock asshole type, but no, he's actually a nice dude and really considerate when it comes to interacting with Jonathan. Too bad he still got a chainsaw up the ass though, but I hope you get what I'm talking about here. The way these characters are written really makes you want to see them survive, instead of becoming another kill for James A. Janice to count. Which, side note, shout out my goat for introducing me to this franchise in the first place. I also hear the argument against this film being, oh, it's just gore and nothing else. A lot. But there is so much more than that here, which I guess leads into my next point, the topics that Terrifier 3 tackles. The most prevalent issue that this movie tackles head on is the trauma that victims suffer and how it affects those around them. And obviously, that is seen through the characters of Sienna and Jonathan Shaw after the events of the second movie. While Jonathan has moved on from the events that took place that Halloween day, Sienna still suffers from PTSD, grief, and survivor's guilt even after 5 years, being in and out of psychiatric care, seeing visions of her dead friends, and just constantly being on edge even around people that love and care about her, which is insanely rare to see in films these days, and even more so to have it portrayed amazingly. Lauren Lavera, the actor for Sienna, definitely played a huge part with how effective this message came across to me, and I applaud her for not only playing a good depiction of how someone with publicly known trauma would react, but also just being a total badass in general. This is the main thing I wanted to talk about when it came to topics Terrifier 3 tackles, but there are also another two that are pretty minor, that being true crime personalities and how it affects victims, and a commentary on the role a parent plays within a child's life. I won't go too deep into these, but I really do like how the movie sheds light on how exploitative people behind true crime podcasts or shows can be, with Mia being a co-host of a true crime podcast herself, and just being super disrespectful towards Sienna and Jonathan. A pretty evident stark contrast to how a lot of real victims' families of similar tragedies feel. When I first saw this topic being brought up in the film, it immediately reminded me about the controversies around the Netflix Jeffrey Dahmer documentary, and how a lot of the families of the victims felt like their pain and suffering was being used for financial gain and good TV ratings. The commentary on the role a parent plays within a child's life may be a bit of a stretch to people, but during the scene when that kid is unwrapping his present from art at the mall, it really frustrated me how that mom of that kid not only wasn't paying attention because she was looking at her phone. I wonder if this has ever been shown in media before. And when she finally notices him being gone, instead of just walking over to grab him, she just yells for him to come back. Like, I am definitely not qualified to be telling parents how to raise their kids, but come on, Martha, pay attention. Corey's fucking dead now because he let the tease win. You know, I'm kind of on a roll with these segues because this is a perfect transition into my last praise about this film, and that's the effects. When it comes to special effects in movies, I have always been someone who prefers practical effects whenever it's possible. And because the Terrifier series has always been very low budget when it comes to the grand scheme of movies, they always go the practical route, which did not stop at Terrifier 3. In fact, I would go as far to say that these are some of the best gore effects I have ever seen within a horror film, or any film for that matter. Like, this shit looks awesome. Is it super unrealistic? Yes. Do I give a fuck? Hell no! It's truly amazing what Damien Leone and his team were able to pull off with such a small budget, while making it look so much better than some major blockbusters. I'm looking at you, Freddy vs. Jason. And besides the shower scene, I think when it comes to my favorite kill in this movie based on just the effects, it would have to be the beginning scene with Jennifer. That arm dismemberment and the head chop was fucking brutal. And that aftermath as well, man, I would not want to clean that shit up. I do also want to give an honorable mention to Jessica's death, because man, I will never look at rats the same way ever again. That's essentially all my praises about this film, and surprisingly or not surprisingly, I don't really have a whole lot of criticisms about this movie. At least, that is what I would be saying if it wasn't for the ending. Now, I will give them the benefit of the doubt, as it is supposed to be a sort of teaser for the fourth film, but I feel as if it just ends a bit too abruptly. Like, you're trying to tell me in the span of 5 minutes, Sienna has Art's life in her hands, when he tries to save Gabby from going to LA, fails, and the motherfucker gets away to a bus stop. The ending does still have some good things about it though, like how I mentioned before, it's a teaser for the fourth movie, and also because of the little tidbits of lore that are sprinkled in, with the entire thing that Sienna has going on with her hands healing and all that. Speaking of which, now that I'm done with my thoughts on the movie and I ended off with talking about the lore, I might as well provide a quick timeline of Art the Clown's lore throughout all three of the main Terrifier movies. Going back all the way to Terrifier 1, Art the Clown's origins begins in Miles County, New York, a fictional location but a mirror to the real Staten Island County, which is also located in New York. On the Halloween of 2017, the Miles County Massacre would take place as Art murdered 9 people before he took his own life. There would only be one survivor of the massacre, that being Victoria Hayes, but she would be left permanently disfigured by Art. With the opening of the film, it is heavily implied that Art is a human, as he's seen putting his gloves and bald cap on, white and black face paint, and most importantly, his tiny black hat. This is important to note as, well, if you're a human and you blast your fucking brains out, you're not coming back from that, dude. duh. However, when Art's corpse is brought back to the morgue for an autopsy, he somehow miraculously springs back to life when the worker opens his body back, before promptly killing him, which is seen in Terrifier 2. We're still not done with the first movie though, so sit tight. After Art takes his own life, Victoria Hayes is promptly rescued and sent to the hospital for, well, you know, treatment after her fucking face was ripped off and eaten by a clown. She stayed in the hospital until being able to leave on October 30th, 2018, just in time for an interview being hosted by TV talk show host Monica Brown, exactly a year after the massacre. However, on the day of the interview, after it was completed, Victoria would attack Monica after overhearing her mock her appearance, leaving her with similar facial abnormalities. After the attack on Monica Brown, Victoria would be admitted to a mental hospital. Going back to Terrifier 2, but still taking place on the day of the Miles County massacre, after Art murders the morgue worker, he escapes to a laundromat to clean his clothes. However, he comes across a girl that looks exactly like him, but ends up not being real. Well, she is real, but also isn't. I'll explain that later. Art returns to wherever the fuck this lair thing is with the girl and prepares her for another Halloween of murder, which is when we are introduced to both Sienna and Jonathan Shaw. Quinn has thankfully already done a lot of the recap for me, so I'll just point out the important details. The little girl is most likely related to another murder that occurred before the Miles County massacre. It is heavily implied that Art was behind the deed. 6 people died this time during Art's return, including 2 of Sienna's friends and her mom. However, before Brooke's death, we do get a lore drop about Sienna's father and how he exactly died. After developing a brain tumor which changed his personality, causing him to be abusive, he died in a car crash after running into a power plant, which caused him to die from being electrocuted and engulfed in flames after his car exploded. This will be important later. In The Terrifier, oh wait, that's the name of the movie, Sienna and Jonathan face off against Art, to which he overpowers Sienna and shoves her into this weird water tank thing within the attraction. Jonathan's screams cause Sienna's sword that her father gifted her to glow, healing Sienna's chest wound as she comes out to kill Art with a decapitation. However, this isn't over, as the little girl that showed up in the beginning is spotted by the 2, but she doesn't harm them, only taking Art's head and walking away. At the same time, the 2 are escaping from the Terrifier at the Miles County Psychiatric Hospital where Victoria is being held. She gives birth to, well, Art's head. I know this is weird, but I'll explain it all in the end, trust me. Now finally getting to Terrifier 3, Art's body is able to navigate itself and somehow overpower a police officer that arrives on the scene, decapitating him, and then make its way to the Miles County Psychiatric Hospital. Upon arriving at the location, Victoria Hayes in Art's body kills the remaining nurse, and Art gets his head back. Now you may have noticed the little girl from Terrifier 2 is nowhere to be seen in the 3rd movie, and that's because it's theorized that the little girl is actually a demon or evil spirit that possesses people. The way I see it is that when Art first died as a human, he was brought back to life by the little girl, which made him a demon as well, because of all the horrific murders he committed, which meant the evil girl couldn't possess Art's body due to it already being possessed by his own evil spirit. Upon Art's decapitation by Sienna, however, the little girl essentially takes Art's soul with him to the Miles County Psychiatric Hospital, and then possesses Victoria, causing her to do a sort of rebirth of Art, essentially bringing him back to life again. Now I do take all this with a grain of salt, as this is just my interpretation, but let's get back on track. Once Art and Victoria, or Vicky as I'll be calling her now, escape from the hospital, they find an abandoned building to hide in, and I guess sort of hibernate for the next 5 years. It's not exactly explained why they do this, but if I had to guess, it's because since Art suffered so much physical damage to with, you know, his head being cut off and stuff, he had to take some time to heal, so he's all back to his good old clown self. I don't know what's up with Vicky though. She fucking slices her arm wide open like a birthday cake before resting, which I have no explanation for. After Art and Vicky both get up from their 5-year slumber, they do what they do best and get to killing people. Coincidentally, this is also as soon as Sienna gets out from a recovery center. However, as we saw before, she doesn't get to have peace for long at all when she connects a bombing that happened at the mall to Art's doing, causing her to panic, which causes Jessica to give her a sleeping pill to calm her down. While she's sleeping and Art's having fun in a locker room, we do get a really important bit of lore with Sienna and the first time we actually get to see her father, which is done within a flashback. Sienna's father, Michael Shaw, was a comic book artist before he died, and this memory shows him gifting Sienna a drawing of her own character, the same character that she would end up making a costume for and wearing on the night of Halloween 2018. What's really important about this sequence, however, is how Michael describes the woman in the drawing. Wielding a fire sword, he says it has special powers which allows her to defeat any bad guy with it, while also not getting hurt. Before his passing, Michael would craft a model of this sword and give it to Sienna, which she would use to decapitate Art. There is a very obvious parallel with Sienna and the Angel Warrior her father drew, which can especially be seen toward the end of the movie when she wields the same sword that the Angel uses, heals her hand injuries, and is able to kill Vicky. Before that though, Vicky, or more like the evil spirit that is puppeteering Vicky, tries to transfer herself into Sienna's body but fails to do so. This, along with a thorn crown that is forcibly put on Sienna, are both supposed to symbolize that she is the savior of the story. Thorn crown being something that Jesus Christ wore leading up to his crucifixion in the Bible, and Jesus Christ obviously being a representation of being the savior of the people. When Vicky is killed once and for all, since there's no way to transfer a spirit into another person around her, it causes the blood in the body to sort of become this acidic-like substance, which eventually causes the floor to collapse, opening a portal-like entrance to what I think is hell, and Gabby falls through. I don't know if this is important to note or just purely a coincidence, but I will point out the fact that the opening is pretty similar to the hole that Sienna fell into in Terrifier 2, with the same red glow and even smoke or fog, whatever that's supposed to be. Either way, this is all the information we have now about the series' lore until Terrifier 4 comes out and continues the battle between Sienna and Art. So to recap, Art started off as just your average insane serial killer until he ended his life, which an evil spirit then resurrects him from the dead and he disappears for a year. Victoria Hayes, the only survivor of the Miles County Massacre of 2017, does an interview with TV talk show host Monica Brown and mangs her, causing Victoria to be sent to the Miles County Psychiatric Hospital. After the events of Terrifier 2, the little girl that originally brought back Art then possesses Victoria, causing her to rebirth Art, resurrecting him back from the dead. When the two escape from the hospital, Art and Vicky lay dormant for 5 years and then are awakened, with the purpose of this seeming to be to find a new body for Vicky to possess, with Sienna being the perfect target and act of revenge. When Art and Vicky get a hold of Sienna, however, Vicky fails to transfer a spirit into Sienna, which it seems like the reason why they failed is because they didn't cause Sienna enough distress for her to be vulnerable, which I'm assuming is how Victoria was able to be possessed in the first place, since she basically lost everything due to the events of the Miles County Massacre. Sienna is able to kill Vicky with her sword though, that heals her wounds, similar to the Angel Warrior her father drew for her as a girl. When Sienna kills Vicky, because there are no bodies to transfer to, her spirit goes back to hell where it belongs, causing a gateway to open. Sienna fails to save Gabby from the pit, which allows for Art to get away and plan his next moves. Now obviously, I will need to state again that this is purely just my interpretation of the entire story as a whole, and some things I say here could be off or just straight up wrong once Terrifier 4 releases. Speaking of which, the last thing I want to talk about are my predictions for what I think the fourth movie is gonna be like, and the theories that I have for it. So, let's get right into that. Obviously, with the abruptness of Terrifier 2's ending, I think it's basically confirmed that the fourth movie will take place right after the events of the third, considering you can't just 5 years later out of this mess. Because of Art's escape from the house, it's very unlikely that Sienna's gonna be able to track him down, and it's not like she's gonna want to do that anyways, considering her sword is now down in the pit with Gabby. So if I'm correct about the pit being a gateway to hell, what I think will happen is that Sienna goes through the pit into hell and saves Gabby using her sword. I don't exactly know how Art will tie into this, however, since, you know, he's gonna happen to be up there while Sienna and Gabby are down here. Unless maybe he does some sort of ritual to go to hell. I mean, it's heavily implied that he's a demon, so he probably knows a thing or two about that stuff. Also, I do think since this is gonna be the last of Sienna's story, that the true identity of Art will be revealed. However, I don't think it'll be Sienna's dad. Although that is a popular theory, it doesn't have a whole lot of evidence to back it up. But at the same time, it isn't off the table either. Also, if I'm correct about the whole Sienna goes to hell to save Gabby plotline of the fourth movie, I also will predict that Jonathan isn't actually dead. I feel like it would be really weird to kill off such an important character in a nonchalant way, like just showing off his skull. And if he returns in the fourth movie, I think it'll be in a way to save Sienna, like bringing her back up from hell with Gabby. The final thing I want to talk about now isn't really a prediction, but more of an ask. Damien Leone, if you're watching this, please continue having Art use guns, please. Not only does this make Art so much more distinct from other horror movie killers, but it also makes him really unique, scarily realistic, and also just fucking awesome as hell to see. Like in the fourth film, I just want to see Art pull out an AK-47 from his garbage bag and just start blasting people, similar to the Tommy gun in the second movie. Maybe even make him do a mag flick reload. Wouldn't be that unrealistic considering Art's in Call of Duty now. Oh, would you look at the time? I'll see you guys around on either Quinn's channel again, or even mine. But either way, Stay safe, everyone. See ya. Also, don't ever shower in a public locker room. Do not shower in a public locker room.
Huge thanks to Kip for coming on and saying a few words of wisdom. Now that you're all caught up on all things Terrifier, I can finally get into the actual reasons why I wanted to make this video in the first place. Based on everything I just told you, you're probably well aware of why these films are so controversial. They are bloody messes, and gore to this extreme definitely is not for everyone. Hell, it isn't even for the majority of human beings, I'm willing to bet. But Terrifier has seen so many complaints about things other than just the fact that it's gory, and these other complaints have people a lot more furious than those who are mad about the franchise's violence. I've compiled a list of all the gripes I've seen people have with Terrifier, and would like to get into each of them a little bit, and understand the reasoning behind these claims, and counter things that I may disagree with. Obligatory opinion warning: even if I disagree with something you believe, let's try to spread love and positivity and all that good stuff. Most people's first reaction when you tell them you enjoy the Terrifier franchise is something along the lines of asking you how you could even enjoy something so violent. Typically people wonder if you're just a sick and twisted human being who enjoys watching people die, and while yes, I'm sure there are some hardcore horror fans that are just depraved, disgusting people, the majority of us are not. There are a lot of reasons, both personal and scientific, as to why people enjoy horror in general, and more specifically intense horror such as Terrifier. Aside from obvious scientific reasons, everyone has a different reason for enjoying horror, and everyone enjoys different aspects of it. As someone who grew up around horrible people who would spam your messages with gore if you told them you don't like their favorite Danganronpa character, it's kind of comforting in a sense for me to see gore that's over the top, unrealistic, and completely fictional. It's facing your fears in a controlled environment, confronting something that is objectively negative and frightening in a way that still keeps you safe and allows you to tap out whenever you feel like it. It's something that can be really therapeutic for a lot of people. I myself am also just a massive nerd for cool practical effects in movies, so practical gore is something I absolutely adore, especially as an amateur artist who likes drawing gore. Creative gore is also one of my favorite forms of art. It's the reason I love media like NBC's Hannibal or 8/11, and Terrifier sure gets creative with its kills. I really hope to see more insane creativity in the next installment, especially seeing as it'll likely primarily take place in literal hell. Damien Leone, give me Silence of the Lamb's winged angels and my life is yours. Aside from just my personal reasons for liking intense horror, horror in general has numerous reasons to be enjoyed that have been proven by scientific and psychological studies. You would think that as people we wouldn't enjoy deliberately putting ourselves in unnerving situations, especially if our body or mind have visceral reactions to scary things. Suspenseful situations and terrifying acts can directly stimulate people both mentally and physically. These stimuli can either result from a supposed negative reaction or emotion such as fear, or a positive reaction like excitement. Regardless of where it comes from, it is a stimulant, and fear can also result in similar reactions such as the release of adrenaline. If for some reason you don't know what stimulation or adrenaline mean, basically scary things make your body feel excited and that makes your brain feel good. Horror also allows for a safe and productive way to explore dark topics and satisfy morbid curiosity. A lot of people will often hear about some gory shock video and be drawn to it due to their sense of curiosity, even if it objectively isn't something anyone should be seeking out. When we watch and share clips from these super outlandish grindhouse horror films, we're satisfying that same morbid curiosity, but in a way where no one actually gets hurt. In a lot of shock videos, there are actual victims and actual people dying and suffering, and it's absurdly offensive to spread around stuff like that to appease morbid interest. Movie magic allows for disgusting, terrible situations that will test your morality and limits without actually being a harm to any real people. The point can also be made that in an ever-increasingly dangerous and violent world, a widely unrealistic and over-the-top slasher could very well be justified, especially in making us feel better about the world. Sure, that's some backwards thinking to a lot of people, I'm sure, but I can't really remember the last time a demon from hell resurrected a serial killer and then sent him off to go butt someone with a chainsaw. Art the Clown carries a very tone. His body language, his exaggerated expressions, and his complete lack of motive take away any sense of humanity that the character may have, all while still making him enjoyable to watch on screen. In movies that serve to get gorier and gorier each installment, a comedic undertone separates it from reality and allows us to see the absurdity of these situations. In the case of Terrifier specifically, Damien Leone purposefully made his films as gory and over-the-top as possible, specifically anything that Hollywood would never fund or approve of. His reason for doing this is simply because, as an independent horror filmmaker, he felt it was necessary to put aspects in his movie that wouldn't be in any other movie, giving audience members a reason to watch it rather than a big-budget horror movie. People also tend to
Oh
claim
my
that Terrifier
God.
movies have no plot and serve exclusively to be legal snuff
Oh.
films, but as my buddy Kip already explained, there
Da, znam. Čuo sam od Darka da u gradu ima još gore.
Nige Ladimo SE Klimum XDD.
Da, zato struje svako malo blic. Zato što jednostavno kleba uređaje jedu električnu energiju. Električna mreža. Uvijek gnjava. Ovi da nešto pojedem, drago.
HD Prijatno.
Hvala ti. Thanks. Si vidio foru za cepeline u Han Shodanu? Što ćeš moći da naduvaš balon sa vazduhom i da ekstrakuješ bounty
The video Sam.
A, okej.
Chula.
A drugi je.
Helium.
Da, helijumski balon.
Nige Vazda. Video.
A znaš šta ti kažem?
Anarcho. Nothing special.
Što je specijalno, ali sviđa mi se što nešto novo su dodali, razumeš? Eto.
To jest. A large Maxim Kirku en Evlager. Valja.
Bolje. Jeste. Sranje. Yeah. Super. Monster deal. Increase critical chance. Simulacrum. Gdje je ona gorela što treba da bijem? Sam već ubio. Monkey see, monkey do. I don't like it. Monkey. Level 15. Nešto pojedem. BRB bitches.
Foya. Welcome to my channel.
Good job. is that you pre-ordered GTA 6. Because, dude,
are plenty of extensive stories and lore within these films. Whether you find them interesting or not is completely your opinion, but they are still objectively there. Overall, there are a lot of different reasons why people enjoy horror and gore, and I don't necessarily think that people are sick and disgusting for enjoying this genre of content. Most people's issues with the Terrifier movies, however, don't necessarily lie entirely in the gory kills, but rather the subjects of these kills, and the fact that they are typically young women, or in Terrifier 2's case, teenage girls. There's a question that needs to be asked in a discussion such as this. Are horror films inherently misogynistic? Other genres certainly have their fair share of movies that are offensive and dehumanizing towards women, but horror movies specifically have been criticized time and time again for exhibiting and demonstrating misogynistic scenes and writing. I don't think this means that horror as a genre is inherently sexist. That would be discrediting thousands of horror films that don't have this problem, and also the fact that the filmmaking industry in general is often exploitative. Throughout the 1970s to the 1990s, a particular subgenre of horror films saw increased popularity, this of course being the slasher genre. Slasher films typically follow a masked or unknown murderer stalking and murdering a group of people, often teenagers. These films are where misogyny and horror typically intertwine, as they are undoubtedly pioneers of tropes that cater towards the male gaze. This is often deliberate, seeing as historically the target demographic of slasher films tended to be adolescent males. In slasher films, we often see women fall victim to violence the most, evidenced by the final girl trope, a trope that is simultaneously empowering and sometimes sexist depending on who you ask or how it's being used. In more recent years, it has more consistently been used to empower. Women characters in slashers are often portrayed as dumb, sexual beings, oblivious, etc. It was pretty common during this time period for women to be topless or indecent while being killed. I think the original Terrifier is trying to be an amalgamation of a slasher film and of course a splatter film, and Damien has made it clear that he simply views violence against women as a staple of the slasher genre. In an interview with MovieWeb, when asked about people claiming him to be misogynistic, Leone replied with this: "I completely ignore it on a personal level because I'm the furthest thing from a misogynist, but violence against women is a powerful component of the slasher genre, as is the final girl. This is the classic trope, and it's more profound than people give it credit for. Historically, men are more savage and more brutal than women. It's the nature of man to battle one another, to conquer lands, to hunt, etc. A male psychopath attacking a vulnerable woman is more effective and more disturbing on many levels, in turn making the villain much more reprehensible. This makes the audience 10 times more empathetic for your final girl, and it's exhilarating to root for them." While I understand the importance of making a villain more reprehensible, I'm not entirely sure how to feel about this paragraph. I do absolutely agree that Sienna as a character is someone you can root for, but I also find it strange how many misogynistic tropes from the 70s to 90s Terrifier borrows while refusing to admit it. I think that there is no objective answer to the question of if Terrifier is misogynistic, because every person, man, woman, anything outside will have a different answer. I know a lot of women who enjoy this franchise, and I also know a lot of women who are attracted to Art the Clown, and while I don't understand that specific hear me out—
Oh, but you understand this, okay, buddy.
Attraction to slashers is a very common phenomenon. If you were to ask me my opinion on this topic, I would say that the first Terrifier is definitely misogynistic. I suppose the 2011 short could be considered as well, especially seeing the way it ends, but to me I feel it's too short to properly dissect, as there aren't enough victims from the pool. Terrifier 2016, however, does not get this excuse. Its main characters lack any personality aside from, of course, being oblivious dumb women, and the goriest kill in the film is performed on a dumb blonde who spends the entire movie doing dumb blonde things before then getting punished for it. The second movie still suffers from this, with the more drawn-out scenes of course being of women suffering. However, it's significantly less sexual than in the first movie. We're also of course introduced to actual characters, which definitely helps in its favor. The most inherently sexual kill in this film is of course Art ripping a man's penis off. life, but even that isn't as drawn out as the woman's kills are. The majority of people who die in this movie are also teenage characters. While their actors are adults, they are still supposed to be around 17 years old. I think Terrifier 3 definitely eliminates most of these concerns, and I hope the final movies in the franchise prove to follow in its footsteps. The most brutal kill in this movie, in my opinion, happens to be a man, and it is a rather explicit kill, showing specific body parts. It is important to understand, though, that this kill is not intended to be sexual in nature. This is another controversy I've seen people split down the middle on. Get it? A lot of people consider this scene to be assault, while a lot of others do not, and just consider it art being extra as always. Damien Leone and David Howard Thornton have spoken about this topic before, and as revealed in an interview, David states this:
I think the one line that art will never cross is that is just a very taboo subject for him. I don't even view him as being a sexual creature in that way. That's just something that is beneath him. And I just don't like that idea or anything like that. It disturbs me and disgusts me, and I just think that something like that has no place on film.
Regardless, do let me know your thoughts on this entire controversy. It's interesting to see people's different opinions and perspectives, and I think that's something really important in conversations surrounding misogyny. While not a severe controversy, Terrifier 3 specifically already had a good amount of flame around it before its actual release. The film had a simple marketing campaign: make it seem as gross, disgusting, and as controversial as physically possible. The marketing team would film audience reactions and take pride in any walkouts, vomiting, or even passing out. There was some specific controversy surrounding the marketing team's somewhat deceptive nature at a UK early screening of the film. The PR team reported 11 total walkouts, 9 people leaving during the opening scene, and 1 case of an audience member vomiting. Is there any documented evidence of this? No, not at all. Regardless though, there was some flame around the specific showing as some information came out surrounding it. Reddit user Sorry I'm Sorry posted this to r/horror. Thought I'd clear up some info on the screening of Terrifier 3. A few weeks ago, the marketing agency for the movie asked the theater to send out invites to an unrated holiday film that they were screening for free at the theater. As this was a theater owned by a certain streaming company, everyone at the screening assumed it would be a certain upcoming PG-13 big budget Christmas movie. No one expected it to be a splatter/horror film. Well, the theater told me that the first screening had only 2 people walk out. The second screening had about half the theater leave. There were about 70 viewers per screening. I'll note that there was no disclaimer at the start other than the color correction/audio/sound may not be final, that they do at all theaters. After they said thanks for joining, they just started the film. There was no title sequence. While walking out, the agency was trying to get a reaction from viewers with iPhones in front of them recording sound bites/clips to use in the trailer. In my opinion, their goal was to make the viewer as uncomfortable as possible, and they succeeded. Well, I can't say if anyone got sick. There were walkouts, sure, because some people just aren't into horror films. The first 10 minutes is pretty graphic. If you watch the trailer, some sure did like it. I remember one dude cheering at a certain violent moment in the opening scene. But yeah, thought I'd give more info. TLDR, the marketing agency got non-horror fans in the screenings to get the reactions shown in the trailer. Essentially, a lot of the marketing was greatly exaggerated and deceptive, and some people were upset about it, but it's very ignorable. Just something I felt like briefly mentioning. Something I'd also like to quickly touch on, while it isn't the biggest complaint, is still quite controversial, that being the death of children. The topic of children horror is one of the most taboo. Even people who can handle the most distressing, disgusting films can't handle the sight of a child being harmed in such a way. And in Terrifier, more specifically in Terrifier 3, many children end up dying. Back in 2017, when a film adaptation for Stephen King's It was released, a very young child, Georgie, was in the movie's very first scene. We see him get his arm bitten clean off by Pennywise, a monstrous entity taking the form of a clown. It's a rather violent to give a small, innocent child, and it was criticized by some audience members for being too disturbing. Stephen King, however, and many audience members found it necessary not only to show Pennywise's true nature and to evoke fear in the audience, but also because the original book is, according to King, about grief, and by showing Georgie dying in the opening pages, we understand that this is motivation for his brother to fight against Pennywise, and to also feel intense grief and emotion. This movie also has a cast of characters entirely made up of children who are supposed to be around 10 or 11 years old. Well, no one in this cast of children, they are shown to be harmed physically multiple times. Despite the slight controversy, this movie still stands as the highest-grossing horror film at over $700 million grossed. You can imagine that if this death was controversial, then that Terrifier 3 is even more so, seeing as multiple children in pretty graphic ways. And while yes, children do, I feel the movie handles it as tastefully as it possibly can, while still serving to make it disturbing and show art's true evil. The third film, like I stated before, begins with the butchering of a although it's entirely off-screen. We also don't hear any actual sounds from the only hearing squelching, bloody murder noises, but we do later see the remains, although they are very obviously practical and have no involvement with a real actor. There's also the little girl whose fate is left ambiguous. If she did, it was entirely off-screen with us having no way of knowing. The next happened are the kids at the mall when Art's bomb goes off. In this scene, we see a child opening a present before the explosion blinds the audience. We hear screams from parents and such, obviously, but once again, we don't actually see any dead. Instead, just very ambiguous body parts that you honestly don't really notice all that much unless you're looking for them. Leone has spoken before on his thoughts on showing children dying on screen, claiming it to be a line he would never cross. Damien had this to say about the topic.
You can absolutely fall into a level of extreme distaste that I'm not trying to do. There's a scene in the beginning where Art child off screen, and you just hear it. I could have shown that in the glorious way that we had executed the scene. I would never do that because to me that's just completely off-putting, and you're going to alienate a large majority of your audience. It's like you're trying to shock the audience so much it just becomes desperate. I think it's my job as an artist to try and walk that line in a more interesting way, in a more responsible way.
I think he worded this pretty well here. It's good to know that we won't get anything of that subject matter in future installments. Surprisingly enough, though, children isn't what I've seen most people up in arms about when it comes to these movies. Something I've seen a lot of people mad about, however, like an absurd amount of people, is Terrifier's religious theming. More specifically, the belief that it is disrespectful or mocking God. Religion is possibly one of the most taboo subjects in existence, not because it's inherently wrong or controversial, but because it's something you have to be very careful with. We live in a world where every single person has their own beliefs that often differ from others, and different people also have different ways of going about these beliefs. Some may devote their entire life to their religion, while others may practice it in moderation and attend ceremonies and holidays, and others may hardly do anything at all besides praying every now and then. It's important to hold all religions and beliefs with respect unless they quite literally promote immoral acts. A lot of religious people hold certain religious figures and beliefs with such strong values that they will believe certain interpretations or thematic reprisals are inherently offensive, wrong, and even sinful. And this brings us to Terrifier, more specifically Terrifier 3. Take a good look at this poster, specifically at my wife Victoria. Notice anything? She's wearing a crown of thorns. Now, if you don't know much about Bible lore, which I also don't know that much about, an excerpt from Wikipedia reads, according to the New Testament, a woven crown of thorns was placed on the head of Jesus during the events leading up to his crucifixion. It was one of the instruments of the Passion employed by Jesus' captors both to cause him pain and to mock his claim of authority. In Terrifier 3, Vicky, who is possessed by a demon from hell, weaves a crown of thorns and puts it on her head, only to then pass it on to Sienna in the final act in order to, well, cause her pain and mock her claim of authority. She directly states that she is no savior, and that she has nothing left. Wearing a crown of thorns is something that, to my knowledge, is generally considered disrespectful towards Christianity and simpler faiths, as it is directly referencing the crown Jesus wore during his crucifixion, in which the crown stood as a symbol of mockery. Wearing a crown of thorns is considered trivializing towards his suffering. Of course, context is important, and sometimes a thorn crown is worn without religious intent or even a general understanding of what the symbol means. But seeing as Terrifier directly references religious imagery, this excuse can obviously not be made. It also seems that many highly religious people still find wearing a crown of thorns disrespectful, even if it is intended to portray Jesus Christ positively. An example of a situation like this could be when in 2022, on June 26th, Kendrick Lamar wore a jeweled crown of thorns when performing his final song for the night, Savior. Kendrick claimed that he wore the crown as a representation, so you'd never forget one of the greatest prophets that ever walked the earth. While many Christians didn't care or were even in support of Kendrick's message, many others saw it as blasphemy, claiming that he was assuming the image of Christ. So you can imagine people were furious about Terrifier's use of the crown, not only calling the movie satanic and flaming it on social media, but some people even protested a movie theater showing the film. Terrifier 3 still intends the use of this crown to be in good faith, as it is directly meant to parallel Sienna Sienna, the savior intended to destroy the work of the devil, which is pure evil, and the suffering throughout the Terrifier films that causes her to rise to her role and defeat evil. When Vicky wears the crown and when she passes it on to Sienna, she is attempting to mock Jesus, God, and Sienna, seeing as she is a literal demon from hell. After she mocks Sienna and simultaneously Christ, she gets killed with Sienna's holy sword, directly showcasing that, hey, evil is bad, and it is evil to mock Christ, and if you do it, Christ will send his strongest angel warrior to fuck you up. I think the religious drama surrounding this movie is largely one big game of telephone. Even if you don't pick up on the religious theming, I just don't know how fair it is to say that the entire movie mocks God, seeing as it is just an evil character intending to humiliate a savior. I understand that no matter the context, however, many consider it disrespectful for a scene like this to take place regardless. And I think that's okay, really. Like I said, everyone has their own beliefs. I myself am religious, although not Christian. To discover my religion, you'll have to solve my riddles thrice, and I believe that every religion and belief should be respected. I may not be Christian, but both of my parents are Catholics who frequently attend church and hold many religious beliefs and values. I can't speak for my mom because she hates gore and would rather die than watch Terrifier, but I did take my dad to see Terrifier 3 with me, so I could ask him what he thought of the religious aspects of the movie, and whether or not he thought it was mocking towards Christ. He personally didn't believe that it was, instead holding the belief that the movie was just trying to showcase that, hey, that's demon. While I personally enjoy Terrifier and its religious themes, I also don't believe that Jesus or God will send one of their followers to hell for enjoying a movie that is attempting to portray them in a positive light, even if you personally believe it isn't done well at all. I think it's good that people are spreading attention to this issue, however, as that means that anyone who may be highly offended or even feel as if they have sinned can avoid the movie. Everyone has boundaries, and I think they should all be respected. Yes, I know it's probably hard to understand how someone can sit through all of the gore and grime of Terrifier and be fine, but be shaken up at some girl in a thorn crown, but some things hit closer to home and directly make people feel attacked for something they believe intensely in. If you see someone claiming they hate this movie for mocking God, you don't gain anything by taking to the comments and making fun of them. You can simply ignore it and enjoy the movie. I wish people on the internet were able to recognize the concept of just ignoring things that upset them. When I see something that deeply upsets me, I either complain about it to my friends or just ignore it completely. Trust me, your life will be so much more peaceful if you don't respond to every single tweet that mildly upsets you. There's my anti-Twitter propaganda for the video. Let's hope I inspire at least one person to uninstall it. All that considered, do I believe that Terrifier 3 mocks
Install
God
what?
and Jesus Christ?
Ah,
No,
from a phone.
I don't. At least I don't
Yeah,
believe
right.
that is the intention. Obviously, my opinion doesn't really matter, seeing as I'm not Christian, but I really think Leone was just trying to use symbolism to get his point across, and I don't think there was any ill intent here. Damien said so himself in an interview that this movie, in his eyes, shows some very pro-God imagery.
But then at the same time, it could be seen as a Christian movie, right?
Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Because it's just evil versus, like, I mean, and then in those terms, pure evil needs to be evil, and then, yeah, so it kind of, when you start thinking about it, it makes more sense. I mean,
yeah.
Passion of the Christ was very gory too. So.
Very gory, of course. I mean, the Bible's very violent, of course. You know, and I laugh when we get attacked often from people, religious people who haven't even seen the movie. They'll just see imagery, or they know it's a violent movie, and they're like, "You should find Jesus. You should do this." And I'm like, if you only saw the movie and you didn't watch it with just these blinders on, looking to hate or troll, you see some really pro-God stuff in this movie. I mean, Sienna's my favorite character, and Sienna's it's blatantly overt. I mean, she's our Christ figure. Not saying that she is some sort of reincarnation of Jesus Christ, but that's all built into that character. She's suffering, and she's sort of the sacrificial lamb, you know? So there's a lot going on.
Like I said, though, you're in your complete right to be offended by something like this. Religion is a very touchy subject, and it's something that holds a lot of power. If you don't want to see stuff like this in media, then don't watch the Terrifier movies. I don't think it hurts anyone to spread the word about this, because some people may just be genuinely upset by religious theming, and that's okay. Just don't get mad at people who feel differently and don't care or don't believe it to be a mockery. All in all, Terrifier is a very controversial franchise, but if I were to state my definitive opinion on whether I think it's misunderstood or terrible, I would probably lean more towards misunderstood. Not the first movie though, that one's terrible. I enjoy the Terrifier franchise, and it's clear that I'm not the only one. When I started the script, Terrifier 3 was a box office hit. Now it's a record-breaking box office hit, officially becoming the highest grossing unrated film and even surpassing the highest grossing NC-17 films. This clown has only one way to go from here, and that's up. And personally, I can't wait to see him get there. And hey, I don't normally do stuff like this, but seeing as this is a low-key fun Halloween special, if you've made it to the end, thank you so much because goddamn, this thing was supposed to be like 30 minutes. And I know I spent a lot of time recapping the events of the stories, and trust me, I wasn't going to originally, but then one of my friends told me they'd love to know what Terrifier is about, but they never actually watched the movies. And I just knew I had a job to do. I just knew it. If you're still here, I'd also be ever so appreciative if you just hit that little subscribe button. Yeah, we're trying to reach 100,000 before the end of the year, and if we could actually get there, I would be so happy. Regardless, I've been Quinnaman, and don't forget to... Wait, what the fuck? Who are you? What are you doing? Oh god, no, please, stop it, please! Please! Stop! What are you doing? It hurts, god, no, stop!
If you pay attention to current events at all, you may have noticed a pattern forming with everything going on in the world. We are fighting a war in the Middle East, the economy is in absolute shambles, and South Park was regularly in the news cycle just a few months ago. And this can mean only one thing. We have traveled back in time to the year 2009. This is the type of stuff I've been thinking about over the last couple of months, but it wasn't quite enough proof for me. No, I mean, this is all just a coincidence. We can't really be reliving the year 2009, right? That is, until a news story broke that proved to me once and for all that my instincts were correct. Tiger Woods took a whole bunch of drugs and crashed his car. again. And if there's such thing as a recession indicator, I can't think of a better example. Now, to literally no one's surprise, my first thought when I heard about this was, hey, this reminds me of that episode South Park made about Tiger Woods back in 2009, because of course it did. Now, if you somehow don't know, back in 2009, he did pretty much the exact same thing and crashed his car into a fire hydrant following a dispute with his now ex-wife. But this was before it was a well-known fact that Tiger Woods just loves to do a bunch of Percocet and benzos before operating an automobile, as he would be arrested for DUI in 2017, nearly die after he flipped his Genesis in 2021, and of course now flip his Land Rover and be charged with a DUI. And while it definitely is still a big story, hearing that Tiger Woods was faded off bars and flipped a car over doesn't quite hit the same as it used to back in the day. I mean, the only thing that's really surprising about it is the fact that the billionaire addicted to pills still hasn't gotten around to hiring a chauffeur, or at least like catching an Uber or something. But back in 2009, the media coverage for this was absolutely insane. I mean, this was the greatest golfer of all time, not too far removed from his prime, doing all this insane stuff. So while Matt and Trey were probably off sipping margaritas in Cabo with season 13 wrapping up only a week before, they sat back and watched as this media frenzy played out. And when they got back to work only a few months later, they knew exactly what they needed to do. With the season 14 premiere of the show titled Sexual Healing, they would directly recreate the alleged events that took place that evening in Windermere, but with a fun virtual twist to it. But this episode's primary focus is actually more commentary on infidelity, sex addiction, and a pattern of behavior seen within rich and famous men. You see, in Tiger's case, the reason he was on the road in the first place that night was supposedly because his wife found out about his infidelity. And around this time, stories just like this were popping up all over the place, with tons of male celebrities being accused of these kinds of behaviors. And this episode really focuses on getting to the bottom of why this is happening. But in all honesty, I can't be too harsh on Tiger because I just love to pour up a double cup of lean whenever I drive. And by that, of course, I mean the zero sugar energy drink I bought using code BLOOMS from today's sponsor, GamerSupps. Now, if you somehow don't know what GamerSupps is, it's a gaming nutrition brand that has products for just about anything you could want. They have energy drinks, caffeine-free hydration drinks, sleep support drinks, and even creatine and electrolyte drinks. Now, personally, I've been drinking GamerSupps for like a super long time now, way before they even sponsored me, because I've always just really enjoyed their drinks. And if you've never tried it, one of the best parts of GamerSupps is that you can use the code BLOOMS and just get a free sample pack right now. And I'm talking completely free. Like, if your cart only has samples in it, you don't even have to pay for shipping. I mean, there's literally no reason not to do it unless, of course, you know, you hate me and don't want to support me, but whatever, that's fine. I'm just kidding, of course, but if you do try it and like it, make sure to use the code BLOOMS next time you order a tub, because you will get a free 10% off on your order, and of course you will be supporting the channel, which I greatly appreciate. Like I said, I've been a fan of GamerSupps for a long time. Specifically, the energy blends are great for just keeping me alert and focused whenever I'm driving after I just did a bunch of narcotics. I'm just kidding, I don't do that, and GamerSupps does not condone that kind of behavior. But seriously, go give GamerSupps a try, use the code BLOOMS, and you'll be supporting this channel. It would mean a lot to me, and you get a great product. So thank you to GamerSupps for sponsoring me. So the episode opens with a look into the home of Tiger Woods on Thanksgiving night 2009, where Alin Nordegren, Swedish model and Tiger Woods' wife at the time, is trying to attack him with a golf club. She just found out about her husband's infidelity and is not exactly too happy about it.
Then why in the are you getting the text message from some low-life hooker on Thanksgiving?
Now this whole scene is Matt and Trey's interpretation of what happened that night, because the official narrative is pretty different. Specifically, in his public statement, Tiger claimed that his wife never got violent or tried to hurt him in any way. But at the same time, it was confirmed that she busted out 2 of the windows of his Cadillac with a golf club, and the explanation is that she was trying to free him from the wreckage of the car. But I mean, it's not like he was really trapped in there in the first place, and she just found out he was cheating, and based on reports that came out in the years since, Matt and Trey's interpretation seems to be pretty accurate. It's then revealed that everything that's played out so far was actually just Cartman and Kenny playing the new Tiger Woods PGA Tour video game.
Serves you right, you cheating bird! Oh, dude, was that a combo move?
This becomes a recurring bit throughout the episode, and it's definitely one of my favorite parts of the episode, because this idea of taking a video game based on a sport that is notoriously considered to be boring and making it this action-packed fighting game because of the insane real life of the golfer is just genius to me.
Wow, I didn't know golf games were this cool. Yeah, dude, EA Sports outdid themselves this time.
Now, a quick little fun fact, this is not the first time South Park has been associated with EA's Tiger Woods PGA Tour, because when the 1999 edition of the game was released, people found out that the first 100,000 copies of the PlayStation version actually contained a file that would play The Spirit of Christmas, the original short Matt and Trey made that would become South Park, if you put the disc into a computer. As it turns out, some rogue employees snuck it onto the disc shortly before it was released to the public, and considering the game was rated E for everyone, when this was discovered, EA had to do a complete recall of all all the original copies. Not really relevant to this video, I just thought that was kind of interesting. So meanwhile, at the CDC, a meeting is taking place with a bunch of important looking people discussing this health crisis that seems to be tearing through the country.
Why are rich, successful men suddenly going out and trying to have sex with lots of women? Why would a man who's famous and makes tons of money use that to try and have sex with lots of different women?
The scientists in the room proposed that this may be an outbreak of sex addiction, with something causing these rich and famous men to develop this illness and act completely irrational. For them, simply seeing an attractive woman is enough for their twisted minds to start thinking about having sex with them, and sometimes even act on these desires despite already having a wife at home.
How could tons of fame and money make you forget about love?
They theorize about what may be causing this outbreak, something in the water supply, global warming. They're not exactly sure, but they're worried that it might start affecting the youth, and they order that screenings be done in schools around the nation.
Damn it! I want answers!
Now, based on the comments I get on my channel, this may surprise some of you, but I am in fact a straight man, and I gotta say, I agree with these guys. I mean, what could make a man want to have sex with a bunch of attractive women? It's such a foreign concept to me. Personally, I'd much prefer to spend my time learning about Marxism from my favorite Twitch streamers and brushing up on my feminist literature, but I guess I'm just one of the good guys. So at school, they are screening the 4th graders to see if any of them have developed this illness, and a scientist shows them a rather risque photograph. The class has varying reactions to the photo, with a few standouts. To no one's surprise, Kenny is absolutely stoked about it, while Butters seems to get caught up on one particular feature of the woman.
I never seen that part of a lady. Do they all got a head like that?
The class has been asked to write down the color of the handkerchief the woman is holding, and their answers determine the outcome of the test.
Now I'd like to see who answered what handkerchief?
Kyle, Kenny, and Butters are then informed that with the result of this comprehensive test, they are diagnosed with sex addiction. They find out that the road ahead is going to be tough, with their addiction getting worse and worse until eventually they progress to autoerotic asphyxiation.
Most likely you'll end up going the way of David Carradine and Michael Hutchins. Autoerotic asphyxiation. You choke yourself with a belt around your neck while masturbating dressed up like Batman or something, then you pass out from lack of air, and apparently it makes your orgasm super awesome.
Now, they specifically mentioned 2 celebrities who supposedly died performing this act, David Carradine and Michael Hutchins. And I wanted to clarify that while it is confirmed that this is how David Carradine died, it seems like Michael Hutchins actually committed suicide, and initially his partner, who was still trying to process everything, speculated that it was autoerotic asphyxiation because she couldn't believe that he would have done that. And the media kind of took this story to be a fact, despite the coroner officially ruling it a suicide. I just figured I'd clear that up because while I was researching, I found out about this, and it's still widely believed that he died this way despite not seeming to be the truth. Anyways, the CDC then shares the results of this nationwide screening, and as it turns out, it's much worse than they thought, with over 90% of high school boys being addicted to sex. But fortunately for adult men, sex addiction seems to only affect men who are rich and successful.
Collecting data. Why would wealth or success cause a man to go out and have sex with everyone he could? Answers which we all desire.
And unfortunately, Kenny succumbs to this awful disease exactly as predicted. Which honestly kind of makes sense. I mean, if I was Kenny and I knew that I respawned every time I died, I'd probably give it a try too. I mean, you might as well. But Kenny's death just reinforces this idea in Kyle's mind that sex addiction is real, and one day he will meet the same fate. And of course, Butters is still obsessing over Bush.
Just like this, but smaller. And right in the place your underwear should have been. If I trim it down, it'll look right. Butters, stop it!
We then cut to Tiger Woods lining up for a drive before being interrupted by his angry wife.
Oh man, I lost another endorsement! How'd you do that? Hit A and X together. Oh, you're going down, Elin! I don't think so, dude. I got the prenup power-up.
Prenup power-up!
Oh, no!
Now, there's a few references in this scene to the real-life case. For example, Tiger losing his major endorsements like Nike, Gatorade, and Gillette, which were worth tens of millions of dollars. It would also come out that Tiger had at least 15 different mistresses, although supposedly Tiger himself confessed to over 100 different mistresses. But I found out while researching that one of these confirmed women was actually the daughter of his neighbors, and she was 21 when she became involved with Tiger, but apparently he had known her since she was 14. Which, I mean, is kind of insane, and I'm very shocked that I've never heard of this before and no one ever brings it up when talking about this. But with all of this information coming out about the true scale of his infidelity, his wife was able to renegotiate her prenup from the original $20 million payout and got him to settle for over an estimated $100 million. We then cut to Kyle and Butters in sex addiction rehab, which is full of plenty of celebrities who had experienced similar sex scandals over the years. These include Ben Roethlisberger, Steelers quarterback who had 2 allegations of sexual assault brought against him in 2009, Bill Clinton, who famously did not have sexual relations with that woman, Charlie Sheen, notorious for his love of drugs and prostitutes, David Duchovny, who in 2008 went to sex addiction rehab for a porn addiction, David Letterman in 2009 revealed he had affairs with multiple staff members, former governor of New York Eliot Spitzer was revealed to be a big fan of high-end prostitutes, Kobe Bryant was accused of rape, Michael Douglas literally had a cheating clause in his prenup with his current wife due to his reputation, and Michael Jordan had cheating allegations of his own over the years. Now, I was gonna make a joke here and be like, oh, remember when celebrity sex scandals were about celebrities having sex with other adults? What a foreign concept nowadays. But then I found out about the Tiger Woods thing, and yeah, I guess not really much has changed. Now, there's definitely a wide range of severity in this lineup. Like, obviously, cheating on your wife is not the same as sexual assault allegations. And to drop the bit, they're obviously poking fun at this idea of all men acting this way if they had the opportunity. And by including these celebrities accused of sexual assault, they kind of imply that that's something that all men would do if they had the opportunity. But I don't think that was the intention. Realistically, I think Matt and Trey were just picking celebrities who were historically involved in major sex scandals and were more focused on the way that they responded, like going to rehab, saying they have a sex addiction problem, that kind of stuff, which they see as more about saving their reputation rather than actually changing. So what this group of men have in common is more how they responded to being caught doing these things rather than what they actually did. So I don't think they were trying to say that everything these men did are the inherent desires of men, but it definitely can come across that way. And I wanted to make that distinction clear moving forward, that when I talk about the themes throughout this episode of the idea that most men in this position would do the same thing, I'm talking about the men who consensually had sex with other adults, not the ones who were accused of actual crimes. Anyways, they introduced Kyle and Butters to the group by discussing the behaviors that enabled their addiction before shifting to discussing what they need to avoid.
What is the main thing we've all learned to avoid? In order to make sure we are no longer destroying our lives with any of these behaviors, we must avoid, yes, Michael Douglas, everyone, getting caught. Very good. You are all here in therapy because you got caught.
Now, when Kyle hears this, he proposes that maybe they should actually take some personal responsibility about the things they've done wrong, and that they should change their behaviors rather than enabling them. And it's pretty clear that the counselor doesn't like that answer.
Yeah, it's me. We've got a turd in the punch bowl.
This is one of my favorite scenes from the episode, as it really outlines the reality behind these scandals and how they are treated. Of course, these men don't actually care about changing their behavior. Instead, they're learning how to enable this behavior by avoiding the consequences for them, because they don't actually see an issue with what they're doing. In their minds, they're just doing what every man would do in their position. This is kind of the central theme of this episode, and I think that this scene demonstrates the mindset the best. Meanwhile, the scientists are busy testing on chimpanzees to try to figure out what's causing this outbreak. Their testing includes just giving a regular adult male a bunch of money and seeing what happens. And of course, he immediately begins screwing every female monkey he can find before his wife runs out and beats him with a rolling pin. He is then publicly shunned and forced to apologize on his talk show. The scientists conclude that money must be the cause of sex addiction. They even reveal the shocking news that some men's motivation to become rich and successful is to one day have sex with a lot of women. But that doesn't answer the question of why. Why are all these men suffering from this horrible disease? What would possibly lead a completely normal man to want to have sex with lots of women? When they show all their research to the president, he comes to the only logical conclusion. After a UFO crash landed in Roswell, New Mexico, the aliens brought the sex addiction disease to America and are currently residing in Independence Hall, where their power is forcing all of these rich, successful men to have sex with lots of women.
It's the only explanation that makes any sense.
We then cut to Tiger Woods' public apology for his behavior, but of course this is once again interrupted by his wife attacking him with a golf club.
Dude, you found another girl's phone number on my cell phone? Yeah, back in that water level.
Now the sex addiction group is flying to Independence Hall on a special mission to take down the infected alien. While there, the scientists conclude that it must be a wizard alien and that he actually cast a spell on all of these men. However, one of the guys decides that he's had enough of all this and finally says the quiet part out loud.
We all know what's going on here, don't we? Whenever a story breaks about some rich, famous guy going around and having sex with tons of girls, we all want to act like we don't understand it, but we do. We're guys, you know? Our brains are wired to strive to be the alpha male and get all the women we can. We don't have to condone what these rich, famous people do, but we can at least admit that given the same temptations and opportunities that somebody like Tiger Woods has, a lot of us guys might do something similar. We have a turd in the punch bowl.
Yeah, man, I have no clue what that guy was talking about. Anyways, let's get back to what's really causing all of this, the wizard alien. Because Kyle believes that sex addiction isn't actually a disease and instead can be prevented by just changing your behavior, they decide that he's the only one who is resistant to the spell and give him a gun to take the alien wizard out. When the wizard alien finally emerges, he is an incomprehensible eldritch beast. It's almost as if they had taken the guy who gave the monologue earlier, tied him up, and stuffed him into an alien wizard costume. But Kyle and Butters are then forced to repeatedly shoot the alien wizard until it finally dies, curing all of the men of this horrible disease.
Look, the sex addiction. It's leaving my body.
I can feel it. I'm free.
Kyle and Butters are heroes. Butters is finally cured of his bush addiction, and Tiger Woods gives one last press conference discussing the situation.
And my wife won't feel any need to get revenge by sleeping with a bunch of guys.
We end with Cartman and Stan once again playing the new Tiger Woods PGA Tour game, and unfortunately, it just doesn't have quite the same feel anymore.
What the hell? This game's all boring now. Yeah, where's all the fighting? Dude, screw this. Who wants to hit a dumb little ball around? Yeah, golf is stupid again.
Now, personally, I really enjoy this episode. It's very funny, and it actually tackles a lot of interesting topics surrounding gender norms and how they affect our behaviors. So now, let's break it down a little bit more and discuss what this episode did right, as well as discuss Tiger Woods' reaction to the episode, because it may not be what you expect. And I figure what better way than to get it straight from the horse's mouth. You guys really aren't going to believe this, but I actually invited Tiger Woods himself to come talk about this. I genuinely can't believe he said yes. It totally blew my mind when he responded to my email, so yeah, he said he'd be here right about... So bad news, Tiger is not going to be able to make it to the interview. He had some other issues he had to deal with, so instead I'm just going to talk about his reaction. So in 2012, one of Tiger's previous golf instructors, Hank Haney, published a memoir all about his time spent with Tiger. In one chapter, he discusses the type of TV he likes to watch and said that South Park was actually his favorite show at the time. He had such a love for the show that when this episode came out, he told Haney that he thought the episode was funny and supposedly even seemed proud of his appearance on the show. So not only was Tiger not offended by the episode, but it seemed like he actively enjoyed it and was proud of himself for making it into South Park. And I feel like his reaction to this episode is kind of enough to solidify that not only were the scenes of what happened that night pretty accurate, but he felt like the episode was actually not really that hard on him, which kind of leads us into our next discussion, and that's that while Tiger Woods is obviously being made fun of in this episode, it simultaneously feels almost sympathetic towards him to some degree. Like they take this idea of rich, successful men cheating on their wives with tons of women, and instead of lambasting the men for doing it, they flip it around to the average man and say, I mean, be real. If the most attractive women in the world were throwing themselves at you on a daily basis, you'd probably do something pretty similar. Instead, what they are actually criticizing these men on is the seeming lack of accountability for their actions. You see, these guys get caught doing these things, and their apologies usually sound pretty similar. I just lost my sense of self. This isn't who I really am. I'm a sex addict, and I'm going to rehab for it. And while on the surface, this feels like acknowledgement, it's kind of making them out to be a victim rather than a perpetrator. I mean, they're basically saying that they had this addiction that caused them to do bad things, rather than just acknowledging that they decided to do a bad thing. And don't get me wrong, sex addiction absolutely is a real thing. Technically, it's called compulsive sexual behavior disorder, and it's actually considered an impulse control disorder rather than an addiction, but regardless, it can be genuinely harmful to a lot of people's lives. But the question that this episode is asking is, if a rich and successful man has beautiful women begging to sleep with him every day, and he does, is that really an addiction, or is it just the most likely outcome when a man is presented with these kind of opportunities. Like, let's compare this to an average, not rich and successful person who is addicted to sex, specifically a man. He'd have to jump through some crazy hoops in order to actually have sex with a bunch of different women all the time. Like, you would have to be actively going out of your way in order to do this, which would require either a substantial time commitment or a substantial financial commitment, and it would most likely negatively impact a bunch of other parts of your life. Compare that to successful men who only come out as sex addicts after they've been caught and are forced to deal with the consequences. What if they had never been caught? I mean, when it comes to a lot of non-substance related addictions, the criteria is often dependent on the fact that it negatively impacts your life and affects your relationships. If they had never been caught in the first place, I'm sure that most of these dudes wouldn't see having sex with a bunch of hot chicks who are freely offering it up to them as negatively impacting their life. So if the only negative impact on your life comes once you're caught, it's almost like Schrodinger's sex addiction. It's not an addiction until you're observed and forced to face the consequences. And that's what South Park is really criticizing in this episode. The fact that these guys use this concept of addiction to subtly shift the blame elsewhere instead of just admitting that they made conscious decisions to do what they did. Because of course they did. Given the opportunities they have, a lot of men would be doing the same thing. And speaking of average men, they're what really make this episode so funny. This unspoken acknowledgement between every man in the story, who of course are not surprised in the slightest by the way that these rich and successful men behave, yet they have to act like they don't understand it around any of the women in their life because they know what she wants to hear. Matt and Trey said in the DVD commentary that they were inspired by a lot of the media coverage around this case seemingly doing exactly that, focusing on sex addiction rather than just acknowledging that he's a guy.
Everyone knows what the fuck was going on with that.
But that's why, like, married dude, like a bunch of dudes had to be like, you know, whenever it came up, and he'd be like, what do you mean? Oh my God, like, he's married, he's super successful and the biggest athlete in the world, but he's married. How would he ever be with another woman?
And all these newspaper articles and stuff written by men,
Yeah.
and you could tell they're like, is sexual addiction a problem in our country? It's like, you fucking, look at you, dude.
The first person you showed that to was your wife.
Yeah, you showed that to your wife.
Look, honey, look what I think. These guys have a problem. They have a problem because I can't relate to it at all.
This gag is what really makes this episode so great. It's so simple and on the nose, yet so hilarious because it's incredibly accurate. Unfortunately, the majority of men would do exactly what these guys did, although I'm sure that most men would at the very least have some degree of empathy and simply not get married if they were in this situation. But the reason it worked so well in this episode, aside from the comedy, is the fact that it's also what drives the plot forward. The idea that this is a problem that has such a simple explanation, and yet all the men are so unwilling to acknowledge the truth that a wizard alien casting a spell on rich men is the conclusion they come to. It's just a classic South Park formula, taking something so simple to the most absurd places to comment about how ridiculous all of it is in the first place. And every time I watch this episode, I can't help but imagine a dude watching it with his wife and laughing the whole way through, only for him at the end of the episode to be like, honestly, yeah, it's funny because that's how guys are, but me personally, I would never. Just that visual in my head is enough to make this one of my favorites. But this episode is really just timeless, and it's for a couple reasons. Even though these types of scandals don't get quite the same news coverage as they used to, they definitely still happen. Like, literally as I'm writing this, it just came out that Klay Thompson and Megan Thee Stallion broke up after she found out he was cheating. And just like men acting like idiots when given fame and fortune, men pretending they wouldn't do the same thing if given the opportunity is a tale as old as time. But perhaps what will truly keep this episode relevant throughout the rest of time is Tiger Woods' love of crashing his car after taking 15 Vicodin, as that is one of the few certainties in this ever-changing world. So yeah, I just thought this would be a fun and relevant episode.
You just won't tap me.
Just what you need. Time is of the essence.
as expected. Time is of the essence.
How can I help? What's your treasure? Bring any tomes you find.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 275th episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring Nancy Downs from The Craft. If you're a fan of my videos, consider signing up to become a patron over on Patreon, where you can get access to my videos a day early, ad-free, and uncensored for as low as $2 a month. Well, The Craft has turned 30 years old this year as of May, and since Nancy has been requested to be covered in this series for years now, I felt this would be the right time to do it. So in this video, we're going to go through everything that we're given about Nancy and the dark past she follows in this story, examining all the things that transform her into a person not much unlike those that she despised when the tale first begins. Now, The Craft has cemented itself as a classic, and I know all of you enjoy watching as many established or upcoming films that are classics as well. And if you want to make sure you have access to the best of the best the film world has to offer, consider checking out Mubi. I can't say enough good things about Mubi. It's a streaming service that's been tailor-made to provide you with the greatest pieces of cinema that the world has to offer. One that's been specially curated by an elite team of curators that has made Mubi into a land of cinematic wonder that has no parallel. A place where you can find every type of film imaginable, from both iconic directors to emerging auteurs. It's on Mubi that you can watch amazing films like Saipan, an incredible and moving retelling of the famous Saipan incident, Endless Cookie, a charming adult animated film that chronicles the struggles and experiences of two half-brothers, and Omen, the story of a young boy who's branded an evil sorcerer who's exiled from his homeland and returns years later to reunite with his family. But if you're a fan of this channel, Mubi has something even more to offer, as Mubi will often feature films that I'm soon to cover, or have already covered, as they continually update their programming of films and series, which makes it all the more easy to ensure you're able to watch each piece of media that I feature on my channel. So if you want access to all the greats the film world has to offer, head over to Mubi.com/TheViolite to try Mubi for free for 30 days. You heard that right. An entire month's worth of free films is instantly available to you over on Mubi.com/TheViolite, or by clicking the link in the description. And just like Mubi has become my go-to platform for all things cinema, I have a feeling that once you check it out, it just might become yours as well. Thank you, Mubi, for sponsoring this video. Now without further ado, let's begin. High school, despite often being touted as a place where you're going to spend the best years of your life, is often not that at all. For a few people it is. For most it's a mixed bag. And for others, it was a living hell that they'd like to forget. And for Sarah, Bonnie, Rochelle, and Nancy, that's exactly what St. Benedict's Academy was. For Sarah, being the new girl afforded her the privilege of suffering the typical initiation rituals any new student is forced to endure upon moving to a new school. But with her choice of friends and refusal to put out for Chris and the subsequent rumors he spread about her placing her right at the center of everyone's attention, Sarah's early days at St. Benedict's ensured that the rest of the day she'd spend there would be experienced in misery. Bonnie, whose back was covered in burn scars, was...
Let me see.
Hey guys, Corey here with just a quick tutorial on how to do the Loathsome Mire. This is following the 0.5 Return of the Ancients patch. Now when you're doing Delirium, you're going to see the Loathsome Mire pop open when you see one of those red mirrors, and it's going to transfer you to this zone. Now this map is absolutely huge. I'm going to make it real simple for you. All you need to do is stop moving and look which way the blood is flowing. You'll see a couple times here, you'll see me kind of stop to assess so I can see which way the blood is moving. But all you're going to do when you get into the zone is follow the blood of river all the way downstream, okay? Otherwise, you're going to run around the map. It's absolutely huge. I made that mistake running around the edges.
Yep. That's what I did.
was self-conscious about her appearance and riddled with anxiety as a result, covering up her body likely due to the extensive bullying she'd been forced to endure over the course of her childhood, living in a constant state of unease as she attempted to navigate her school life without being accosted by her peers for her appearance. Rochelle's story is a tale as old as time, that of a girl who belongs to a minority being bullied by the majority for her race, leaving her in a similar state of unease as Bonnie, albeit for much different reasons. But Nancy, out of all 4 girls, may have had it the worst. For Nancy wasn't just an outcast at her school, but a girl who had to live an impoverished and abusive life at home as well. Nancy, who plays the part of the rebellious goth girl, is ostracized for the differences between her and the rest of her peers, and because she's presumed to be promiscuous, likely as a result of Chris spreading rumors about her, who she slept with in the past. But at home, we see that Nancy lives in a run-down trailer with a leaky roof that's owned by her mother and her disgusting, negligent, and abusive husband, a man who can't even bother to pay his bills, but makes plenty of time to abuse his wife and make passes at his stepdaughter. So not only is Nancy the subject of all the bullying you'd expect a girl like her to receive in this era, but like so many girls in her position, she's denied even a safe haven from which she can escape the people who both torment her and don't understand her. It's reasonable to assume then that the fledgling coven of Nancy, Bonnie, and Rochelle was created through these girls' shared kinship as outsiders and Nancy's introduction of witchcraft into their circle, as I think it's also reasonable to assume that Nancy was the one who introduced them to witchcraft. Why? Because as both a rebel and an outcast, Nancy is a person who's looking to find comfort in things that both don't remind her of the awful people around her, and that allow her to express herself in a way that runs contrary to what she's expected to be, and doesn't want to be. So when she happened upon Lirio's shop one day, she found a place filled with wonder that told her of powers that could grant her deepest desires, give her the ability to get back at the people who had so harmed her, and provide her with comfort and security that the trappings of a society that facilitated her torment that she didn't quite fit into couldn't. Thus Nancy introduced to her friends something that they could both bond over, and use to alleviate the pain inflicted upon them by the world around them. A would-be harmless interest that in this case turned out to be much more harmful than they could have imagined. During the opening of the film, we witness Nancy, Bonnie, and Rochelle conducting some sort of ritual, but once we're introduced to our protagonist Sarah, we learn shortly after that whatever magic these 3 have attempted to manifest has been unsuccessful. Now, despite how likely it is that Nancy was the one who introduced her friends to the craft, in the early stages of the film, she's the most skeptical of the 3, which surprised me at first. However, as desperate as Nancy is for this black magic to be the means with which all their problems are solved, she is a girl who has experienced the sad realities of the real world. A world where a girl is punished for trying to be something different, and who has to deal with the fact that the people who are supposed to care for her fail at that every second of every day. So of course she's skeptical of magic, of the otherworldly power that promises to take away her pain, as until Sarah arrived, the craft was nothing but hope for Nancy, even if she felt that inviting the spirit of Manon into her would make everything all better again. But she wants to believe. She doesn't want her suspicions about magic to be true. She wants it to be real. So when Sarah counters her statement about Manon making everything better by saying nothing makes everything all better again, Nancy replies by saying maybe not for you, confirming for us that as much as Nancy might be skeptical of the craft, that she also finds it to be the key to solving all of her problems. Now, the magic that these girls manifest in this story, as a result of their invoking of the nature spirit they call Manon, is interesting, as it's not the typical demonic magic that most stories like these portray witchcraft to be. As a force that seems to be derived from the very fabric of the universe, the magic these girls are playing with here is powerful, potent, and importantly, not something that's easily controlled by any mortal being. However, this is a lesson that has to be learned by those wishing to engage in magical practices, and learn these girls did. When Bonnie spies Sarah's ability to manipulate a pencil and tells her friends about it, they end up inviting Sarah to tag along with them after school, where things progress naturally enough, with the girls walking through LA and traveling to Lirio's shop to show Sarah around. But once they're walking home later that night, things start to take a turn for the worse. The girls run into the strange man Sarah encountered at her home that was trying to show her a snake, and he proceeds to tell her that he had a dream where she died, and that she needs to listen to him because he knows what he's talking about, because he's in touch with the man. Understandably scared, the girls make their getaway, but as they're doing so, the man ends up getting killed by a passing car, a vision for his fate that each of these girls had in their minds as they were making their getaway. Now once they regroup, they're giddy, excited that the thoughts they all shared actually managed to do something, despite Nancy initially dismissing it as coincidence. But their excitement is misplaced. Yes, to be harassed by a homeless man, especially one that showed up at one of these girls' houses, is a terrifying thing to experience, and he could have very well wished them some sort of harm. However, he seemed to have either been a disturbed individual or one who is himself in tune with the magic of Manon, and rather than being a threat to these girls, or Sarah specifically, it seems like he was trying to warn her, not harm her. That being said, she had no real way of knowing this, especially since the man who had shown up at her doorstep was now chasing her and proclaiming that she died in a dream of his. So we can't really blame her, or the other girls for that matter, for wishing he would get hit by a car to save them from potentially being harmed or killed themselves. But the thing is, as much as they were in the right for imagining this, and subsequently manifesting this, it isn't exactly something that should be celebrated. Yes, they just used magic, real magic, and that's astounding. But they used that magic to kill another person, and that's not exactly a good omen for how further uses of such magic would play out. And while in the moment of their elation it would have been difficult to really consider what they just done, if they had taken a moment to think beyond their excitement, they might have realized that what they had just accomplished had some rather sinister implications. But at that time, there was only wonder to be had for this burgeoning coven, and so with new hope in hand that the craft in Manon would be the solution to all their problems, the girls embark on a trip so they might conduct a ritual to do just that in peace. During their ritual, each of the girls asked for a boon from Manon, with Rochelle asking to not hate those that hate her, especially racist pieces of shit like Laura Lizzie, Sarah asking to be loved, especially by Chris, and Bonnie asking for her scars to be removed. But even here, Nancy remained the skeptic, only asking that she take into herself all the power of Manon, a broad wish that she only made because deep down she felt that no matter how much she might hope for a magical change in her life, that hope was ultimately hollow. But much to their surprise, especially Nancy's, their ritual worked, with Bonnie being freed of her scars, Chris completely enamored with Sarah, and Rochelle now free of Laura Lizzie's torment. Desperate for her dreams to be realized as well, Nancy conducts a ritual of her own back at her home, and though nothing appears to happen initially, when her stepfather begins to beat her mother, a surge of power explodes from her despair and anger that sees him having a heart attack, and Nancy and her mother subsequently inheriting a whopping $175,000 from his pension fund. Once again, on the surface, all of this seems to be wonderful, but upon closer inspection, these blessings, though indeed blessings, were only made possible via cruelty, violence, and the unnatural. Rochelle's peace is fed through the suffering of Laura Lizzie. Sarah's ensnarement of Chris's heart is a mental and spiritual trap that controls this boy's thoughts and feelings against his will. Bonnie's alleviation of her scars, while seeming to have been given with no downsides, instills within her a conceited and haughty attitude that's as unnatural to her person as the lifting of her scars were. And Nancy, while Nancy's fortune is only made possible through death, the death of a brutish and disgusting man to be sure, but death nonetheless. So when Nancy wants to push things further, to invoke the very spirit of Manon to provide her and her sisters with even greater power, it only makes all too much sense that this power would end up instilling within them tendencies as dark as the magic they were unleashing upon the world. After conducting another ritual at the beach, Nancy is struck by lightning and given a power beyond her wildest dreams. But despite her ability to walk on water, this power is anything but righteous and good, as just like with all the other magic they've used thus far, this ritual ended up causing harm to others, in this case, the death of several sea creatures. Sarah is the only one here who begins to have a change of heart, finally seeing that what they've been doing is something mired in control, manipulation, violence, and death, and seeing how it's been affecting her friends and turning them into self-centered, hubristic, and callous women, she becomes uneasy and remorseful. But Nancy has been emboldened. She's been given everything she's ever wanted, power over her life, and the lives of anyone else who might try to stand in her way. But that power has done more than embolden her. It's made her unstable, cruel, and utterly remorseless in the face of all the possibilities that now lie before her. So when the first instance of their spells coming back to bite them occurs when Chris attempts to force himself on Sarah, Nancy chooses to act, to defend her friend from a man who had not just tormented Sarah, but herself once upon a time. In the scene where Nancy confronts Chris, we're shown a girl who has become everything that she once despised, a sadistic, cruel, and spiteful woman who now relishes in the pain and torment she causes others, whether physical or mental, incapable of seeing that despite how reprehensible Chris's actions were in the past, that he is now unable to control who he is, or what he does, as a result of her and her friend's actions. Even if she had been able to see this though, none of that would have mattered for Nancy, for years of anger and sadness were coming to a head here. boiling over into a manic display of fury in a boy who had hurt her and so many others with his philandering and lies. And it's through that magical fury that another life is taken, this time with satisfaction. Things don't get much better from here, as with Nancy as ringleader and Bonnie and Rochelle both drunk off their powers as well, they begin harassing Sarah in increasingly heinous ways after she chooses to distance herself from them, fearing the implications of all they've done and what they've become. The culmination of the film thus results in Sarah experiencing horrific hallucinations, first of various insects and vermin infesting her home, then of her parents being missing and dying in a plane crash. All this torment was designed by Nancy to instill utter fear in Sarah for betraying her and her coven before she ended her life, coming full circle with the death that brought her confirmation of her power, now being used to harm what should have been one of her closest friends. But as I mentioned earlier, Nancy, infused with power, has become everything that she once hated. She's a bully, a spiteful, hate-filled creature who is unleashing heaps of torture onto a girl who only wanted to be loved and do the right thing, putting her down by calling her pathetic and wishing that she had taken her own life when she had the chance. This is what the power of Manon did to Nancy, but as Lirio said to Sarah earlier on in the film, it wasn't really Manon who did this to Nancy, but Nancy herself, because she took this magic to a dark place, a place where fear, anger, and sadness lay, that was then reflected back onto others, just as it had been instilled within her by those who tormented her. Bonnie and Rochelle eventually come to their senses here and abandon Nancy, but Nancy remains filled with darkness, and even when she's rendered near powerless in the face of Sarah's light, the darkness within her proves to have taken such a hold that she still attempts to murder a girl that was once her friend, but to no avail. Her reward? Madness. A mind and spirit totally destroyed by the forces she tried to command for her own personal gain. The enduring lesson of the craft is that what goes around comes around. Sow evil, and evil you shall reap. But it can also keep going around and around until you are now more villainous than the villains who tormented you to begin with were. Nancy, Bonnie, Rochelle, and Sarah were all girls who didn't deserve the torment inflicted upon them. Girls who deserved to be safe, happy, and free to be who they were, and loved for who they were. But denied that love and acceptance, they turned to the naturally unnatural to obtain what they desired and to exact revenge against those who harmed them. But in doing so, they became dark reflections of the people they despised, and Nancy most of all, a woman who did not deserve to experience what she experienced, but who was ultimately consumed by those experiences, and the power she turned to alleviate the pain she had been feeling for so long. Pain that ultimately caused her to become a veritable monster who took 2 lives and nearly took another, and pain that, in the end, plunged her down into a crazed evil of her own making. Thank you all for tuning in to this episode of Analyzing Evil, and I hope you've enjoyed. What are your thoughts on Nancy? Did I miss anything? Let me know down below, and leave a suggestion for a villain you'd like to see featured while you're at it. If you like this video, hit that thumbs up button, and make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. A big thank you to all of my subscribers, my patrons, anyone who's decided to honor me with a super thank, and especially our Dark Lord patrons, Elijah KVA, Mr. Awesome, Louis Doxtator, Just Keeping It Real, Lachlan, Atris Rain, Celsopa, Him Downstairs, Off Mega, Beep Boop, Lorenzo Antonino, and Eli Livingston. And a most vile thank you to those whose names you're seeing on screen now. Join the channel's Discord server and subreddit to interact with myself and the community, and follow me on the social media platforms listed below to keep up with the channel. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll be seeing you soon.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul. In this video we're breaking down Night of the Living Dead. Released in 1968, Night of the Living Dead was a pivotal moment in horror movie history. Night brought a new kind of zombie into the light and basically invented the concept of the modern day zombie. Written and directed by a man who's seen as the godfather of the genre, George A. Romero completely changed the game. Penned alongside John Russo, they crafted a tale in which we follow a group of survivors trapped in a farmhouse surrounded by the dead. Now, Night of the Living Dead is not only a classic, but it remains a significant part of film history for many different reasons. From its messaging, to its cast, to its visual depictions of violence, it exposed audiences to the idea that your closest friends and neighbors could be monsters. Throughout this video, we're going to be breaking down all the hidden details and behind the scenes moments that make Night of the Living Dead just so groundbreaking. Hope you enjoy it as we go through the movie, and if you do, you know what to do. Anyway, with that out of the way, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into Night of the Living Dead.
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Okay, so before getting into the film itself, I want to talk about the movie's history and a theory that I have. Before getting to that though, I need to lay the groundwork for how this movie came to be made. Okay, so alongside friend and business partner Russell Striner, George A. Romero began his career shooting remote shots for Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. It's here that I think he got the bug for turning a neighborhood into a horror site and may have imagined survivors holed up in a house. That's the theory. We don't know if that's confirmed, but what we do know is that he wanted to capitalize on the industry's thirst for the bizarre. The pair then recruited their friend John Russo to help them craft their horror picture. Now, the movie itself was actually originally going to be a horror comedy about teenage aliens. However, the idea was scrapped when they realized they wouldn't have the budget to build a convincing looking spaceship. Another early draft had the monsters attacking humans as aliens, or humans possessed by an alien virus, before they then decided on them simply being dead. Some of this does still make it to the film though, namely the news report about the NASA satellite from Venus leaking radiation. What I love though is that it's never stated as to what the definitive cause of the outbreak is. To cut costs, Russo also had the idea to center the movie around a young man who discovers aliens stealing human corpses for food. This was the eureka moment for Romero and Russo. They combined the idea with one of Romero's unpublished short stories about flesh-eating ghouls to create an entirely new movie monster to terrify audiences with. Now, those zombies had existed in the past. They hadn't been like what we get here. Heavily inspired by the vampire creatures from Richard Matheson's I Am Legend in the 1962 Carnival of Souls, Romero molded these concepts to bring the horror closer to home and make us the monsters. I thought I was creating a completely new monster. The neighbors suddenly turn into flesh eaters. Ghouls, that's what I called them. What I was really saying is when there's no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth. Matheson and Romero had a playful sort of rivalry over the similarities, with Matheson calling Night of the Living Dead kind of cornball and more theft than homage. However, Romero argued that Matheson wrote about the aftermath of a complete global upheaval, but Night of the Living Dead, that explored how people would respond to that kind of disaster as it developed. With their ghoul story established, the trio then pitched their idea to the Hardman Associates film firm to bring them on board as investors. Signing on, they then created the Image 10 production company to produce the film. Beginning with a budget of $6,000, this was pooled together by each member of the production company chipping in $600 each. Romero was then able to secure 10 more investors for an additional of $6,000. Now, this was just enough to begin filming, but not enough to complete it. Production had to stop multiple times so Romero could show footage to new investors. Ultimately, the film raised $114,000, which is roughly $1 million today. To put this into perspective, the budget for the original Halloween was nearly triple at $300,000, and a typical Hollywood budget today hits roughly in the $100 million range. So yeah, to say that they were working on a tight budget is a big understatement. Romero described the process as everyone just pitching in and doing their part, with much of the cast being made up of friends and family. This also included Carl Hardman and Marilyn Eastman, who actually owned Hardman Associates. They played Harry and Helen Cooper, with Hardman's daughter Kyra playing their daughter Karen. There's loads more about the production and the innovative ways Romero and the team were able to work around this insanely low budget, and we'll go through that as we go through the movie. But yeah, aside all that, there was an insane mistake that basically caused a shit ton of issues and made it near impossible for this film to make the money that it should have. At one point during the release, the title was changed from Night of the Flesh Eaters to Night of the Living Dead. However,
When they changed the title, the copyright notice was deleted and thus the film entered public domain upon its release. So no copyright on this film at all. What this meant is that anyone could distribute it, make remakes, spin-off sequels, and even YouTube videos without ever getting hit with a copyright notice. So this is why we had so many of those dead films following after it, and unfortunately Romero didn't have a leg to stand on legally. Now I think overall things probably worked out, and we will talk about how much it actually made, but I also think it helped to act as a launch pad for him to make his following films. I kind of took it as like, well, it was a lot of promotion, and then Dawn of the Dead was absolutely massive. He then helped remake the film in the 90s and at least make money from that, but yeah.
Yes, this is all we have. I will make use of this. Go. I can imagine that was completely devastating, and pretty much every zombie film that followed owes everything to him. We will of course be covering Dawn and Day as well, and I also just got the 4K for the remake of Night, so make sure you subscribe for all of those. But it also means we can use as much footage as we want without getting a copyright strike. Play the entire movie! But yes, we will be going through this 4K version, which looks fantastic and was actually restored by George Lucas. Now, we open the film with Barbara and Johnny driving through a cemetery to visit their father's grave. What I love about the film is that it gets you attached to these characters from the off, and then you assume that you'll follow them throughout the movie. Johnny obviously gets killed in the intro, and Barbara kind of disappears when the focus shifts to Ben. This is something that they alter massively for the remake, with Bob being way less than a damsel in distress who's just like, well, talking shit the whole film. The opening scene was also shot in a real cemetery located in Butler County, Pennsylvania. Known as Evans City Cemetery, this is now a popular tourist attraction. This location was chosen by Romero and the team because not only was it free, but it's also located on top of a hill, which they figured would give them privacy from the police coming to shut them down. In what's another example of making things work on such a small budget, the car we see Barbara and Johnny driving was also owned by the mother of Russell Strine, who plays Johnny. The car also got a dent during the shooting, so Romero rewrote the scene to have the car crash into a tree when Barbara tries to escape, which is genius. The main theme plays as the opening credits roll as well, which was composed by Spencer Moore and titled The Eerie Heavy Echo. Not having money or time to worry about things like creating a score, all the music used in the movie was mixed or modified from Capitol EMI Records' public domain library. This included the opening theme, and this was also used in 1956 episode of Gumby the Magic Show, and also the 1959 film Teenagers from Outer Space. Now the film takes place in April, but this opening sequence was shot in the middle of November, so the actors had to hold their breath to avoid it appearing on camera. Another fun fact about the cemetery, because I know you love fun facts about cemeteries, after filming was done, a tornado hit the locale and uprooted the trees. This brought up 200 bodies to the surface, which felt extremely ironic, and Romero even jokingly asked if they walked. Ha ha ha! As the car enters the cemetery, we can also see the sign for the entrance is full of bullet holes. This was an actual sign for the cemetery and was not a prop made for the film. Gotta love rural Pennsylvania. Now while this was a happy accident, I think it retroactively becomes an indication to the audience of the danger that we and the characters are heading into. It can also be seen as an early sign, little wordplay there, that the ghoul invasion has already started and that people have been fending them off. When Barbara and Johnny reach their father's gravesite, Johnny's annoyed that they're there at all, as he doesn't even remember what their father looks like. Little continuity error here as well. Before getting out of the car, we can see Johnny take off his driving gloves and throw them on the dashboard. However, we later see him take them out of his pockets at the cemetery.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
But yeah, like we talked about, this was an insanely small budget that they were working with, so I'm not pointing these things out to be like a gotcha, but it is funny that the actors had to hold their breath in order to not mess with the continuity of the film, but they didn't notice this. This video is sponsored by Squarespace. So as I mentioned on a couple of videos, I actually started out as a web designer before becoming world famous #1 YouTuber Kevin Spoilers. Actually did a graduate apprenticeship, built sites for lots of companies across a wide range of businesses, and eventually launched my own review website, which is what got me into making videos here on YouTube. Little origin story for you there. The job involved lots of coding, having to learn complex design language and styles, and just hours upon hours of work getting things to even like a first draft stage. If you've tried to build a website yourself without much knowledge, then you'll know how much of a nightmare that it is. However, Squarespace makes everything easy, and within an hour you can have a gorgeous looking website that's ready to show to the world. With Squarespace's design intelligence, anyone can create a stunning, fully personalized website tailored exactly to their needs, with absolutely no expertise required. All you have to do is answer a few questions about your brand and your goals, and then pick from professionally crafted templates, and boom, you've got a bespoke digital identity ready to go across your whole online presence. It's all customizable too with their drag and drop editor. So tweaking fonts, colors, the layout, or adding new products and sections feels completely effortless. It's all straightforward and stress-free, and Squarespace makes the hard work easy. Plus, if you're selling anything, whether it be physical products, merch, digital downloads, or subscriptions, you can do it all through Squarespace. Showcase your items with rich listings, high-quality images, embedded videos, customer reviews, related products, add-ons, you name it, it's there. Managing inventory, orders, customers, and sales is simple and built right in. Print shipping labels directly from the platform, set up flexible rates, handle payments seamlessly, and even get tools for taxes and payouts. It saves you serious time so you can just focus on growing your business. Head over to squarespace.com for a free trial right now where there's no commitment needed. When you're ready to launch your site or grab a domain, go to squarespace.com/heavyspoilers and use the code heavyspoilers to save 10% off your first purchase. Just remember squarespace.com/heavyspoilers and use the code heavyspoilers to save 10% off your first purchase and make an impact on the web today. Thanks. Before Johnny gets out of the car, we hear a quick announcement on the radio that they're back after technical problems. However, Johnny quickly turns it off. We just have these little constant clues that something's not right, but the pair keep ignoring the signs. Excuse the pun there. The voice in the radio is also played by Cole Hodman, who of course plays Harry Cooper later in the film. As they walk to their father's grave, Johnny continues to complain and comments on how there's no one else around and that the flowers they put last year are gone. This is never explained in the movie, but maybe Barbara and Johnny's dad has also risen from the grave, which honestly would have been a really cool and creepy twist here. They were probably just shifted, but yeah, this scene kind of paints out Johnny as a dick. He clearly has no respect for the dead, whereas Barbara is quiet and reserved.
I haven't seen you in church lately.
He also doesn't respect religion, which in the 60s was seen as a big no-no. Plus, he's also like a dick to this really chill zombie guy who's just stumbling through the graveyard. I think though this kind of plays into his hubris and how his arrogance means that he joins them, whereas at this point she makes it out. Standing by the grave, Johnny then tells a story about how he used to scare Barbara when they were kids, and then gives us the infamous line,
"They're coming to get you, Barbara."
Which is just one of those things that you instantly think about when you think about this movie. He then starts chasing her through the cemetery, uttering the lines that scared her as a kid.
You're ignorant.
They're coming for you, Barbara.
Now, I couldn't find anything really significant about the line or who wrote it, but it just seems to be an instance of something random really connecting with the audience, especially with that voice. Not only is it the most iconic line of the film, but it also foreshadows how the dead really are coming for Barbara literally in this moment. Now, a lot of people have criticized how Barbara was portrayed in the film, with her basically just freaking out and standing in silence the whole time and mumbling and stuff. However, I think the story her brother tells us gives us a bit more perspective on the later actions that she takes. He says that the cemetery always scared her, which is why he would play tricks on her. This shows that Barbara has always had a fear of the dead or death itself, so when the ghouls begin to rise from their graves, it's literally her worst nightmare come to life, which would petrify anybody. I think a lot of people will miss this subtle line, as the conversation doesn't really have any significance other than setting us up for the attack by the zombie. Speaking of which, it's in this moment that it then lunges forward and we get our first on-screen zombie as we know them today. Now, since this is our first look at the zombie or ghouls, I figure this is a good time to touch upon some zombie lore before moving on to the next scene. While this film created the modern day concept of zombies, the reanimated corpses in films are never actually called the Z word. This was something started by fans and Romero just accepted it. Thus, going forward, the ghouls were referred to as zombies in Dawn of the Dead, and so on and so forth. As we touched upon earlier though, Romero didn't create the concept of the dead rising from the grave. The concept of a zombie or zombie originated in Haitian voodoo culture between the 16th and 19th centuries. Also, messed up there and called it voodoo, it's actually voodoo, and I want to point out that that's not the same as voodoo. While voodoo derives its name from the Haitian voodoo, the name is largely rooted in ignorance of the spelling of voodoo, which I also messed up as well, so apologies for that. This has all kind of been lumped in together along with the racist connotations of voodoo being evil and the practice of dark magic. However, the meaning of the voodoo spelling has changed over time, and today it's used to refer to the New Orleans distinct practice of the religion known as Louisiana voodoo. This evolved from voodoo when Haitian refugees came to Louisiana after the Haitian Revolution in 1803. Considered one of the most misunderstood religions in the world, voodoo can be traced to West African legends. Now, they believe that the soul is divided into two separate parts. These are the little good angel and the big good angel. Though it's open to interpretation, it's basically taken that the big good angel, that controls a person's motor functions, while the little angel is what constitutes a person's memories, intelligence, and also their personality. When someone dies, the two parts of the soul don't immediately cross over to the afterlife and are at risk of becoming lost or captured. It's believed that someone who uses voodoo for malicious intent can steal the big angel of a recently deceased person and trap it into a vessel. This will then put them entirely under the control of their master, and they'll become a zombie. Alternative tellings of the legend also involve the body itself being turned into a zombie, where the priest steals the little angel, leaving the body an empty shell that can then be manipulated. This version seems to be more in line with what we think of as zombies, and they're unable to feel pain or emotion and are just like completely devoid of any kind of intelligence or personality. Where things differ is in those tellings they're mindless slaves to the priest that created them, and they don't eat the flesh of the living. One of the major differences between what we think of a zombie and the zombie though is that Haitians didn't fear the zombie themselves, but were afraid of becoming one. Many see the legend of the zombie as a metaphor for slavery, with the Haitians fearing becoming people without choice or autonomy. The legends of the Haitian zombie then made its way to America in 1915 when the US occupied Haiti and brought back stories of people's practices in voodoo. We actually touched upon this when we covered Live and Let Die, and how Baron Samedi was said to control zombies in the book. Where it really got attention though was in the 1929 William Seabrook's book, The Magic Island. In it he described dead men working with expressionless blank eyes, almost like corpses. The book has been blasted since and is seen as basically being the reason that voodoo is seen as being evil and all the negative connotations that people have with black magic. It's unclear when the transition from zombie to zombie happened, but it's likely linked to the 1932 film White Zombie. This was based on Seabrook's book, and it starred Bela Lugosi as an evil voodoo priest from Haiti. The film has become a sort of cult classic in the zombie genre, but it also further pushed those stereotypes to the mainstream. Now, Russo denied ever hearing about the zombies and said that when he crafted the ghouls, he thought they were a completely new creature. He made a story that turned neighbors into flesh eaters, and it wasn't really based around the religion or ritualistic practices. So while the idea of the undead has been around for a long time, it really was Night of the Living Dead that created zombies as we understand them today. Now, I know that was a bit of a history dump, but I think it's important not only from a cultural standpoint of something that is very much misunderstood, but it also highlights just how groundbreaking Night of the Living Dead was for the time of its release. I also think I'd be remiss for not mentioning the 30th anniversary edition of the movie, which actually includes additional scenes that were shot for that release. This includes a brand new opening in which we learn a lot about the origins of this zombie. Turns out the guy was a child killer who'd just been executed, and men from the prison drive the body up to the cemetery where the family of one of his victims talk about how they just want to make sure he's dead. He obviously comes alive and stuff, and yeah, they even got the original actor back for it. We then drive off and we cut to Barbara and Johnny arriving at the cemetery. Other scenes include some people in a wreck coming alive and basically the origins of the horde that surrounds the house. We also get an additional news report where the zombie from the start's hunted, and a preacher who is giving his funeral tries to stop him by quoting Bible verses. He gets bitten, and the dad of the girl he killed returns with his spade to take down the zombie. The edition also has a different ending where we join the Reverend 1 year later to see that he's still got his bite mark. For some reason he's not becoming a zombie, which he chalks up to having a higher purpose. He's got a dog that he says protects others from him turning, and they've been researching his DNA for a cure. He starts rattling off a sermon about how he's the Lord's chosen one, and so on and so forth. It's nothing I think you need to go out of your way to watch, and I think the ending kind of ruins the severity of Ben's death. But yeah, we are completionists at the channel, so I had to go back and watch that. Now as the ghoul begins attacking Barbara, Johnny jumps into action to save his sister and wrestles with the monster. As Barbara runs away, she hides behind a gravestone reading Nicholas Kramer, 1842 to 1917. This was an actual grave from the cemetery, as they didn't have the budget to make prop gravestones. Now I'm telling you this is because the graves become an iconic piece of the movie, and fans have tracked down the real Nicholas Kramer to show their respects. He fought for the Union in the American Civil War and was actually a police officer for Evans City, Pennsylvania. He then died of pneumonia in 1917, and a storm in the 80s actually knocked over Kramer's grave. Luckily though, fans Christian Stavrakis and Dave Burrion restored the headstone to its original place in 1990. So yeah, shout out to Nicholas Kramer. I wish you could have risen from the grave to enjoy your fame. Now in the fight, Johnny hits his head on one of the gravestones, pretty much killing him instantly. The ghoul then gets back up and starts coming for Barbara, who runs back to their car but trips just before she's able to reach it. Now I couldn't find a clear answer on if this is the first instance of someone tripping while running away from a killer in a horror movie, but it's one of the common tropes in every slasher movie, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is where it originated. But let me know your thoughts below. Barbara is then able to get up and she makes it to the car but realizes she doesn't have the keys. Locking all the doors, the ghoul begins to slam on the car, trying to get to her until grabbing a brick and smashing the window. Romero was actually the one operating the camera in the scene and was almost hit with a brick when the ghoul smashes the window. The scene also shows us one of the defining characteristics of Romero's zombies, as they're not completely mindless and are able to use tools to some capacity. Romero had a very clear set of rules for what makes a zombie, and yeah, he's got some quite fantastic quotes around them. He said,
"Zombies cannot run. So anyone who has a zombie running,
as expected,
don't listen to that person. Their ankles would snap. I mean, you know, what did they do? Go and join a spa the moment they rose from the dead? Give me a break. They're dead."
I mean, he's got a legitimate point there, and yeah, I'm sick of those guys who have zombies running. What? It needs to be realistic. When the dead rise from the ground, they better not be running. That's disgraceful. Barbara then rolls down the hill to escape and hits the tree because we needed to explain that bump. Poor Mrs. Steiner. I really hope she was compensated for the car, because I would be very pissed if my son crashed my car not once but twice while messing around with his friends. You can also see that the car barely even scrapes the side of the tree, but the dent is huge. Barbara then flees to the farmhouse where we spend the rest of the movie. This was actually loaned to Romero and the crew by the owner, who was planning on demolishing the house. The production team then completely renovated it to make it seem livable, and this was just so they could tear it down throughout the film. First thing they did was clean up the kitchen, and this was so they had a nice place to have lunch at. By the end, they had 7 members of the crew actually living there while making the film, and yeah, to be fair, when they go in, it does look like a nice house. Once inside, Barbara then grabs a knife from the kitchen and checks the place room to room. We get a jump scare with some animal heads on the wall, which symbolizes how death is all around them, both inside and out the house. It's something I always remember noticing throughout Resident Evil, especially that first one, and they definitely took a lot of inspiration from this film. To the point that Romero was even in talks to direct those films. But then we wouldn't have had the fucking slow motion spin and kicking a dog, George, you hack! Ghouls then start to surround the grounds, and Barbara finds a dead body at the top of the stairs. Its face has been eaten off, and the mutilated head was made by Romero himself, who used ping pong.
Oh! Oh, Benedict.
Zyraliu. Welcome to my channel. Ibs. Welcome to my channel. Mazzy. Welcome to my channel.
Sorry. What's it called? Good luck and fun. Like, just
Hung balls for the eyes. Nice bit of trivia that. Couldn't confirm this as well, but this is probably either a real head or some kind of animal head, as one of the investors for the film was a butcher and they provided the real animal parts for a lot of the intense scenes. This includes the later scenes where the zombies are chowing down on Tom and Judy, which was reportedly roasted ham covered in chocolate syrup, which was as disgusting as it sounds apparently. The idea that Tara has transformed the landscape also hits us when she tries to exit the property. Just 40 seconds earlier in the scene it had been broad daylight, but now we see that it's night. Terrified by the corpse, she then decides to take her chances with the ghouls, and it's here that we're introduced to our other main character, Ben. He then takes her back inside, and we begin
The Night of the Living Dead.
He said it! He said it! Now, I think we'd be remiss for not talking about Dwayne Jones, who plays Ben in the film. This marked the first time a black actor was made the star and hero of a horror film. While there had been horror films centering around black actors, such as Mantin Moreland in 1941's King of the Zombies, they were never the stars. Interestingly, the original script did have Ben as a white truck driver, with the role originally being meant for Rudy Ritchie. However, Romero cast
Nuestro hogar. Prosperidad. Libertad. ¿Qué tal? Democracia. Nuestro estilo de vida. Ah, hola.
Hola, hola. Well, serves you right, man. Serves you right. Oh damn. It's pretty cold here. Outside it's not so cold. Well, nice. That's a fucking nice.
Helldiver, encárgate de la liberación de la galaxia.
Lanzamiento de cápsula gel iniciado.
El destino de todos los niños de la humanidad está en sus manos. No los dejen caer. Expidiendo centinela. Expidiendo paquete de equipamiento. Nunca destruirá nuestra forma de vida. ¡Tomen esto! ¡Tomen esto! Avanzada destruida. ¡Encontré algo! ¡Prueba un poco de democracia! Quedan 10 minutos para la misión. ¡No se destruirá nuestra forma de vida! ¡Avanzada de calamares! ¡Encontré algo! ¡Encontré algo! Enviando centinela. ¡Sírvanse una taza de liberté! ¡Díganle hola a la democracia! Avanzada destruida. Enviando paquete de equipamiento. ¡Encontré algo! ¡Granada! ¡Lanzando granada! ¡Avanzada de calamares a la vista! ¡Encontré algo! ¡Encontré algo!
La libertad continúa su expansión. Regresa cuando tú dispongas. Enviando centinela. Expidiendo centinela.
¡Tomen esto! ¡Tomen esto! Señalando mapa. ¡Encontré algo! ¡Díganle hola a la democracia!
Faltan 5 minutos. Que la libertad te dé alas, Helldiver.
¡Bomba fuera!
Enviando paquete de equipamiento. Extracción disponible. Expidiendo centinela.
¡Mi brazo! ¡Por la prosperidad!
Expidiendo centinela.
¡Escucha el tambor de la libertad! ¡Lanzando granada! ¡Bombas fuera!
¡Eso se llama democracia! Pueden proceder a la extracción cuando quieran.
Ah.
Falta un minuto. El destructor está por marcharse. Pueden proceder a la extracción cuando quieran.
Dejando marcador. ¡Granada!
Recursos del superdestructor abandonando órbita. Transbordador de extracción de emergencia enviado.
Dracula. Welcome to my channel.
¡Lanzando granada!
Tiempo estimado 2 minutos 30 segundos. Tiempo estimado 2 minutos. Tiempo estimado 1 minuto 30 segundos. Tiempo estimado 1 minuto. Tiempo estimado 30 segundos.
¡Bombas fuera!
Tiempo estimado 20 segundos. Tiempo estimado 10 segundos. Quedamos más cercanos a recolección.
Nice.
El precio de la victoria es la sangre de los héroes.
Bine za ven. Gdje je Dracula? Jeste, Farahjetija. Tako je, gospođo.
Iniciando salto superlumínico hacia el sistema Bahía Mata. Salto superlumínico exitoso. Coordenadas de misión ingresadas. Cápsulas gel listas.
Balístico. Not the shovel.
El enemigo quiere convertir a esta ciudad en una capital de la tiranía. No te lo permitas.
¡Solicito mochila táctica! ¡Necesito un vigía! ¡Solicito!
La seguridad de nuestros ciudadanos depende de ti. Fabricador de robots, al este, 50 metros. Avanzada de autómatas destruida. Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos enviados.
Pesado, al noroeste, 50 metros. Pesado, al este, en mi posición. Fabricador de robots.
Generando ubicación al este. Olvídalo. Avanzadas de robots a la vista.
Pesado, al noroeste.
Generando ubicación. Mantenga eso.
¡Avanzado de robots a la vista!
Avanzada de robots destruida.
¡Afirmativo! ¡Necesito! ¡Solicito un vigía! ¡Solicito un vehículo! Yo lo tomaré. Señalando mapa al este, 100 metros.
mi posición. Tengo una muestra. Reportándome del frente. Pesado, al suroeste. Cerca. Estratagema crítica para objetivo disponible. Muestra recogida. Objetivo completado. Estratagema crítica para objetivo. Solicito refuerzos. Necesito un vigía. Solicito un vigía. Vehículo. Dejando marcador. Al norte. 200 metros. Señalando mapa. Al oeste. 100 metros. Marcando ubicación. Al oeste. Enviando una estratagema crítica para objetivo disponible.
It's not gonna do shit. Shit.
Crítica para objetivo fuera de servicio. Gracias. Necesito apoyo final. Muestra recogida. Yo me encargo de la terminal. Solicito un vigía. Bomba Gel, operando terminal. Yo me encargo de la terminal. Bomba Gel armada. Despeje del área.
Run.
Estratagema crítica para objetivo fuera de servicio. Solicito un arma de apoyo. Mochila táctica en camino. Necesito un vigía. Solicito un vigía. ¡Quiero! Solicito una bomba. ¡Bomba gel armada! ¡Despejen el área! ¡Necesito armamento avanzado! Señalando mapa, al noroeste, 200 metros. ¡Prueba de nuestra convicción! Élite enemigo, al noroeste, 50 metros. Un paso más cerca de completar la misión. ¡Apoyo vital! ¡Reforzando! ¡Solicito refuerzos en camino!
Yeah.
Jones instead because he was simply the best actor to audition. Despite the change in casting, Romero and Russo didn't change the script and stated that the same things were going to happen if the actor was white. Now, though it wasn't intentional, being written and shot during the civil rights era of the 60s, that meant the film instantly became political. Racial tensions were at an all-time high, and it's impossible to talk about this film without talking about how it was viewed at the time. Romero was not actually that concerned about Ben being black either, and thought it was fine if they just didn't change the script. However, Jones was very aware of how he'd be perceived and insisted on numerous lines being rewritten to make the character come off as less angry. He even asked to give Ben more sophisticated dialogue and a much more clean-cut wardrobe. Speaking on the subject, Romero even said, Dwayne was very concerned and almost the only one who was concerned about him being black. He said he didn't want to look gruff and wanted to be presentable. We were like, come on man, it's 1968, we're all past that. Little did we know. Romero has since reflected that he probably should have taken Jones' concerns more into consideration, particularly the scene where he slaps Barbara. Romero insists, though, that though he never drew a connection at the time between Jones and the civil rights movement, he did acknowledge that he may have unconsciously thought of those themes. According to Daniel Krause, the co-author of the 2020 Night of the Living Dead novel, Romero consciously shot Living Dead in the style of news footage inspired by photographs and news coverage of protesters being beaten by police. While claiming it was unintentional at the time, Romero would later clarify that it also wasn't necessarily an accident either. Because of that, the film has also become a moment that's celebrated as being one of those defining points in black representation. There's been lots of books over the years that have talked about how it was probably no coincidence that a movie created in the 60s would center around violent, brain-dead people that would invade your home. It also came out in a time set against the context of Martin Luther King's assassination and had a black character punching a white man, which could represent the white patriarchy. Ben's fate, of course, also takes on a completely different connotation due to the character's race, and we'll talk about that later in the breakdown. But I do think it holds some significant weight, given the history of zombies and its relation to Asian voodoo, that a black man is the hero of the movie, which redefines the term away from its misunderstood association. Especially as black characters were normally either victims or ones responsible for creating monsters in most of the tellings before this. Again, we'll touch upon this a little bit more at the end of the film, but it really can't be overstated just how important Jones's casting was to not only the success of Living Dead, but from the impact that it had on the film industry as a whole, and I think it's one of the many reasons why the film still resonates today.
Ow.
And yeah, I don't know if the movie would have been as discussed as it was had Ben just been your white stereotypical redneck, which is what they originally wanted. Also, if you want to support the channel and look good doing it, then definitely check out our
somebody shoot this
inspired shirts at the merch
the rocket
below. Sheridan has absolutely knocked out the park on these. The designs are incredible, and yeah, if you pick up one of these, pick up a couple more, you'll get more and more of a discount and save more money. You will look fantastic too. Anyway, back to the movie, and inside the house, Ben immediately takes charge and starts making a plan for their escape. Unluckily for him, Barbara is completely checked out from sheer terror, not even able to answer any of his questions. She's
Can somebody lend me recoilless?
This is the moment the movie really switches over to Ben as the main character, as Barbara remains comatose for pretty much the rest of the film. At the time, a lot of films suffered from very shit writing when it came to female characters. Look at Dr. No, for example. However, the character of Barbara was originally quite strong and more of a survival partner to Ben. It was only when making it that the character was changed because Romero liked Judith O'Dea's performance more when she was terrified.
No.
So they said, yeah, just do that the entire time. Unfortunately, this was a criticism levied against them,
it doesn't work.
and the 90s remake returned things to her.
Plasma doesn't work.
With
Bullshit.
Romero even calling it his apology to women. Barbara gets a lot of shit moving forward because she doesn't really do anything. But the actress behind her did come to her defense and give her interpretation of the character. Barbara had to retreat to her own mind to cope with what was going on, but she would eventually get over the trauma and help everyone. While it's kind of hard to get this from the movie, I think this explanation fits with the line that we talked about earlier. This is just her response to being confronted by her biggest fear. The theme of being confronted with fear and how someone responds to it can also apply to all the characters in the film. In opposite to her, Ben's response is to take charge and help whoever he can. On the opposite side of the spectrum, we have Harry Cooper, who we meet later. Driven by the fear of losing his family, he's completely self-interested and acts like a coward. The response to fear becomes the central theme of the whole film, as it's what prevents the characters from being able to work together against the ghouls. On the flip side of this, They possess no fear at all and all work together as a gang to get what they want, even if they're not doing it consciously. Something that they explore more in the 90s version though is how you can just easily walk around the zombies. However, as a collective unit, they're almost insurmountable, and you see the heroes lose because they refuse to work together. One quick fact about Barbara as well. Romero originally wanted to cast Betty Albelin, who played Lady Albelin in Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Mr. Rogers wouldn't allow her to do it though, but he did, however, enjoy the film and its sequel, Dawn of the Dead. Now more ghouls arrive and smash the lights on the right outside, again demonstrating some sort of intelligence. Ben then gives them the full 1-2 with a tire iron, and this would be the first real melee weapon used against a zombie. Tire irons, wrenches, bits of wood with nails on them, baseball bats, stuff.
Thanks.
They all became staples of weapons in the zombie stuff, and it all kind of springs out from this moment. And yet, as much as I love guns, yeehaw! I have to admit, in zombie stuff, I actually prefer when they've got to make do with these sorts of items. Now, while Ben is busy bashing skulls, another ghoul makes its way to the house to attack Barbara. Ben adds another hit to his kill streak and stabs a tire iron through its head. Though we don't see the impact, this idea of shoving weapons through heads would also become a staple of the genre. And it's something that becomes a reoccurring effect that gets more and more sophisticated throughout the decades. Now the ghoul who attacks Barbara is played by co-writer John Russo, who also plays another ghoul later in the film that is set on fire. He supposedly did the stunt because no one else was willing to do it, and yet, I don't know if I'd be willing to set myself on fire in an indie film. But it worked great. Realizing the ghouls are closing in, Ben does what he can to lock down the farmhouse. He sets another light outside and blocks the door while boarding up the windows. Ben then asks Barbara for help, and she goes about the house and firstly comes across a creepy music box. And then comes back with like probably the 2 smallest pieces of wood in the entire house. Yeah, just leave her, mate. Ben then puts things together, and we can also see the calendar for December 1966, but mate, the movie is supposed to be April.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that one.
Well, at least you couldn't see their breath in the graveyard. Living Dead superfans have even nailed down
Somebody
the exact date from Barbara's line about making the first day of summer, the day the time changes, with the spring forward day for daylight savings in 1968 being April 28th. And you guys are nerds analysing all this stuff back there. After breaking her sticks, Ben then tells her how he first encountered the ghouls. He mentions how he saw a group of them chasing after a gasoline truck on fire while at a time off the road. This group quickly killed everyone, and he found himself surrounded by 50 or 60 ghouls. Ben also has a really chilling line here.
Still your smash.
Absolutely terrifying, and I wish we could have seen that, but just gives us an idea of how formidable the ghouls are. Throughout every zombie movie from here on out, we often get survivors who the characters run into and they rattle off how they got there. It's always a tale of them being swarmed exactly like this and barely making it out, but hashtag Romero was the blueprint. This is also where we learn that they're afraid of fire, and this is why they backed away when Ben set the body on fire outside the house. Barbara then shares her story, but it's full of pointless details and a bit kind of rambly. In an interview, Anaya said that they never actually had a working script and that she ad-libbed her speech here in one take. I think Ben's reaction to Barbara's babbling is just so funny as well, because you can see he's completely done trying to get anything useful out of her. As Barbara continues to scream about saving Johnny, she tries around the house and slaps Ben, and he just fucking decks her, which at the time would have caused a lot of shit. This was the scene that Jones fought against, but Romero ultimately decided to keep it, as the scene would have been the same for a white actor. Something he later regretted, but yeah, it's just one of those things that at the time got this movie a lot of attention. Laying her down, Ben then turns on the radio where they report there's an epidemic of mass murder being committed by an army of assassins. Hold on, that actually sounds like a pretty good movie idea. I would watch that and analyse it 50 years later. As more and more ghouls start approaching the house, Ben holds them back by setting a chair on fire and throwing it on the front porch. Small detail here as well, as Ben is making his torch to set the chair on fire, the window behind him's open and you can see it's still daytime.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that one.
With the ghouls at bay for now though, Ben then takes a load off for a well-deserved smoke, and at this point he also finds the gun. As Barbara Barbara wakes up, he slips on her shoes like Cinderella and tries to console her. We then get into the continuity error in that they're back up in the next scene. But at least you couldn't see their breath in April. Ben then moves the body from the top of the stairs, and this was actually Kira Shkon, aka the Cooper's daughter. You can even see her face for a split second, not only showing it is her in ghoul makeup, but also that the body has somehow regrown its face. People have also questioned why this corpse never came back to life, which unfortunately has never been answered. But I do think it's a valid question. Like, is there a certain amount of damage someone can take before they come back as a zombie? Haven't watched the remake for a couple of months now, so I'm not sure if they address it here. My memory is terrible, but if they do, we will be covering that. Either way, back with Barbara, she just continues to sit there, frozen by fear. The radio broadcast talks about how the ghouls are eating the flesh of their victims, and you might notice that the radio is just repeating the same message over and over again. This was also playing when Ben left just a moment ago. Now this makes me think that maybe even the station might be abandoned, or worse, zombies. And yeah, there's just no one out there that can help or guide the pair. Having the same line about the flesh repeating as we close in on Barbara also feels like the movie is taking us into her mind. Here, all she can focus on is the death that surrounds her, and it's a nightmarish loop that she can't escape from. Barbara then hears a noise coming from the basement, and two men come bursting out. They turn out to be locals who've been hiding out in the basement and waiting for the commotion to die down. This is also the first time I realised that no one in this movie introduces themselves or is introduced by another character. So I'll just go down the list now, so when we refer to them later, it makes it easier for you to listen. So, we have the Cooper family consisting of Harry, Helen, and their daughter Karen, along with the young couple Tom and Judy. Never noticed this before watching the scene by scene, but I think it's a really cool and subtle detail that shows everyone's got their guard up. They're not introducing themselves, don't want to be friends, and this is ultimately why they fail. Harry also excuses not coming upstairs to help because he says he couldn't hear the screams. Ultimately, he was clearly just hiding, but he acts like a tough guy and wants to be the leader. I do think the argument is there as well, and he's just looking after his daughter, who he learns been quote-unquote injured. Which, if you've seen a zombie movie, mate, you know what that means. Think you're turning into a zombie, you know, when you watch it now, it's very predictable it's going to happen, but I can't imagine people at the time had no idea. It just wasn't established that a bite leads to you becoming a zombie, and at this point you just think that the dead had come back to life. So yeah, another great zombie motif established here, and if you remember seeing this for the first time in the 60s, then let me know if that shocked you. Now Ben refuses to go to the basement as they would have no way to escape, and he tries to convince Harry that they're better off staying upstairs. They argue back and forth, but luckily young Tom becomes the voice of reason. He decides to help Ben reinforce the house despite Harry's insistence to retreat back to the basement. I also really like how Tom says,
"And we got windows to see what's going on outside. But down there with no windows."
Looking out the windows, the group then see that more ghouls have arrived and they begin breaking through the barrier before grabbing Ben. This obviously inspired the boards moment in Resident Evil 2, and it's become another staple of the genre. Young Tom then jumps into action, grabbing the knife Barbara left on the fridge. He then hacks away at one of the ghouls' hands, reaching through the window. Some more behind the scenes fun as well. The hand that Tom chops away at was made of clay and filled with chocolate syrup. Lovely that. In what's another staple of the genre, Ben shoots one of the ghouls repeatedly in the heart, but all it does is stagger back and return for the attack. He keeps coming for the window until Ben gets a headshot. This is our first indication that the ghouls can only be killed by damaging their brain, which is later explained by a TV reporter. I know this is also entry-level zombie lore, but we have to remember people literally had no idea what a zombie was before this. We then get a shot of all the numerous ghouls that now surround the house, and whoa, butt cheeks! It's hard to see, but the butt ghoul also has a mortuary tag on her wrist saying Smad Carol 40916. Romero reportedly insisted on there being a nude ghoul for authenticity, as it was logical that at least one of them would be naked. I think it's in this that you really just also see there's no dignity in being dead. The actors were really going all out, and this moment shows the dead don't really care what they look like. This is also one of our best looks at the ghoul in the film, and you can see how each of them are different with varying levels of decay. Marilyn Eastman, who plays Helen, did most of the makeup for the film, and she said that she didn't focus on the zombies being rotten completely, but rather took a prominent feature from each actor and then exaggerated it to make them feel much more unsettling. Eastman can also be seen as the ghoul herself, being a bug off a tree. Now while these days, you know, zombie movies got crazy special effects, they're all mutilated and grotesque and ugly as possible, I think there's something to be said about the simplicity of the ghoul. They realistically do look like people who just recently died, and it kind of falls into the uncanny valley territory. A lot of modern zombie movies go over the top to make their zombies look decayed, and for as good as they can be, a lot of them look more like Halloween costumes than actual corpses. Here though, the ghouls look more or less like regular people, but slightly twisted. We all know to run away from a person missing half their face, but the familiarity of the ghoul makes them even more unsettling. I think it works fantastic as well, as we see they're a dark reflection of ourselves and what we will eventually become. Read some stuff in The Walking Dead, you know, you'll never look like that, no matter how decayed you get. This scene was a massive shocker though, and what made it worse was that the kids could just walk up to this movie. There were no checks at the time, and you had families going to see it. Because of this, they actually created the MPAA off the back of this film, because it just took things to a whole different level. Back in the house, Ben puts Harry in his place and says he feels sorry for his daughter because her dad's so stupid. Ben also says he's the boss of upstairs and they can be the boss of the basement. Fucking burn you there! Defeated, Harry scurries back at the basement like Smeagol to his cave, and Tom brings his girlfriend Judy up to join Ben and Barbara. In the basement, we then get a perspective change and meet Harry's wife Helen and their daughter Karen. She's got an injury, and Helen tells Harry that she thinks she might be unconscious from shock. Harry asks where she got the bandage, which is a subtle way to hide the bite. Again, you have to remember that without the concept of people becoming zombies through being bitten, there was no idea that this was going to happen. So while this seems obvious now, people at the time had no idea that she was going to turn into a ghoul. Harry then tries to gloat about how everyone's done for staying upstairs, but he's quickly brought back down when Helen learns that there's a radio and basically calls him an idiot just like Ben. Ben's found a TV as well, which pretty much seals the deal for him. I think in general, this movie also plays upon the subtext of how TV was seen as just turning people into mindless zombies. At the time, TV reporting was seen as the gospel and something that never got stuff wrong or lied. So everyone is just following what it says without question and all kind of huddling around it like a safety blanket. While the Coopers are in the basement as well, there's also a really noticeable cut when Helen and Harry are at the bottom of the stairs. This is actually the result of an 8-minute deleted scene that was cut from the film. From what I can gather, it was pretty much just them arguing again and kind of slowed the pace down by quite a bit. The budget was so tight that they couldn't afford enough film to shoot more than one take and basically just had to trust that Romero would get the best shots. There was also no way of checking the footage until post, which is why the cut's so noticeable. Before going back upstairs as well, I just want to quickly point out that the basement set wasn't actually part of the farmhouse. These scenes are all shot separately in the Image 10 production offices. The door leading to the basement in the house that we see in the movie is actually just a wall with a door frame built around it. But that's movie magic. Once upstairs, Helen then tries to talk to Barbara, but no one is home, and Harry continues to bitch and complain about how the upstairs is insecure. I think these parts of the movie really drag things out, and I did kind of struggle thinking of like how to make this breakdown interesting throughout these bits. So I'm just constantly doing stupid shit. As the group gathers around the TV, we then learn from a news report that the ghouls are dead people who come back to life to eat the living. The report also specifies that these are dead people who haven't been buried yet, which explains why many of them are not decayed. They even apparently had a corpse with all the limbs cut off at one point that woke up and still opened its mouth. The reporter then urges everyone to make their way to rescue stations, which are being protected by the National Guard. This is another staple of the genre, and you often have the base that the heroes consider going to that might provide some sanctuary. Things never quite get there though, it often doesn't work out, and this is Romero basically putting in place a blueprint for that. The news report also mentions how scientists are being consulted on the outbreak. This is where they mention the satellites with strange radiation, but it's left deliberately ambiguous. When speaking on what exactly made the zombies rise, Romero said the reason didn't matter, but rather how the characters responded to it. I thought it was sort of a punishment, something that was happening that was beyond our understanding. I felt it didn't matter at all. What should matter is that this extraordinary thing is happening and people are still arguing about upstairs, downstairs, who's the boss. They're still arguing about their own agendas instead of facing the problem. Something to point out here as well is that this is supposed to be in the middle of the night, but all of the footage from the broadcast is in broad daylight, with the reporter even referring to more information coming later this afternoon. Whoops, I'll not play the blunder clip, but at least you couldn't see their breath in April. Determining that the nearest station is only 17 miles away, Ben then proposes a plan for him and Tom to make their way to the gas pump on the farm, while Harry covers them with Molotov cocktails from upstairs. Ben is clearly the only capable and level-headed person here, but why on earth would you choose Harry as your cover? Well, we find out why that was a bad idea. With their plan in place, Ben and Tom then make their way outside while Harry rains fire
Watch out for laser.
While Harry's throwing down the Molotov cocktails, we can see Ben struck outside with his headlights fully intact, despite seeing the ghouls smash them up earlier in the film.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that.
Back! Judy then stupidly refuses to leave her man and runs outside after them, which is when they ride off. We also get a quick cameo from the ghoul that attacked Barbara at the beginning of the movie when Ben burns him from the back of the truck. Once at the gas pump, the key, of course, doesn't work, so Ben shoots the lock and Tom spills gas everywhere trying to get back into the ride. As the fire begins to spread, Tom and Judy then try to get the truck away from the pump, but the fire's already spread too much and the truck explodes with them both inside. Rest in peace, Bozo. Now alone, Ben fights off a horde of ghouls and makes his way back to the house. They swarm him at first, and it's another one of those scenes where, though the hero's smarter and stronger, the zombie strength all comes from their numbers. He makes it to the door, however, that shit Harry's locked it and is clearly wrestling over whether to help. Fortunately, Ben's able to kick it open, and Harry finally finds at least one of his balls and comes to help Ben re-secure the door. This isn't enough to gain forgiveness from Ben, however, he was who he chose. He then beats the shit out of him, and this kind of sets up the staple that people would often turn on each other in these sorts of stories. It also, of course, has the racial connotations and holds a lot of significance given the time period and Jones casting as Ben. Analysing the scene, horror author Dr. Robin explained how the contrast between Harry and the ghouls puts Ben between two different types of evil. Seeing the scene, Harry cowers inside the farmhouse, leaving Ben locked out to fight off the zombies. Here the film cleverly sandwiches its hero, Ben, between two different kinds of monsters, but possessing diminishing humanity. This, too, is a unique turn in the film as a representation of monstrous difference typically functions to highlight the favourable and likely traits of white characters. Here the film reminds us that humans and monsters are not far apart, and indeed can be one and the same. But the scene's tension is heightened by its racial conflict. Back outside, the ghouls then help themselves to some extra crispy Tom and Judy. Now refer to this as the barbecue scene. They're absolutely chowing down with no expense of the movie's small budget being spared for every single gross slurping and chewing sound that one could imagine. While Psycho introduced audiences to brutal murder for the first time, Night of the Living Dead was one of the first to take war and violence to this level. And it really shocked people at the time. Given movies like Saw and stuff like that kind of made gore its own horror genre, the concept of people eating other people and showing that on screen was completely unheard of. One article in the Pittsburgh Press wrote that some of the scenes are so grisly it shook up even the hardiest of chiller thriller fans, and that it's a gourmet session for those followers of the macabre, grotesque situations.
Nice.
Sounds like Patrick Bateman reading the review there. After their failed escape, the survivors then argue back and forth about what to do with it being revealed in this that the daughter's been bitten. Ben even calls out that the bites could be contagious, and it's here we get the first idea that the ghouls might be able to infect others, which obviously created the status quo for zombie films going forward. In Barbara's rounding, he also figures out that she's got a car, but like she says, Johnny has the keys. To make matters worse, the ghouls have once again surrounded the house. The group then tune into the news broadcast where they report that the levels of mysterious radiation is still rising and that dead bodies will continue to become flesh-eating ghouls. We then hear from Sheriff Conan McClelland, who has just taken out a group of ghouls and basically says they're no big deal and just shoot them in the head. This is further explained in a very, very scientific way by the anchor.
Kill the brain, and you kill the ghoul.
Which my grandma always said works best. The news anchor also introduces McClelland as the sheriff, but the reporter later refers to him as Chief.
This one conducted by Sheriff Conan McClellan. Chief McClellan, how's everything going?
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that one.
But at least you couldn't see the breath in April. The reporter here is played by Bill Cardell, aka Chili Billy, who's playing himself and was a real news reporter and semi-celebrity in the 60s. Cardell was also the host of his own horror movie channel called Chiller Theatre. The sheriff then mentions that they'll be working through the night into the early morning, foreshadowing how they'll show up at the end of the film as the sun begins to rise on a new dawn of the dead.
As the group watch the broadcast, the power then suddenly goes out and Harry legitimately shits his pants in fear. He tells Helen that they need to get the gun away from Ben, and even she's like, haven't you gotten your ass handed to you enough tonight? And that's not even a joke. Helen is thoroughly done with Harry and his shit. The ghouls then wage their final assault on the house, banging on the doors and throwing bricks through the window to break through the barricade. Ben and Helen then rush to hold them back, but Harry stands there frozen as Ben calls him to help. Harry then notices that Ben drops the rifle, and instead of helping his wife hold back the ghouls, Harry goes for the gun. He then points it at Ben and tells Helen to get back into the basement. However, Helen refuses to go with him, and Ben makes a move for the weapon. They tussle for a quick moment, but Ben overpowers Harry pretty easily, and he shoots him right in the stomach. Harry then falls back into the basement where he so desperately wanted to go. He then stumbles down the stairs until collapsing next to his daughter. Now, Romero wanted to have Harry die next to his daughter as a way of showing that he had at least some shred of decency in him. This would show he wanted to spend his dying moments with his child and wasn't as bad as he comes across in this unimaginable situation. As Harry bleeds out, Helen's then grabbed by the ghouls, seemingly spelling the end for the Coopers. The scene then finally wakes Barbara up from her trip to Neverland, and in a fit of rage she saves Helen. Helen then rushes downstairs to Karen, but finds that she's awoken as a zombie and is currently eating her dad, which is what he would have wanted. This is probably one of the most iconic scenes in the entire film, and the young girl zombie was put across every single poster ever for this film. Highlights how even the innocence of a child has been lost, and even children can fall victim to this fate. And yet, every time I see a movie kill a kid, I'm like, I respect it. Because I know how much of a nightmare it can be to convince a movie studio that they need to kill the kid. This moment is just so iconic though that Zack Snyder would even kind of adapt it for the opening of his Dawn of the Dead remake, even though it belongs to night. And yes, we will do a breakdown on that as well. Karen slowly walks towards her pleading mother and then grabs a gardening shovel from the wall and stab, 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 just goes to town. The scene is super brutal with the addition of Helen's screams wailing as the shovel impales her. The scene was shot by having the little girl stab a pillow off screen while a member of the crew threw chocolate syrup at the wall. The scenes were then looped with the sounds of Helen screaming to make it look like she was actually being stabbed, which sounds simple but is really effective on screen.
La democracia tutelada es un pastor vigilante que guía la voluntad del pueblo para alejarla del peligro.
The scream here and the soundscape in general though are just so mesmerizing, and it's one of those creative choices that just adds to the horror. The original version of the scene actually had Harry be the one who turned into a zombie and was eating Karen, but Romero decided to change it as he thought it would be just too disturbing. The trailer used in the scene was also purchased online and is now in a private collection. Back upstairs, Ben and Barbara are being overwhelmed by the ghouls as they desperately try and hold them back. While this would seem to be Barbara's moment of redemption, it's quickly shut down when she sees Johnny as a zombie. Clearly stupid and full of grief, she willingly runs to him and into the horde of ghouls and is then eaten. This then leaves Ben as the sole survivor. With everything gone to shit, Ben watches as the ghouls flood into the house and runs right into the Cooper's daughter. Couldn't find confirmation on this, but supposedly they didn't tell Jones that she was going to pop up behind him, and his scared reaction was genuine. Ben then grabs the rifle and locks himself in the basement, which is the exact place that he's been trying to avoid the entire movie. Harry then begins to awaken as a ghoul, and Ben shoots him and Helen to make sure they don't come back. It's him finally realizing another big rule in zombie films is that you also have to stop the dead in general. The Walking Dead, of course, had a big reveal that you come back no matter what, and if you died, you were gonna rise again. It's something I actually misremembered them inventing for the show, but nope, Romero had it right from the start, and hashtag Romero is the blueprint. This basement scene also nicely pays off Ben saying how the basement was a death trap. In the end, it became a literal death trap for the Coopers and has now trapped Ben as well. Hearing the ghouls trying to make their way through the door, Ben then grabs a rifle and prepares to make his last stand. Rather than showing it though, he survives the night, and we then fade into the break of dawn. Of the dead. Panning over the farmhouse, we see a helicopter arrive along with the rest of the town militia. They're currently clearing the field of ghouls, and then the police show up with dogs. As the police approach the farmhouse, Ben then hears the dog and the gunshots outside and realizes that help has finally arrived. Yay! Ben slowly makes his way out of the basement though to see what's going on, but Sheriff McClellan sees him from the window and orders his men to shoot him right between the eyes. And bam! And just like that, Ben is dead. Yet, after all that, Ben is shot and killed. The movie then ends with still photos of the militia and the police dragging Ben's body by metal meat hooks and then burning his corpse. It's an
absolutely insane and devastatingly bleak ending, and it just leaves you stunned even after 50 years. Despite the script having the same thing happen to Ben with the character of his wife, the casting of Dwayne Jones in addition to the time of release made this ending even more impactful than Romero ever intended. Released just 6 months after Martin Luther King was assassinated, Ben's death at the hands of the white mob was a very powerful image. Now obviously, you know, it was shot before that event happened, but you had the constant awareness of lynchings and racist attacks really making it at the forefront of the zeitgeist due to the civil rights movement. Being the heroic and sympathetic lead, Ben defied many of the common stereotypes of how black men were portrayed in film. So it was very progressive in many ways, but with his death at the hands of the white mob, that symbolized the dark reality of racism. Despite Ben being the one who tried to protect everyone throughout the film, it's the white characters who end the movie and take all the credit for defeating the ghouls. Talking about the impact of Ben's fate, co-author of the book Horror Noir, A History of Black Horror, Tanner Review recounts how this moment must have stunned a lot of audiences. Ben is shot without even a word, without even a thought. His whole story is erased, his heroism erased. Professor Robin Coleman further described how Ben's death was an important moment in the film and cultural history, saying, whether Romero overtly understood or claims it, Night of the Living Dead is a brilliant piece of art, also human and political history. The ending was also nearly changed as well, as Romero proposed having a happier one where Barbara comes out of her psychosis and saves her and Ben from the ghouls. Jones actively fought against it. Speaking of the ending, Jones said, I convinced George that the black community would rather see me dead than safe after all that had gone on. In a funny and symbolically confusing way, the heroes never died heroic movies. The jolt of musical. The double jolt of the hero being black seemed like a double barrel plan. Now, while Romero claims these parallels are mostly accidental and the circumstance of the time, it's very clear that Jones was very much aware of how Ben would be seen on screen, and he was conscious of the implications that him being black would bring. I think in the end, them discriminately killing Ben for believing he's a ghoul speaks to how hate and misjudgment can often lead you down the wrong path. The mob was actively looking for ghouls and people they could shoot and kill, and thus they saw Ben that way even though he wasn't. It kind of speaks to how people who snap at decisions based on prejudice often make misjudgments, and I think it's a really harrowing way to end the film. Now, despite working with an almost non-existent budget and a cast entirely comprised of first-time actors, Night of the Living Dead became a massive success. Made more than 250 times its budget and became one of the most profitable movies of all time. In addition to its financial success, The Living Dead created an entirely new genre of horror and brought the zombie into the cultural zeitgeist forever. Watching this movie in modern day, you know, you can just see literally millions of properties that were inspired by this film. Zombies have appeared in everything from movies, to games, toys, TV shows, books, comics, everything, and this is literally all where it started. While we may have zombies who can run, survive is only ahead, and even go to high school, I think Romero's Zombie still holds up today, and we have a certain level of familiar terror that the other more modern versions just lack. There's a reason that this film is still analysed today by complete Sadax, and there's so many minute things you can pick up and run with. I've even seen people suggest that maybe Johnny's gay based off a line that he doesn't see much use for church. Like, people have written massive things about that, and there's just so many tiny things in this film that aren't really fleshed out, are very vague, but you can build an entire thesis around it because there's so much going on beneath the surface. And that brings us to the end of the video, and I know that we've gone through a lot today, but if you take anything away from this, I think it's that if you have an idea that you're passionate about, just go and fucking do it. Who knows, you could change film history forever. But yeah, hopefully I've changed your appreciation for the film as well, and if you've liked it, please hit the thumbs up, and make sure you're locked in for our Dawn of the Dead breakdown coming very, very soon. If you want to follow us on Instagram as well, and keep up to date with all our updates, then make sure you check us out at Heavy Spoilers. Did you know as well that members of the channel also get early access to videos just like this one for just 99 cents a month? This video and American Psycho, The Wicker Man and something else, we did a big poll where it was like, suggest what you guys want us to review, and it was for members only, and you guys voted and selected the videos, and that's how you got Mouth of Madness as well, because so many people left comments saying do Mouth of Madness even though it's losing, and I was like, I will do that for you guys. So yeah, thank you to everyone who signs up to that. Hopefully you enjoyed the content, and with that out of the way, thanks for watching this video as well. I've been your host Paul, you've been the best, and see you next time. Take care, peace.
Paquete obtenido.
Oh, this is optional. We don't have to do this. But
Muestra recogida.
Quedan 5 minutos. Repito, quedan 5 minutos.
two more.
Necesito un vigía. Solicito un vigía. Solicito refuerzos.
Solicitud aprobada. Refuerzos en
Got it.
camino.
One more.
Soltando paquete. Yo me encargo de la terminal.
Gracias.
Avanzada de autómatas destrozada.
Dejando marcador al norte, lejos.
Solicito un arma de apoyo.
I'll just pretend that I didn't flip the car.
Afirmativo. Recargando.
Extracción disponible.
Afirmativo.
Monster friendly. Oh.
Señalando mapa. Al suroeste. 100 metros.
Yes.
Afirmativo. Necesito apoyo orbital.
Oh my god.
Reforzando. Necesito un vigía. Solicito un vigía. Necesito apoyo aéreo. Dejando marcador. Necesito armamento avanzado.
Extracción cuando quiera.
Anybody got a car?
Al suroeste. Robot al oeste. Suministros al oeste. Solicito equipamiento.
Queda 1 minuto. Partida de destructor inminente.
Necesito un caminante. Solicito un vehículo. ¡Vamos, robot! Caminante. Solicito un arma de apoyo.
Must be a bug. You probably didn't want to get up.
Solicito un vigía.
Hell yeah. Watch out, watch out. And another one is coming, guys.
Soltando objeto. Pesado, al sur. 50 metros. Naves enemigas, al suroeste. Tiempo estimado, 1 minuto. Naves enemigas, al noroeste.
Šta je ovo mi malo neka? Hvala. Ovo samo da staviš pod ratu. Ne znam, davo sam jarati na vodu. Jedno jare, kao krene da pije i onda pobjegne od mene. I onda ja fin uzem i poprskam ga po policiji sa vodom. Šta da mu radim? A ovo očigledno je žedno, a sad to što se mene boji, to nije moj problem. Da, može ako hoćeš. Mislim, pošto ga ti otvaraš i zatvaraš, zatvori ga slobodno. I onda posle reci što ga nisi otvorio. Da.
Pelicano 1 acercándose a recolección. Pelicano 1, aterrizaje en curso. Pelicano 1 alistando despegue. Lanzamiento de transbordador en 20 segundos. Marcando punto de extracción. Extracción completa. Pelicano 1 iniciando ascenso.
Hoy nos has ayudado a subir un escalón más del largo camino hacia la libertad.
Me alegra volver a verte. La democracia se extiende un poco más gracias a ti. Te doy la bienvenida a bordo. Nunca sobran los suyos que yo llevarás.
El destructor aliado ha abandonado el escuadrón. Coordenadas de misión ingresadas. Cápsulas gel listas. Activando propulsores orbitales. Órbita sincronizada.
suministro. ¡Eso se llama democracia! ¡La libertad!
Estratagema crítica para objetivo fuera de servicio.
Marcando ubicación al este. Recargando. Olvídalo. Cancela. Pesado al este. 50 metros.
Necesito un vehículo.
And that one is dead.
Vehículo al noreste. Enviando SOS. Paquete. Señalando ubicación. Olvídalo. Contando paquete. Paquete obtenido.
Son of a bitch.
Pesado en mi posición. La democracia ha aterrizado. Pesado al oeste. Cerca. Necesito un vigía.
That's fine. Sure. That's fine. Power is out.